very good morning on a sunny Sunday morning here in the north of Italy. This is FRANCIACORTA. It is round one of the 2026 Wsk Final Cup on a beautiful summer's day. Nice to have your company as you join us for the season closing, the traditional season closer, the Wsk Final Cup, starting a little bit earlier than usual this year. 299 drivers from 56 nations around the world at this FRANCIACORTA circuit, which is not too far from the outskirts of the city of Milan in the north of Italy. It is the first of 3 rounds. We race here at FRANCIACORTA and then just up the highway at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato at the end of November, and then the series final at Leopard Circuit Viterbo, north of the eternal city of Rome, to wrap up the 21st season of WSK Promotion at World Motorsport. Well, this morning we will race our 10 pre-finals this morning and then the 6 finals live, which you can catch on wsk.it. And of course, if you're watching us live all around the planet on Motorsport TV as well. The OKN pre-final, that will get us underway in just a moment. But first, let's check out the highlights and pay homage to the champions of the 2025 WSK Final Cup. That is the question which we will answer in part today. The first of 3 rounds, the WSK Final Cup, the OKN pre-final, that will get us underway here this morning. Yes, it is a beautiful sunny Sunday, the final weekend of August, the tail end of summertime here in the Northern Hemisphere. We will go through the grid for you in just a moment. Delighted to be joined by for the first time by Kai Baccini alongside me. Welcome to FRANCIACORTA, Kai.
Yeah, been a very warm welcome here to the circuit. Very warm indeed in terms of the air temperature as well, peaking at about 28 degrees air temperature over this sunny FRANCIACORTA. Very different to what we saw on Friday.
Let's take a look at the grid for the first race this morning. Matteo Perugio on debut in WSK starts out a pole position. Jensen Burns, who took 2 heat victories with the Tony Kart Racing Team out of 2. Melis, Ryan Correa, Ivan Aman for Innovate Competition, Tudor Jurkan, Lawrence Friend, Lorenzo D'Amico, Lucas Goodman, Lucas Bonholm, Nicolas Marchesi, who won this title last year, and Il Siciliano, Christian Blandino. The 6th row of the grid is the Brazilian Nicolas Reino, Andrea Giudice, Roberto Castellotti, Red Fury Karting Team, Nico Tomasella, Panu Steinmont Kong from Thailand, Lorenzo Lully, Kokotzer in the Sodi Kart, Fiden Papa Filippo, Falvino, and Leo in the Beryl Art out of grid 20. Grid 21, Valerio Di Gaetano is alongside the German Leonard Fry, racing for the 2015 World Champion, Carol Bash, Fernando Visway, the Mexican, alongside the Maltese driver Benjamin Iremia. Then it is Olaf, the Russian, alongside Rivadossi, the Italian of Vasca. Aimwichan and Aimwichan, 28 and 29, the Aimwichan siblings from Thailand. Minkov, that's Victor from Bulgaria, the final few rows of the grid. Michele Pelitsa, Alex Mrochik, Kaloyan Gayashev, also from Bulgaria, and Nicolas Marin from Panama on the final grid position. Matteo Perugio from the city of Invorio, just on the edge of the Italian-Swiss border. Pole position on debut in WSK. Leads the field to the line. And we have another formation lap. It was a stunning debut for Matteo Perugio, who finished 2nd in the Rock Cup International Final. Has been racing in the Italian National Series. First WSK race, and took pole position on Friday for the Zanchi Motorsport team with a 47.765. And after 3 heats yesterday, the Italian starts on pole for this 16-lap pre-final here this morning.
Exactly what he would have been hoping for. 2 results inside of the top 3. One just being outside, that being in his final heat. That 7th place finish just dropped him those few points. Finishing on 17 points overall, that is what scored Petruccio on that pole position. A false start the first time round, just building the tension, getting us ready for the first racing action here at the WSK Final Cup, the 15th edition of the WSK Final Cup, one of the most important talent factories in international karting, and what a way it is to round out the year. So many famous names have competed, so many famous names have won. Arvid Lindblad, Maya Berg, Kimi Antonelli, just to name a few that have won races in this series, never mind winning champions. But what name will be added to that history book next?
We will find out on the last Sunday of November at Leopard Circuit Viterbo, the third round of the series. This is the first round of the series. It is the first pre-final here this morning. Petruccio and Jensen on the front row of the grid. We race for the first time this morning. Jensen looks to cut across, but the Queenslander is on the outside in the 802 Tony Kart and falls back to third place. Perfect start for the Italian Matteo Petruccio for Zanchi Motorsport. Matteo Mellis, M2 Racing, slots into second place on the outside. Has to get on the brakes. Jensen sends it up the inside. And the Australian almost takes the Zanchi Motorsport driver. Jensen Burns, first race with the Tony Kart Racing team. He won the first heat. He won the third heat. And the second generation racer slots into second place behind the Zanchi Motorsport driver who took pole position. Matteo Petruccio, you can see there was an incident in the background. The Imogen siblings involved, as was Minkoff and Falvino, as Jensen fires it down the inside. And the Queenslander leads it across the line for the first time.
Great start there from Burns. We've seen that the outside line has been difficult to get away for the course of this weekend. Straight back on the attack, trying to get there. DeMarco's not going to give that up, but he won't be able to get there through turn two. So many moves have been made throughout that course of the weekend. That's going to be a move for third position as Marquesi tries to get on the inside. Straight on the switchback. Watch out for the move here as Armand is going to get involved in the battle as well as all of the carts drawn astern going side by side. Up at the front end though, Jensen Burns just holding on right now in his Tony Kart factory machine as DeMarco's going to have to sit behind in second. Maybe this long run down out of 12, down towards 13, 180 meters into 13. Tap of the helmet. There's going to be another dive into third, and that's going to be a man on Petruccio. Did Petruccio lose out on 2 positions there through 13? Well, no. Yes, he did. Down into fifth goes Petruccio as Marquesi was able to follow through as well.
Ivan Aman for the Innovate competition team from Switzerland finished third in his first heat on Friday. Nice pass to go through to P3 on the reigning WSK Final Cup champion Nicolas Marquesi. 14 driver in P4. Exactly right, by Matteo Petruccio, the pole sitter, has fallen back to P5 on debut in WSK. Pole position in qualifying. Drops back to 5th in the early stages. So it is Jensen Burns in the Vortex Power Tony Kart P1 down into the hotel hairpin. This is lap 3 of 16. Lorenzo's friend, Lorenzo D'Amico. Aggression here this morning for the LA Motorsport driver. 7th on the grid, 2nd in the race. Aman Marquesi, Petruccio, Nicolas Reno, Matteo Mellis. Bella partenza, il siciliano Cristian Blandino. Carrier, Tudor Jurkan. The remaining tyres, Don Marcon, Alessandro Cocozza, and Lucas Goodman, Lucas Bonholm, ahead of Andrea Giudice in the second factory Tony Kart. Matteo Petruccio ranges up behind the Swiss Innovate competition driver, Ivan Aman, into turn 9, fires it down the inside. Nice recovery from pole back to 5th, back into 4th place. Down the back straight, Jensen Burns leads the way.
Petruccio needs to pick up these places where he can. He's not going to get many opportunities. There's not many overtaking places around this circuit. Your main over areas of this FRANCIACORTA circuit are going to be this second corner that you see the drivers rotating through now into 3. Plenty of dive bombs and going very slowly. Who was that? Who was running slow out of the third corner? It looks like that might have been Marquesi on the exit of 2. Was that an issue for the 803? Well, he's tumbling down the order, is Marquesi, and that's such a shame to see.
Nicolas Marquesi is out. He's rolled to a stop at the exit of turn 3. There was no drive for the team driver Kart Republic. He's just rolled to a stop. The reigning WSK Final Cup champion is out of the pre-final. That puts him way down the grid for this afternoon's final. Marquesi is out.
we've seen this so many times before. Jensen Burns breaking away out in front. But if you were keeping up to date with the heats from live timing yesterday, you'll know that those gaps cannot last. D'Amico will be on a mission to catch on to the Tony Kart out in front. D'Amico, the driver who finished on the podium in the 2025 WSK Euro Series final round at Cremona. So used to being up at the front end in this WSK field, and a fast charger. The Italian on home turf, once again, will be on home turf for the 3 races here in the WSK Final Cup Series, and he'll race on forwards. Pushed on by Aman in behind. There's going to be a 4-kart train that will be chasing onto the lead driver. If the drivers are smart, they'll all work together and try and push onto the leader. But as soon as any battle starts happening between 2, 3, 4 and 5, that's when Jensen Burns gets the green light to disappear from the rest of the field and almost be a domino effect that we've been seeing here at Franciacorta. As soon as one driver has been going for a move, everybody has been following through. D'Amico still leads the way in this train from Aman, Peruccio and Reno in 5th position.
The lead almost 1 second from Jensen in the Tony Kart. Down through turn 9. Nice pass by Matteo Peruccio. Ivan back to P4. And it's the Brazilian-Italian Nicolas Reino. Also for Zanchi Motorsport. Defense from Ivan Aman into the hairpin. Half race distance, the OKN pre-final. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup. It is the Tony Kart driver across the line. The gap is 0.9 of a second. As Lucas Bonholm, also driving a Vortex-powered Tony Kart, goes fastest with a 48.183, almost into the 47-second bracket. LA Motorsport in 2nd place with Lawrence Friend, Lorenzo D'Amico. The Zanchi Motorsport duo in positions 3 and 5. Ivan Aman, Innovate Competition. Leaves the door open. And Nicolas Reino had a look at the back of Ivan. And just waited as they go down the back straight. Actually lost considerable time. Great pre-final for the Sicilian Christian Blandino. That is he going through ahead of Ryan Carrera, Tudor Jurkan, Lucas Bonholm, fastest driver on the circuit. Here comes Andrea Giudice, also in the factory Tony Kart P10 from Melis, Castellozzi, Steinmoncon, Valerio De Gaetano, Leo Nico Tomasella, and Alessandro Cacozza, the Italian driver in the French Tony Kart. The gap, 1 second. Jensen looking to take his 3rd victory off the weekend after 2 heat victories. He is walking away with the pre-final, the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. And as D'Amico, Peruccio, Aman, Relleno, and soon Blandino fight, will be advantageous for the Queenslander in P1, the 2nd generation racer. Down into the hairpin. Perfect drive from Jensen. Keeps the kart straight under brakes as Peruccio from pole position back to P5 off the start. Has now recovered. Goes by Lorenzo D'Amico into 2nd place. The gap 1.3 seconds to Jensen in P1. 2nd through to 5th, continue to fight. And the Australian is walking away with the OKM pre-final, the first of our team pre-finals here this morning on a beautiful Sunday, sunny morning here at Franciacorta.
It's going to be a tall order for Peruccio if he wants to catch on to the leader, making a debut in the WSK Final Cup. Jensen Burns is really putting on a show. The Aussie from down under heads to Europe and stars in Europe, up 1 place from where he originally started on that front row. For Matteo Peruccio, it's almost just been a recovery drive. Damage limitation so far for Peruccio. There's going to be a move into 13, rinse and repeat, textbook move into turn 13 as Reno gets on the inside and gains up another place past Aman as well, as Reno will get there into 4th, now up 7 places from where he originally started, down in 11th, is knocking on the door of a top 3 finish, which is very much going to be likely if these 2 drivers work together. What was a 4-kart battle almost split into 2 pairs now, with only 5 laps remaining in this race, and Jensen Burns having a 1.5 second gap out in front. I think it's going to be difficult for anyone to even think about catching down that gap. For Matteo Peruccio, he just wants to extend back a bit of a cushion to D'Amico in behind, but D'Amico not going anywhere at all. For the 812, it's almost an overtake or be overtaken position as he's in limbo with 1 kart catching him behind a Reno, and he's not really catching Peruccio in front. D'Amico just finds himself in such a dangerous position out on the circuit, and he knows he has faster karts behind him, with Reino pumping in the fastest lap of the race on that last tour. That's quickly snatched away from Leo down in 13th. And Leo down in 13th, taking that fastest lap of the race, just showing the depth of talent that we have here in this OKN pre-final. Before the pre-final, it was 37 entries into the class across 25 different teams, a multitude of representations and a multitude of nationalities that spread the field. But what spreads the field right now is an Australian that leads from 3 Italians. Matteo Peruccio still pushing away. D'Amico and Reino fighting it out between the two of them. There's going to be a move down the inside for Reino. And that fastest lap on his belt gets the switch back. D'Amico straight back there and is not going to take that one lying down at all. This is going to rein in Aman into the battle as well as the 829 arrives onto the back of these two karts. We'll wait for the opportunity. They head through 11 now, soon through 12 onto the long back straight, the 180 meters of the 1.3 kilometer circuit that will head us down. A little bit defensive, middle of the circuit there from D'Amico on the switchback. Not the opportunity that Reino would have been wanting for as he parks it on the apex. And Aman not able to pick up any of the scraps either. Watch out for Carre in the background as he almost brought into it. A little bit of a nudge on the apex, and that will open up the gap there for Aman, who will get the move on Reino. Reino now fed to the Lions as Carre finds himself on the attack. There's the move into 5. Left on the outside, hung out to dry, and Reino will tumble a multitude of positions as he will fall down the order. Karts just sweeping by, almost a passenger on the outside of the circuit as everyone finds the opportunity to make their way past Reino. Reino will fall down into 8th. What was an outstanding drive from 11th on the grid up to 4th position is now back down into 8th.
Two laps now remaining. Jensen Burns will start Glory 2 for the final this afternoon. Matteo Peruccio, fastest qualifier on Friday, started pole for this pre-final. He'll finish in 2nd place. 1.5 laps remaining, but Peruccio is headed for pole position for the final this afternoon as we lose Kalayona Gayashev in the background. Also all off, the Bulgarian and Russian drivers are out. Jensen Burns, P1, about to take the last lap on. Peruccio, P2, but will start pole for the final this afternoon. D'Amico, Aman, just got a glimpse in the background. Andrea Giudice behind Lucas Ponholm, also for the Tony Kart Racing team. Panelstein Moncomb, the tie for Jamie Green Racing, almost inside the top 10 as Jensen starts the last lap of the race. There is Lorenzo, looks back to Ivan. Ryan in P5. Stunning debut for Jensen Burns with the Tony Kart Racing team. It is time for me to confess, I did race with Jensen's father, Jason, who's watching on from Singapore a lifetime ago. Jason, I am so sorry. I know I took you out at the Oceania Championships at Eastern Creek 1/4 of a century ago. I still feel guilty about that. Did finish 2nd in the Queensland Championships at Ipswich later in the year. Your boy is about to take victory. Jensen Burns into the final corner for the final time. First race with the Tony Kart Racing team will start on the front row of the grid for the final. Matteo Peruccio finishes P2, but then it's the Zanki Motorsport driver who starts pole position for the final. Jensen burns the house down. He takes victory in the pre-final with a perfect drive to win by near on 2 seconds. Peruccio, P2, his first WSK race, turning into a fairy tale story here. Pole position in time qualifying on Friday. Pole position this morning for this pre-final. Finishes P2, but starts on pole for the final this afternoon. D'Amico, Aman, Ryan Correa, who finished with the fastest lap of the race of 48 dead. Jerkan, Blandino, che bravo, il Siciliano. Lucas Goodman, Judicek, and Nicolas Araino. As we look at the highlights of our first pre-final this morning, an extra formation lap from our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari. We did get underway. Matteo Peruccio from pole position fell back to 5th place early on. Jensen asserted himself. A 2nd generation racer, first time with the Tony Kart Racing team, pulled away half a second, 0.7 of a second It was out to 1.3 seconds as they fought behind. Peruccio back to 5th off the start, recovered to 2nd. And with that, the Zanchi Motorsport driver will start from pole position once again. Ryan Carrere, Tudor, Jurkan, Blandino also for Zanchi Motorsport. Good drive from Christian from grid 10. Final stages of the race, Lorenzo D'Amico, who came from grid 7 for LA Motorsport, finished P3. Peruccio crosses the line in 2nd. It's the Australian. Remember, there are 56 nations represented here, the first round of the WSK Final Cup. And the Queenslander finishes P1, Peruccio P2. But Zanchi Motorsport will start pole position this afternoon. D'Amico, Ivan for Innovate Competition. Ryan Carrere finishes P5 with the fastest lap of the race. Panel Steinmont Kong for Jamie Green Racing. Good drive. The tie goes by in 11th, just outside the top 10. We go down to 30th position, the reigning WSK Final Cup champion. The team driver, Nicolas Marchese, out on the 4th lap of the race. That will put him way down the grid for the final.
Yeah, huge blow there for Marchese. Shame to see him rolling slow off the apex of turn 2. Seemingly a mechanical issue there for the driver who was looking so competitive up at the front end. And it's just a question of what could have been for Marchese. Where could he have finished in that race? Well, either way, if we have a look at the intermittent standings and the overall rankings after the pre-finals, he falls outside of the top 8, so will not start on the first 4 rows for the final later on this afternoon. But Matteo Peruccio, although he did not win the race, still does enough to get himself on pole position for the OKN class.
With thanks to Define, main sponsor, official partner of WSK Promotion, 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport, which continues next week, not too far from here at Imola, when the Italian F4 Championship resumes. What a fabulous fight that is turning out to be, with Luca Samalisto from Finland for Us Racing leading that championship, a record entry before the summer break at Monza, almost 50 cars on the grid. And we can expect similar at Imola next weekend. News from the paddock. Here's the former Vice World Champion, Kart Republic driver, who crossed the line to take victory at La Conca in the first round of the Super Master Series earlier in the year. James Anagnostiatis to make his debut for RSGP next weekend in the Italian F4 Championship, along with his sister Ava Anagnostiatis, who is also racing in the Italian GT4 Championship. Their countryman Jensen Burns has just taken our first victory of this morning. 10 pre-finals this morning. Nice to have your company wherever you join us on the last Sunday of August here at Franciacorta, about 1 hour's drive from the city of Milan in the north of Italy. We are expecting beautiful sunshine all day, around about 33 degrees Celsius. We had a torrential and damaging hailstorm and thunderstorm on Friday morning, which caused an enormous amount of damage here at the circuit. Fortunately, no physical injuries, but there were many, many thousands of pounds, dollars or euros spent with damage from hailstones, which were, I do not exaggerate, as large as a tennis ball, Kai. I have to confess, I actually woke up at about 6 in the morning thinking it was an earthquake. It was violent.
No, I remember arriving to the track here on the Friday and almost wondering what had happened with all the cars, well, the majority of the cars having cracked windscreens and all being boarded up. The top of the tents almost looking like they had bullet holes in the top of the awnings.
Fortunately, that has passed. The sun is shining. And we are ready to race the first of our junior pre-final, OKN junior pre-finals in a moment. But firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from OKNJ this week here at Franciacorta. Modena kart racing team. They took victory in the WSK Euro Series with the Swede Elton Head Fours. And they also took pole position on Friday with Luigi Diascoli, who lines up on grid 2 for pre-final A, but it is Victor, the Romanian-American, for Pasquale Telloni Motorsport, who's on pole position. Luigi out of grid 2. Robert Poulbert, the second Romanian. Inside the top 3, Antonio Cieva, Giuseppe Noviello, Colton, the Texan, Orlando Ravelli, Colucci, Pantano Baidam, Hernan Rodriguez, and Patrick Christensen, Tingamoto. MP Motorsport out of 10, Radu Bashishku Prikov, Santino, the Argentine, alongside Alessandro Sarlas, Anea Petsuto, Butsas, Matvei Kupny, the Romanian, and the Moldovan, Eden Keserovic, Daniel, the Londoner, Ferguson back on 18, João Bertoldi, and Nikita, the Russian. Out of grid 20, also for the Modena kart racing team, Elias Boulier, grid 21, then it's Havlik, Padovani, that's Amador, Yafeji from Panama, Bergamini, Shu Papasavas, Emma Boschetto da Padova in Veneto, Iliescu, and it's Barclay, Azia Catalia, Christos Vastaruchis, Iko Moreno, Cheng, Lawrence Shahinaj, and Stanislav Zhirko for the 2015 World Champion Carol Bash, starting out of grid 36. Victor on pole position for Telloni Motorsport.
Victor Gordon will take us to the line, dictates the pace, but a wave of the finger and we'll go around for a second formation lap. These second formation laps can make or break a driver. It can be that extra preparation that you need to get yourself mentally prepared and also get your tires within the optimal operating window, or it could completely break your nerves, build nerves up, and get butterflies in the belly. That's the last thing you need as a driver. On the previous camera angle, you might be thinking, why does someone have an umbrella out? No, it's not for rain, don't worry about that. It's just to get some shade from the beating sun from above, edging on 30 degrees Celsius out on the circuit. It is absolutely boiling out here in Franciacorta. And I do feel for the drivers who are all suited and booted out on the track as well. Victor Gordon will take us away from pole position. Not as strange to taking home a victory in the first round of the WSK Final Cup. Did exactly that in 2025, where he took a victory in the opening round. 2025 was a successful year for Victor Gordon. Also finished second in the 2025 Trofeo del Industry in Lonato. But here we have a couple drivers putting their hands up. Is there an issue in the mid-pack? We'll have to find out. One driver breaking down there. That might be why the hand was up. Not
Pezzuto.
Quite. Yeah, Pezzuto slow there. A lot of drivers slow. And this could be a case of the carts oiling up due to the slow entry down turn 13. I'm guessing we'll go around again, and yes, we will.
4-5 carts stopping on the hairpin. Well, Victor dictates the pace. He's on pole position, needs to keep it consistent. But in fact, it was Patrick Christensen, Daniel Ferguson in trouble. Elias Boulier, Havlik, Amador Padovani, Fedji also. There are 6 carts stopped at the hairpin, the first of which is the Norwegian Patrick Christensen for MP Motorsport Team Gamoto. Red flag. We will stop on the grid, which will be reset. Our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, Deputy Race Director, Mr. Philip Trombeck, and Deputy Race Director, also Mr. Marco Carlino, will address these drivers. And likely it won't be a pleasant conversation. Victor Gordon, pole position for Telloni Motorsport, dictates the pace but needs to be consistent. Look at the car park down into the hairpin. Elias Boulier, Havlik, Padovani, Hafeji, Bergamini, and also Patrick Christensen have all stopped. The carts are not damaged, but they are stationary. Elias Boulier, his father, Eric, watching over from South America, I believe, this morning. Bonjour, Eric, ça va? Your boy about to take the restart as the field start will stop on the start-finish line. A red flag. Deputy Race Director, Mr. Philip Trombeck. Race Director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, to the top of your screen with Mr. Marco Carlino. inconsistent pace set by the pole sitter Victor Garoon. And the red flag is displayed before the start of pre-final A for OKNJ.
Yeah, all the cars parked up there at turn 13. That will likely be an issue of the engines oiling up due to the carts traveling so slowly down that straight to turn 13. Quite simply put, these carts are not designed to move that slowly at all, and drivers finding that out the hard way as well. These carts providing a lot of power, packing a punch for the drivers that are behind them. 125cc water-cooled direct drive engines are strapped to these motors. OKNJ being one of the newest classes that we have in addition to the racing order at WSK. For drivers aged 12 to 14, it is the perfect step between mini karting and the OKN or OK Senior class. Gives drivers the great opportunity to develop their racecraft, develop as a driver, and make sure that they are perfectly prepared before making their way into the senior class. FRANCIACORTA, that is the circuit that we are racing at today. 1.3 kilometers in length, 28 degrees, and complete blue skies above, with the sun beating down. Exactly what you see. Full throttle for around 65% of the lap. The drivers are pushing the limits out of themselves and out of these karts as well, as they will be dancing on the limit. That's where mistakes are made. You need to know that fine line, that sweet spot between pushing too hard and not pushing enough, because either way you'll be losing a handful of time to the karts around you. And with how competitive this field is, with how many drivers are hungry for this victory, you can't afford to lose a tenth of a second if it's handed to you.
It was at FRANCIACORTA in 2023 where the first ever OKN Junior World Cup was held, which was won by Jesse Phillips, the Fusion Motorsport. OKN Junior pre-final. Pre-final A in just a moment. Luigi Diascoli, he took pole position on Friday with a time of 48.479. Starts out of grid 2 in a moment when we do reset the grid. Slight correction. In Paraguay this morning. Bonjour, Eric, the newly appointed CEO of WRC Promoter Group, which are in Paraguay this morning. We speak about storms here at the circuit. They also suffered severe damage in Paraguay just a few days ago. Elias Boulier, one of the drivers involved in that incident at walking speed, literally down into the hairpin, will take the restart in just a moment, along with Patrick Christensen, Daniel Ferguson, the Londoner, now with Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Victor Garoon will start on pole position. The field will be reset. OKN Junior pre-final A in just a moment.
And this circuit that we race in, 1.3 kilometers, defined by 3 sectors. That opening sector being defined by heavy braking, accounting for around 18% of the total lap time spent on the brakes. That section presents prime overtaking opportunities into the tighter corners like we see through 2 and 3. That's the majority of the dive bombs that you see on the opening lap, the majority of the dive bombs that you see throughout the circuit as well. And once you exit through that, make your way into the second sector. This is where drivers can really open up the engine. You have the long back straights between the hairpins and the fast flowing corners as well. These long full throttle sections make up the majority of the lap's high speed running. Maintaining momentum is so key, so any sliding on the rear of the car, you need to make sure that all 4 wheels are gripped and glued to the circuit to make sure that you don't lose any rolling momentum and any rolling speed through that middle sector. Once you exit out of turn 12, you make your way into the final section. The technical sequence of corners leading to the back straight. A clean run is so necessary out of turn 12. That's where we saw the drivers going so slowly on the formation lap that the karts broke down in turn 13.
Main sponsor WSK Promotion is D-Fine. As we get ready for the restart, well, actually, it is the start. The field's still being reset. Down on the grid, it looks rather chaotic at the moment, certainly in the background. It is round one of the WSK Final Cup. The second and third rounds at, not too far from here, Wsk Karting Lonato. And then the final round at the magnificent Leopard Circuit Viterbo on the final Sunday of November to wrap up the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport in what I can promise you will not be as warmer weather as we've got here this weekend. Beautiful sunshine on the final Sunday of August. 10 pre-finals this morning. We've only raced the one for the moment. This is pre-final A for OKNJ. It will be in a moment 72 drivers. In the original kart national junior category, Luigi Diascoli, pole position on Friday with a time of 48.479. Robert Bulbao for Gold Star Racing. He was fastest in Group 2 with a 48.582. And Victor, who will start on pole eventually in just a moment, 48.562 was fastest in his, the first of three groups of qualifying 48 hours ago. Just a few hours after that torrential thunderstorm, which ripped through the north of Italy. Sunshine here this morning, up to 28 degrees Celsius. Still 5 more degrees to add to that. Our top temperature, 33 degrees later this afternoon when we race our 6 finals live from FRANCIACORTA on WSK.it and Motorsport TV around the world. Back after the summer break. Yes, the WSK Final Cup, some legendary champions of this series, dating way back to 2011 off memory, 2010. The likes of Lorenzo Travisinuto, Marco Dionysis, the great 3-time world champion Marco Ardigo, Arvid Lindblad, Paolo De Conto, Andrea Antonelli, to name just a few. And of course, we had 7 champions, which we highlighted for you at the top of our program. Elton Headfors winning the WSK Euro Series before the summer break from Colton Snickenberg. And Luigi, who starts Grid 2 in the moment, he was 3rd in the WSK Euro Series. The WSK Final Cup here today at Franciacorta, the 22nd of November at Wsk Karting, and the 29th of November at Leopard Circuit Viterbo, north of the eternal city of Rome. Well, I can tell you Victor Garoon has gone to take a seat under the bridge. The field is still being reset, somewhat frustratingly here at Franciacorta. 7 karts involved in it wasn't actually a crash, they just rolled to a stop. Now I can tell you that Victor has just run back to jump into the Telloni Motorsport. Modena powered Tony Kart, the Racer 401T chassis. So we will be underway in just a moment. Pre-final A for OKNJ, round 1, the WSK Final Cup here at Franciacorta.
I don't blame Victor Gorin for running for a little bit of shade. This sun is vicious in the sky at the moment, and the drivers sitting on the grid right now will just be being baked in that sunlight with the suits, boots, undergarments and the helmet on. Must be absolutely boiling for all of the drivers out on the field, but now they can finally get a breeze as they'll push the limiter back onto the circuit. Now we'll get ready for racing once again. When I was back in my racing days, always hated the hot weather, actually preferred racing in the cold rather than the heat. At least you're not sweating in your undergarments then. But for everyone around the circuit, that little break in proceedings was a perfect opportunity to get your sunbathing in for the day, as we won't be getting many breaks over this action. Just a reminder, Victor Garoon will take us away from pole position with Luigi Diascolo alongside him. On that second row will be Robert Paubert and Antoni Ochepa. Third row filled by Noviello and Schneigenberg. In behind them, Rovelli and Colucci rounding out the top 10 on the grid. Rodriguez and Christiansen. so many drivers could take the crown by the end. Garoon has definitely been the star performer of the weekend so far, as well as Morning, who you will see takes to the track in just a few moments' time after the end and after the checker flag has flown here in pre-final A. Morning will take to the track for pre-final B. But for Victor Gordon, it's been 2 race wins and a second-place finish in his qualifying heats yesterday. He takes the same approach of a slow drag down the back straight. Hopefully no carts oil up. Hopefully no issues for the drivers here. Is the 3rd time the charm.
Kai, just word from race control. Amador Padovani did not restart, and Daniel Ferguson also in trouble.
Missing 2 drivers, but the drivers at the front, the 2 go racing. Great start from the inside line. Don't see that very often. Luigi Diascolo will jump his way into the lead, and now Victor Garoon will be left to fend for himself as he's fed to the mid-pack and will have to fight with his elbows out to hold a position that he wants to stay competitive. Up at the front end, though, it's going to be Luigi Diascolo who's going to extend and push out in front, and Victor Garoon will stay competitive as well. The 768 will try and do the best he can up at the front end to stay fighting. Just squeeze there, one of the Kart Republic karts staying competitive at the front end as well, as a few of the drivers getting squeezed out wide. That was Robert Paubert down the inside, late move, and that's all you need to get the move done, as making up a few places in the mid-pack. Drivers still squabbling. Victor Garoon leads the way from Luigi Diascolo. Paubert in behind. Paubert's going to lose out, though. Will he lose out on 2? Yes, he will. As down the inside, O'Cheppa's going to lead the charge. Rovelli will follow through as well. But the 768 in the bright white, orange and yellow livery shines under the sunlight and shines off the start as well. Luigi Diascoli got a perfect jump off the line. Hasn't been able to maintain the lead, though, in the mid-pack. Drivers almost sewn together, nose to bumper. There's the opportunity for Diascoli, and he'll take it in one fail swoop. Gets himself into the lead. Victor Gordon, from that pole position, is demoted down into second. Instantly having to go defensive. Defensive in the background as well. Is going to have to go Paubert, as Paubert's not going to get many chances to hold on to it. Side by side, trying to get the run out of the final corner. Gordon is straight back on the attack. Doesn't want to give Diascoli the lead. Goes to the inside of 2. Bullies his way through. Gets there. So does O'Cheppa. He'll get his way into second. Trying to follow through. Rovelli thought he got lucky for a second time to follow through on the driver leading the charge, but not able to this time. It's completely different from the first lap. And on the 3rd lap here, it's Luigi Diascoli who drops down the order, with Victor Gordon leading the way now from O'Cheppa, Diascoli and Rovelli. That's going to be your lead battle.
Off the road goes O'Cheppa. Anthony O'Cheppa, who was running in 2nd place, into the grass and drops way down the order. The blue flag is flying because Daniel Ferguson and Amador Padovani missing the start, but they have got going. They are 1 lap down. Victor leads across the line. Diascoli, Rovelli, what a start. And they have Pezzuto in position for the Northern Italian from the Texan, Colton Snickenberg, former WSK, multiple WSK race winner for Ward Racing. Robert Paubert, Giuseppe Noviello, Hernando Rodriguez, Patrick. That's Christensen in P9, yet another Romanian. Plural Romanians, Radu Basescu Prikop and Giorgio Butsas just ahead of Colucci. The Eastern Europeans round out the top 10. Victor Garoon, Luigi Diascoli, they go down the back straight. That is Rovelli, 2nd generation racer, nephew of the great Felix Rovelli, 1976 and 77 world champion. He's in P3 for team driver. Luigi Diascoli, the fastest qualifier, fires it down the inside on the rubber line. Victor goes wide from the race lead. Back into P3 for Teleni Motorsport. Luigi Diascoli P1. Orlando Rovelli trying to lead in WSK for the first time since racing with us in 60 Mini 4 seasons ago. The team driver in 2nd place. Here comes Pezzuto, the Northern Italian, with arguably the best presented kart here this weekend. It is a work of art and quick as well. Pezzuto, fastest on circuit at the moment with a 49.816. Rovelli defending from Victor Garoon. There is Pezzuto. Back to Colton, Robert Paubert. the second of the Romanians inside the top 5. There's 4 of them inside the top 10. But it's the Italian, Luigi Diascoli, for the Modena kart racing team. The team who took the WSK Euro Series with Elton head fours. P1 lifts the inside rear, coming out of turn 5. Perfect drive, perfect acceleration. Pezzuto, position 4. This is a great drive for Manea, who came from grid 14, team driver, the Modena powered. Kart Republic 7-4-3. Victor fires it down the inside. Pezzuto tries to go through as well. Rovelli, first of the 2 team drivers in 3rd place. Pezzuto in P4. Diascoli P1 in the background. Here comes Colton. The Ward Racing Paralyn from Robert Bulbao, the second Romanian. That's for Gold Star Racing. Rodriguez Hernan in the first of the Lenzo cards. In fact, it was he who ran off the road earlier on in the race. Has recovered. Rodriguez into P7 from Christensen. Patrick from Noviello. Radu Basescu Brigor. Victor Telone Motorsport. They won the OKN World Cup with Manuel Scognamiglio, who'll be on track later this morning in OK. Pezzuto at the back of what is his teammate, the Swiss from the Italian. Down the back straight, Victor in 2nd place. Luigi Diascoli, half race distance, pre-final A. What a move around the outside. Goes on deep, he's on the rubber line though. Luigi, what a fight here, and here comes the Texan. Colton, P5, he is catching up to the leading 4. A fabulous race. Pre-final A, OKNJ. Down into turn 5, it's Luigi Diascoli who leads the way. Kai, that was an audacious attempt, a fabulous pass. He did pull it off, but just lost the drive at the very exit of the corner. Fabulous attempt from Victor Garoon to Learning Motorsport, now in 2nd place.
It was an outstanding drive, used the momentum, carried the speed on the outside. Will he carry the speed on the outside this time? No, he won't. He'll actually lose out on 2 positions, nearly losing out on 3, as Garoon will fall short to Pezzuto and Rovelli. Rovelli finding his way through. In the background, watch out for a move. That's going to be the 7-2-1, or the 7-3-1, sorry, of Paubert, making his way through. So Paubert gets the move in the background. But with all this battling, all this squabbling happening, 4th position, another move here for 2nd, as Pezzuto finds himself in the highest position of the race so far. Diascoli is just allowed to depart out in front, straight back on the attack, on the inside. Stamp of approval there, as Rovelli will go straight back for the move, and as Pezzuto will drop down into 2nd right now. Rovelli in 3rd. This is going to be your battle for 2nd position. What was just 3 karts a few moments ago is now 6 karts, all squabbling for the same position, and it very much is a domino effect. A move there for 3rd, straight back on the attack. Garoon will find himself hard done by. He's lost out on a multitude of positions from the start. Paubert able to follow through as well through turn 13. Into turn 2 we go. Any late dives this time round? No, everyone's smart, everyone's tidy through 2 and 3. Into 5 could be a different question, and it's going to be a different question. Paubert's on the receiving end this time. He'll try and get the drive out of the corner. Will he lose 2? Will he lose 3? No, he only loses 1. He gets straight back on there, as Paubert will lose out to Rodriguez. And also, Schneichenberg will get himself back on the attack and fighting his way through. Rovelli will stay in 4th for the moment. Started in 7th. Has gained quite a few positions. Look over the shoulder. That's going to be a sign of the move from Garoon. And he tried the outside just a couple laps ago. The inside is so much more favoured for our pole sitter, who dominated the heats yesterday. Now can he carry this momentum on forwards? He has the fastest lap under his belt. That's impressive. Fastest lap whilst making a move off the racing line into turn 13. Victor Garoon clearly proving that he is the driver to be reckoned with. He's a force to be reckoned with. And Luigi Diascoli, although he only has a few laps remaining in this race, 11 laps completed of the 15 here, he'll have to be careful of the fast charging Victor Garoon. As Garoon repping the USA national flag in the middle of the 2 Italians. An attempt on the inside, thought about the move into turn 13, wasn't able to pull it off that time round. a tuck of the helmet down the straight. Luigi Diascoli is not worrying about the drivers behind.
Victor with a 48.747 in second place. Luigi P1 for the Modena Kart Racing team coming out of turn 5. The gap, half a second. This is Pezzuto in P3, and they are the Northern Italian back to Rovelli. Robert Poulbert, the second Romanian inside the top 5. And then Colton for Ward Racing. Just behind him, Hernando Rodriguez. We have lost, incidentally, Alessandro Sarlas. Get a glimpse of the British-Italian drivers' kart on the inside of the circuit. Right there, Sarlas is out. And it will be tough for Alessandro to line up on the grid for the final this afternoon. 72 drivers in OKN Junior, 299 from 56 nations around the world for round 1 of the WSK Final Cup here at the 1.3 kilometre Franciacorta circuit in the north of Italy. A look at Victor, who's ranging up behind Luigi Diascoli, Teloni Motorsport. They were so fast with Manuel Scognamiglio in OKN Senior 12 months ago. They've got that same speed seemingly in OKN Junior. Throws it down through turn 9. Luigi Diascoli, 2 laps remaining in pre-final A. Trying to start at least on the second row of the grid. Victor fires it down the inside into the hairpin. That is potentially the move which will put the Teloni Motorsport driver on pole position for the final later this afternoon. Goes through to P1. If he holds on, Victor will start on pole for the final of round 1, the WSK Final Cup, and pulls away down into turn 5. This was the move. Perfect down into the hairpin. Actually seeing Diascoli glancing to his mechanic to the left, watching on from the hill, when then he seemed to gather, and Victor just fired it down the inside. The Romanian-American in position 1. Pezzuto is actually now catching up to the back of second place, Luigi Diascoli. There's Rovelli in the background. Back to Robert Poulbert for Gold Star Racing. Stinkerberg, Patrick Christiansen from Norway. Head of Hernando Rodriguez for the Sicilian Novolux Lenzo Kart Racing team. Last lap for Victor in P1. The gap is 0.3 of a second. It's surely too far back for Luigi Diascoli. As Nikita Chalilov, the Russian, fastest on circuit with 48.621, clips the ripple strip coming out of turn 5. Victor Guru in the Modena-powered Tony Kart. TM power as ever on the parallel for the Modena Kart Racing team. Down through turn 9 for the final time, pre-final A. After an aborted attempt to start the race earlier on, we are back underway. This is the final lap. These are the final corners. This is the Romanian-American who will start on pole position for the final of round 1, the WSK Final Cup, the Teloni Motorsport driver. Victor takes victory, Diascoli second, and Ea Pezzuto, bravissimo, chiude la gara in terza posizione. Rovelli P4, Poulbert, Snickerberg, Christiansen, Rodriguez, Radu Bashishku, Prikop, and Nikita in position 10. They race across the line. That was Ochepa, who recovered for 25 after running off the road earlier in the race. Padovani, Santino, Sapia, Iliescu. The final finisher, Azea Catalia, also from Romania. She finishes in 32nd position. We did lose Eduardo Colucci towards the end of the race when we finally did get going. Victor from pole position, leading away from Robert Poulbert. The Romanians running 1-2 in the early stages of a delayed start for the pre-final A for OKNJ. Diascoli in second place. Oh, Chepa up into P3, but then ran off the road and the pole fell way down the field, ultimately to finish in 25th position. Perfect move from Victor to retake the lead. Orlando Rovelli into second place. It looked as though he would lead in WSK for the first time. The Swiss Italian has had a brilliant weekend and you would think would be a contender for the final this afternoon, hoping to stand on a WSK podium for the first time. Fabulous pass by Victor around the outside, but he ran wide. Pezzuto through to second place. Look how far back Victor Garoon was at this stage of the race.
it wasn't easy at all. I think we all expected Victor Grun to maybe dominate a little more than he did at a few stages in this race. Was on the back pedal, was on the back foot as well. But from there on, he lost a few positions in the mid-stage and was just able to power his way forward. That was the move that secured himself the win. A late pull out to the inside as they hit the brakes. And Garun found the inside line to take victory here for pre-final A of the OKNJ class. The driver racing under the USA flag will take pole as well for the final later on this afternoon. The two Italians followed of Diascoli and Pezzuto. Rovelli and Polbert rounding out your top 5. 11th best of the rest went the way of the Brazilian of Bertoldi. Tube in 12th, Noviello and Daniel Ferguson in 14th. As we have a look down to the rear end of the field, Moreno 21st from Boschetto, Boulier, Wu, Ochepo and Amando in 26th. Rounding out your field, Shahanij, then it was Catalea, Coluccio, Barkley, Salas and Zerko that rounded out the field. Only 32 finishers from Colucci on downwards. That was all retirements from the race. A couple of them coming from that restart and not being able to get going again off turn 13, and unfortunately also losing a few drivers as the race progressed on.
It was a great recovery from Daniel Ferguson from the back of the grid. He was involved in that formation lap pile-up. He came home to finish 14th from the very back of the pack. Outstanding from DF, the Northern Irish Englishman for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. We take a look at the grid for pre-final B. It is Henry on pole, Abraham out of 2, Matthias out of 3, and then Josh, the Red Bull Junior from Miami, Florida, Bergman from Moscardi, Callan Costa, Atika Mia, Daniel Verba, Sebastian Behrman on debut in WSK, and Platon Kovtunenko for Porsche Racing out of grid 10, GC out of 11, Lingard Lee, Janis Kolovos, Ben Ostermeyer, Chan Tutsuna, Lorenzo Leopardi, Benjamin Korojkovic, the Bosnian Dutchman from Dubai, Maxwell Macha, also from Miami, Florida, Vojcic, and Gonzalez, the Venezuelan, out of grid 20. And it's Dominguez, do Brasil, Tommaso D'Ambrosio, DDF back on 23, Rasmussen Brunt, also making his debut in WSK for Antonelli Motorsport, Pasquale, Tommaso Corsi, Ilya Kotrobay from Moldova, the Australian Axel Gore out of 29, and Bagidov from Romania out of grid 30. Slipchenko, Yanis Chatsiparskavides, Norbert Plashewski, Skorabarkac, Gonzalez. That is Andre on the final row of the grid behind Norbert, alongside Huya Tudor. We race pre-final B. Henry Mooring from pole position from Frankfurt, P1 for the Kart Republic team. In 7.02, we have lost 2 drivers. Here in the background, down into turn 2. One of them seemed to be Tommaso D'Ambrosio. Also, Axel Gore, the Gold Coaster, is out as well. Although has restarted way down at the bottom of the field. Henry from Frankfurt in Germany for the Kart Republic team from pole position. With a perfect start, leads down into the hotel hairpin for the first time. There's the Ward Racing driver in the background trying to make up positions. Sebastian Behrman on debut in WSK. Also from London in England, having a fabulous first weekend. He's already moved up into 6th position. Moscardi from Matis Prajol for Antonelli Motorsport. Chilvers, the Dutch Spaniard, ahead of the Indian Atika. That is her for Wood Racing in P5. GC for the EKS team, Duetta Carrera. Bergman, Josh, last year's WSK Supermaster Series champion, who started this season racing in the Florida Winter Tour. Back with us is the English-American from Sebastian, then Chan Tutsuna, Kolovos, Dominguez, do Brasil, and the Russians are back. Daniel Verba rounds out the top 10. Henry Mooring across the line. The gap was 0.6 per second. Back to David Moscardi for Zanki Motorsport, Matis Prajol for Antonelli Motorsport. Marco Antonelli here at the circuit, overseeing his young French protege who's running in P3 behind the Wsk Motorsport driver of David Moscardi. The gap down to 0.4 of a second as Duetta Carter just behind Tinker Mir in the background. Fastest in the early stages of this race, Josh Bergman from Sebastian Behrmann. 1.5 English drivers, 7 and 8. Back to the first of the multiple Greeks here this weekend, Yannis Kolovas. Henry Mooring, the German, leads.
Mooring just stretching his legs out in front now. It's not going to be the same story for second, though, as Braggio will get the move into second and will make his way past Moscardi. Moscardi dropped down into third. Does he hold on to that one? Define, the title sponsor of the WSK Final Cup here. But the battle rages on the circuit. That was a move in the background as Carrer's getting himself involved in the action as well. Through turn 13 we go. And down the home straight, Moscardi made his way past Moron. Carrer made his way past Mir. The two drivers making the moves in sync and straight back down the inside there. Goes the 758, that's Moron, who finds himself on the attack once again. Just made that move through 13, now into 5. There's going to be more moves in the background as Bergman and Behrmann make their way past Mir. Mir had just made one place a few corners ago and now loses multiple through the midsection. Still the battle rages on in this mid-pack. This is for the lower ends of the top 10. These drivers are all racing and constantly switching places. Who isn't switching places though is Mooring, who leads the way by 0.4 of a second on the switch. That's exactly what you want to see there. Out of turn 13, plenty of opportunities. You can make the move on the inside, you can make the move on the switch as well, which is exactly what we saw there from Moscardi to make his way past Carrer. So our top 2, top 3, 4 and 5, all with a bit of space in between each other. Having that cushion of air is exactly what you want. Braggio is on a great run right now, though, as the Frenchman is catching onto the German in the lead by about 1/10 a lap. That's all you need to catch on to the leader. Moron will sit there in the bleachers, waiting for something to unfold in front of him, waiting for Braggio to catch on to the leader. Then you have the melee of karts in behind, as everyone's battling in the mid-pack, and it's constant squabbling, 2-3 wide at times, as drivers are all looking for positions where they can. Behrmann getting into the thick of the action on debut here in WSK, and he finds himself in 7th position at the moment, just losing out to Dominguez on that previous lap. As we know, the Behrmann family producing a long line of outstanding drivers. Oliver Behrmann, most notable, racing for the Haas Formula 1 team at the moment, and cousin Sebastian Behrmann going racing here in the 737. 8th position right now. Bergman's just got the move in the background on Sebastian Behrmann, so Behrmann will drop down into 8th from where he started on the 2nd row of the grid. It's not where he wants to find himself. Head down to the steering wheel. For Mooring, this is almost just damage limitation. Of course, he's almost pretty much secured 2nd place on the grid for the final later on, but this is just bragging rights. He wants to go in with a race victory into the final, carry the momentum. Although he's on that outside line going into the final later on, you'll be wanting to have that momentum, have the confidence as well in the back of his mind. But Braggio is here to play. Braggio is here to deny any of that.
Matias Dominguez in the background. The Brazilian has come from grid 21 to be up into 6th place for the Mara Sesantuno racing team. Axel Gore, you may remember, was involved in a first lap incident. There he is. He's just gone fast as he's way down in 27th position. We have lost Maxwell Matcha, the Floridian, on debut in WSK. Max, who has won everything in the US. Rock Vegas, Supernats, and also the Scusa Pro Tour as well. But possibly his weekend has come to an end. He's joined by Ili Kotrobay, Tommaso D'Ambrosio, Benjamin Korojkovic. the Dutch Bosnian from Dubai is out, as is Gorobakac, Linkandli and Slipchenko. The two Ukrainians are out. Matias Dominguez up in a P6 for the Mara 61 team of Sandro Mara. Head of Bergman, and then Bergman. Verba, Atikamea, she's back in P10. Kolovos, Chantutsuna, Belagara anche il Romano, DDF. Davide Di Filippo, 13ª posizione. P13 from Grid 23 for the Roman. Head of Gonzalez, Ben Ostermau, Leopardi, Platonkov, Tunenko, down in P18. Brajol back into second place, just. There's Abraham just behind. That's a Drago course cut, new colours for Abraham recently. The leading trio come out of turn 5. 1/3 of this pre-final B remaining. Henry Mooring will surely start Grid 2 on the final, for the final this afternoon on the grid alongside Victor Garoon. Diascoli, Shelvis in 3rd place at the moment to start outside second row. This is provisional as it stands at the moment. Down into the hotel hairpin. Abraham fires it down the inside. Takes the Antonelli Motorsport driver, Matthias. Glances behind, back to David Moscardi. There is Joelle Carrère, the EKS card in the background, GC. Also magnificently presented. The EKS Evo Dragon chassis. This was the move, the best passing opportunity on the circuit. Cleanly drives it down the inside. The track is 12 metres wide in parts. Into the hairpin. Shelvis into second. Brajol, Moscardi, Joelle Carrère, Dominguez, Matias. Do Brasil for the Mara 61 team. Josh Bergman, Sebastian goes fastest. Here's Behrman in the background. The top of your screen races down the hill. Sebastian Behrman, 48.941. His first ever junior race after finishing 3rd in the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans. His final mini race also on the podium at Wackersdorf, the 2nd round of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy, which incidentally resumes at Vak-It Trinec. Concludes in fact in the Czech Republic in 2 weeks' time. First junior race for Sebastian Behrman. Just got a glimpse of them lapping the Romanian driver, Bagidov. And we've also lost the Greek with the almost unpronounceable name, Yanis Chatsapariscavides. He is out. Down the back straight, Henry under attack. 3 laps remaining at the end of this one. Mooring from Frankfurt, Mooring from pole position. Mooring leads across the line with 2 miles to race here at Franciacorta. 3 laps remaining, pre-final B. Ranging up on the outside goes Matias Brajol for Antonelli Motorsport. Second is Shelvis, the Drago course cut, fires it down the inside. Gives him space, does Henry Mooring. Clean racing, the German allows them on through. Mooring does not need to win this. He can coast home in 3rd place and still join Victor Garoon on the front row of the grid for the final. It is not as desperate as it may seem. There is Moscardi in the background from Carrère. Josh Bergman, Mario Dominguez, Sebastian Behrman, Daniel Verba, Atika Mia, the girl from Kashmir in India for Ward Racing. She rounds out the 10. Henry on the outside. Mooring will get a tremendous run as they come across the line. Shelvis in P1 at 119 kilometres an hour. Henry around the outside on the rubber line. Here comes Moscardi. In the background for Zanki Motorsport, Joelle Carrère is not out of beside her. Brajol into the back of the Drago course cart, Mooring on the outside. Moscardi, que bravo! David Moscardi through to P3 with 1.5 laps remaining for Zanki Motorsport. Abraham Shelvis, the Drago course cart, P1, GC in 5. That is Joelle Carrère, who's come to fight for the EKS team. Last lap. Next time round.
Mooring was always going to get hung out to dry there. Now finds an opportunity on the inside to get back in. And will get there through 13 on the outside through that section of 5 and 6. You never want to be there. Morning finds himself back in third as he's pinned in behind the second place driver of Braggio. Braggio pinning it to that inside white line. Moron will just disappear into the lead. The lead is already secure on the switchback here as Mosconi will find himself fighting once again as Carrere tries to make his way through. The two will battle it out and continue to scrap into the closing stages of this race. But out in front, it's going to be a secure victory for the 758 of Moron. Through 12, onto the back straight. Just one more opportunity for any moves. Not going defensive. Moring thinks better of it. Now goes defensive as he tries to hold off Moscardi in behind. Nobody goes for any last-minute dives, but it's going to be the Spaniard. Moron crosses the line and takes the victory here. A close run to the line as Moring nearly got the X out of 14 to get past Braggio. Braggio squeezes him all the way to the white line on the outside to secure second position. But for Henry Moring, this race really didn't mean anything. He just needed a half-decent result to secure himself on the front row for the final later. He'll go from that front row alongside Victor Gordon, and Henry Moring will be your front row for OKNJ later on. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from this race, and plenty of highlights indeed. Drivers in the mid-pack, 3 wide through the first few corners. You have to be brave to commit your car to that section. Only 10 meters wide is this track. Yes, quite wide for a karting circuit, but that doesn't leave any opportunities and any room for mistake on the board, as plenty of opportunities arose through turn 13, and this will be where the majority of our highlights are. A little bit of a push under braking, and I'm sure that will be a talking point for the weekend. A little bit of a push is all you need. This was Moron fighting his way through the field to find his way up at the front end. What was looking like it could have been a dominant victory for Moring was all picked apart in just those few corners. Through 5, gave too much racing room, and the two drivers of Moron and Braggio were able to find their way through. He didn't give it up though, did Moring, and would continue to fight it to the dying embers. That's when Moscardi was brought into the battle as well, and as Moscardi and Braggio went side by side, that's where Moring was able to sweep in on the exit at 13 and secure himself back in 13th position. Then later on, Carrere on these final laps found himself on the back for the attraction, but wasn't able to make the most of it. Moron takes away the victory from Braggio in second. Moron in third from Moscardi, and Carrere rounding out your top 5. Bergman and Behrman to follow. Weber, Dominguez and Mir rounding out the top 10. The Ward racing car in the 710 will finish in 10th. 11th position going the way of Leopardi, followed by the fellow Italian of Di Filippo. Kolovos, then Paragat, then Coste and Perez in 16th. Further down the grid, 21st down to 30th. Corsi, Brunt, Vojkic, then you got Bagadro and the Greek in behind in 25th. 31st, these are retirements. The two Ukrainians, Skorogabak and Slipchenko, the two Ukrainians, 31st and 32nd, unfortunately out of the race. A multitude of retirements from that race as well. Out of the 36 starters, only 23 finished. So 13 retirements, a few of them being before the race even started, but even more after the race was going. 9 karts retiring after the green flag had flown to mark the first of the 15 laps. OKNJ pre-final B out of the way, and that means that it's time to switch classes. And what better way to switch to some of the youngest drivers here this weekend. They may be the youngest, but still some of the wisest in terms of racecraft. Always put on a brilliant show on the circuit. Mini Under 10 pre-final A is coming up next.
It will be Zane and Zev, Burgess and Gottschalk on the front row of the grid for pre-final A for Mini Under 10. Before we do race the youngest drivers here this weekend, let's check out some of the highlights of the action which has taken place thus far this week here at Franciacorta. This is the scene here at FRANCIACORTA. Beautiful sunshine here. 10 laps, the distance for the Mini Under 10 drivers. Officially the drivers from the United States of America. 1, 2, 3 on the grid. In reality, it is Jamaica, Curacao, and then the US with Zane, Zev, and Mason Brody. 1, 2, 3 on the grid. The North Americans, the first four in fact, because Jaden Francisco, the Canadian for Team Baby Race, will start out of grid 4. It was Leo Simone, his countryman, the Canadian, who took pole position on Friday in Mini Under 10 with a time of 55.124. We will see if we get into the 54-second bracket with the rubber being painted onto the circuit here. After that thunderstorm on Friday morning did pass, we have had beautiful sunshine. The very end of summertime here in the Northern Hemisphere. Well, just a few weeks away from it. You are watching us here at FRANCIACORTA. This is round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Round 2, not too far from here, the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato on November 22, where I promise you it will be freezing cold, unfortunately. And then a week later, north of the Eternal City of Rome, November 29 at Leopard Circuit Viterbo, the third final round of the WSK Final Cup. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. Mini Under 10, 53 drivers here this weekend. The youngest drivers racing. Zane, Zev, Mason Brody, 1, 2, 3. The youngest driver, we believe, will be in the second group. George Setordice from Georgia for the Yesalo Motorsport team. This is the grid first of all for pre-final A. Zane, Zev and Mason Brody. Jaden Francisco, Giovanni Venturino, Jack Katowski. Also from the US, Denver Boss, who was on the podium at Viterbo last year. Blake from California. Ronald Venta from Pretoria in South Africa. And the Maltese driver Miguel Spinner. Then it's Fero, Louis Mikami, Arvantiakis, Ferdinando Torquia, Lucas Staciones, and Bernardos Anusaukis for the CRG team, the Lithuanians. Then watch the Swiss driver, Ada Moreira, Oleg Shuk, Luca Caffiero, and Enrico Ticcinelli out of grid 20 for the Kiddix driver performance team. Brooklyn, Noah Diamantino, Shotianin Baraji, Christian Haron, the Irish-Australian, Hugo Haynar way back on grid 26. And one of two drivers here from Moldova, Gordi Ganea, the Yellow Lizard at Paralin out of grid 27. Zane, Zev on the front row of the grid. Zane Burgess, WSK Supermasters Series champion. His father, Kevin, about to pilot a 737 to Anchorage, Alaska, watching on from 30,000 feet above. His boy, the Andretti Jr., to start from pole position, pre-final A for Mini Under 10. Over 10 laps here at FRANCIACORTA. We race. Zane from pole up into the race lead. Mason sends it to second place. The Super National Series champion. In P2, Zane Burgess, the Andretti Jr., the WSK Supermaster Series champion, has got the race lead. He's pushed by Mason down into turn 5. Good start from Jaden Francisco. Also Giovanni Venturini, both for Team Baby Race. They're in third and fifth place. Coming down the hill for the first time, Zane under pressure. Leaves the door wide open. Mason Brody fires it down the inside. Goes wide on the exit, but he gets the racing line, and Zane Burgess on the ripple strip back to third place. Here's the first of the Tony Karts. Behind in fourth, it is getting messy out front. Giovanni Venturino sends it through. It looks as though the Italian for Team Baby Race will lead across the line for the first time. Brody in second. Burgess, Denver Boss from Fero, Francisco, Blake. Zev back to P8 from the South African, the second generation racer, whose father has had multiple entries in the famous Dakar Rally from Pretoria. Ronald Venta, also for Team Baby Race, head of Lucas Staciones. Fabulous start from the Portuguese, Kenyan, Swiss driver for Team Tony Kart, Ada Moreira. Down the hill for the second time, Zane Burgess from pole position from the US, back to third place.
Venturino doing everything he can to keep Burgess at bay. Mason Brody will look behind him and be loving the sights as well. Going defensive once again, but sells the dummy there, does Burgess, and gets onto the inside. That'll be a surefire move for Zane Burgess. Gets himself up into second position. The driver that started from pole is looking to claim back the positions that he's lost off the start. Talking about losing positions off the start, Zev Godstall, not the start he would have been wanting. Started from the front row in second. That outside line not getting a great run at all out of the final corner from the start. He'll drop down into what is sixth position for the time being. The Godstall family having a great history in the WSK Final Cup, with Win Godstall winning the 2025 WSK Final Cup in this exact class in the mini under 10s. Drivers aged 8 to 10 will race in this class, and they'll race down to turn 13 with Zane Burgess hitting the front once again. He started from pole position, finds himself back in a prime position now, but he will be the man with a target on his back. They head down into one, up through two, and he moves on the inside. No, well covered there from Burgess as he positions his car middle of the circuit, not giving a hint of an idea to Brody in behind. Venturino there in the bleachers as well, waiting for something to unfold in front, waiting to pick up the scraps from this battle. It's bound to happen. They're bound to fight, and that is exactly what Venturino wants from third position right now. The driver in the 527 Cup, Giovanni Venturino, rated highly in the mini under 10 class, competes in this 2026 season under the Baby Race Driver Academy team, the team that has provided so many champions over their history. Move in the background, that was through turn 13 for the 541. Makes the move, does Hush, and gets his way up into P4 as well. The Baby Race team producing so many champions, and especially on Italian home turf, that's where they prove best. The team with a very strong track record in the FIA Global Series, having guided the likes of Ian Eichmans in 2021, Salim Hanna in 2023, both to victory in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. And that's only just a few names that has came through the Baby Race Academy.
Half race distance, Zane Burgess from Mason Brody, Giovanni Venturino in position 3. There's the Californian in the background. For Team Paralyn, Zev down the inside of his countryman, Gottschalk takes Blake Schuer from Denver Boss, Jaden Francisco, Ronald Venter. Mushaleka from the South African, now up into P8. Peter Ferro and Ada Moreira up into P10 with the fastest lap of the race. You saw the board displayed just a few moments ago. That was for the Moldovan, Gordy Ganea. A 3-second penalty for the Eastern European for a starting infringement. That will be tough for Gordy Ganea to make it through to the final this afternoon. Remember, of these drivers, 53 in the mini under 10 category, just 36 to race the final. And as it stands right now, Zane Burgess on your screen in position 1, being hounded by Mason Brody. Well, Zane will start on pole as it stands at the moment after a perfect run through the heats. Venturino in the background. There's Gottschalk, Schuer, Francisco, Venter, Ferro, Denver Boss, who was on the podium at Leopard Circuit Viterbo last year with a brilliant drive from 15th to 3rd in the pouring rain, you may remember. Denver, the Dutchman in P10 from Alekshuk. Stationis, Jack Katowski. Anusauskas, the second of the Lithuanians, Miguel Spinner, Titianelli, Torquia, Louis Mikami. Head of Christian Haron, the Irish-Australian who initially made a great start, now falls back to 19th. And Noah Diamantino do Brasil rounds out the 20. Zane P1, the Andretti Jr., who has dominated mini under 10 racing with a huge future down the back straight. with 3 laps remaining at the end of this one. You can see Blake in the background having to defend from Zev. Zev, de Kleine Gottschalk from the Dutch island of Curacao in the Caribbean, which virtually no one, unless you were a student of world geography, knew of until the recent FIFA World Cup when they did qualify and acquitted themselves surprisingly well. Zev Gottschalk, the younger of the 2 Gottschalk brothers, as Kai pointed out correctly. His older brother, Win, the Red Bull Junior, former WSK champion. This is Zev, de Kleine Gottschalk. Goes through to P4. Francisco just behind. They both take Blake, Ferro, Venter, Ada Moreira, who did not start the first race in the rain on Friday, a DNF yesterday. But now the Swiss driver in the Tony Kart into P9 from 17th on the grid. Zane down into the hairpin. Mason Brodie, former Super Nationals champion, is surely shadowing the back of his countrymen, the Americans. 1, 2, back to Giovanni Vantorino for Team Baby Race. In 3rd place, across the line at 98 kilometres an hour, Mason fires it down the inside. Brodie takes Burgess. And the Americans trade positions with 1.5 laps remaining. Zane Burgess does not need to win this. He will still start pole position, even if he does finish behind the Kart Republic of what is now the first American, Mason Brodie, who heads to the highest part of the circuit, down through turn 9. The track is 10 metres wide. Puts the kart into the middle of the circuit. Giovanni Venturino, the Team Baby Race, is trying to catch up to the back. Zane down the inside. He's on the dirty side of the circuit, skates under brakes. Mason Brodie holds the race lead. Watch Giovanni Vanturino in the background. The Italian is coming on the back of the 2 Americans. A fabulous fight in pre-final A for Mini Under 10. Zane Burgess will start pole position for the final this afternoon, even if he does finish in 2nd or potentially even 3rd place. Venturino attacks. Watch, Giovanni gets the run on the outside and takes the Jamaican-American. Mason under attack. P1, the drivers from the US, 1st and 3rd. The Italian in 2nd. Watch Zane. Oh. Fabulous pass by Burgess. Around the outside into turn 9. As it was Mason Brodie from Zane Burgess. Venturino, there is Zev Gottschalk, Jaden Francisco in the background. And also Blake, the Californian, down into the hotel hairpin for the final time. Zane around the outside. Venturino will take Burgess. That may cost him pole position. The checkered flag. Mason Brodie wins it. We wait. Venturino in 2nd place. Zane Burgess crosses the line, P3. Finishes this stage of the weekend on 8 points. And he will, regardless, still start on pole position for the final this afternoon, regardless, Kai, of what happens in pre-final B in just a few moments' time.
Yeah, it was a difficult moment there for Burgess. Clearly wanted the victory on the circuit. Had the confidence after making that move around the outside through 9 and 10 to get the move originally on the Italian of Venturino, but wasn't able to do the same through turn 13. Reckless, some may say, throwing caution to the wind. Well, that's the limit that we drive on here at the WSK Finals Cup. Here is the highlights from the Mini Under 10 pre-final A. Still one more pre-final to come for Mini Under 10. And it was almost the Zane Burgess show who was racing his way all the way through. That was the mistake that opened up the door for Brodie to get on the inside, just a little bit wide out of turn 1. That's all he needed. We were counting down the corners, counting down the laps. It was only a matter of time before Brodie went for the move to get himself into the lead. And I think it was going to happen nevertheless. Brodie wins the race from Venturino in 2nd. Burgess and Zev Gottschalk comes home in 4th. And we have a look from 11th down to 20th. Boss, Oleszczuk, Kotowalski, Anuskas, Spina, Ticcianelli in 16th, and the other Brazilian in behind, 21st down to 27th to round out the grid. Heiner, Baragi, Cafiero, Canea, and a few more. Oh, 27 cards started, 27 cards finished. Exactly what we want to see here. Clean, hard, fair racing at the WSK Final Cup. They're the youngest drivers. I told you, Ian, I told you, they're smart beyond their age. Mini Under 10 is the only race so far today to have no retirement, and they're the youngest competing here.
We'll see if that holds true for the final this afternoon, Kai.
I'm praying. I can see it happening.
Pre-final B, let's see if they can repeat that feat in just a moment. Romeo Ferrante from Brazil. Brody Brown on the front row of the grid, the North and South Americans. Timotin Zvaric, that's Max. Oliver Vatans. JB, the first of the two Austrians, is Berger. Sasha Miras, Jack Wolf, Mikael Phineas, and Engelstad. There's Ivar. Starting out of grid 10 is the Norwegian. Leo Simone, who took pole position on Friday. Giudicelli, Dubinin, Milan de Ruyt, pool pole. Then it's Diakono, Chernitsky, Orlov, the Russian. George Seturice, who is the youngest driver racing here this weekend, only recently turned 8 years of age. Isaac Elhouty, Jan Oscar Bronikowski, Joaquim Fronza, do Brazil, Todran Dragos Giuliano, the two Romanians, and Gabriel Torres, the Mexican, starts out of grid 26. Romeo Ferrante, o menino, do Brasil, starts on pole position for the Tony Kart Racing Team to the left of your screen. Brody Brown on the outside of the front row of the grid.
Heading into the final corner now. Out of the final corner, the exhaust burst the fumes, drivers burst to the line as well. Brilliant start from the inside, one driver off and round in the background before even made it to the first corner. We'll wait for the drivers to file through the first sector to find out who that was. Hopefully the driver is okay and walks away from that incident. But out in front, the exact start that Romeo Ferrante would have had planned in his head as he bursts out in front, but he's not going to have it easy at all. As pressure from behind, Brown is going to do everything he can to keep himself in fighting order with Timotin in the mix as well. The top two breaking away from 3 and 4, and then in behind, it's anyone's game for 5th position at the moment. Down the back straight we go. We can get confirmation that it was Engelstad, the 594, that had that incident down the straight and into turn 13. Another one of the Baby Race Academy drivers making a move into turn 13. That was a move for 3rd position on the track as well, as Varic makes his way through. Baby Race sporting 10 drivers in their lineup this weekend, all 10 being in the Mini Under 10 class. Timotin leading the way from Ferrante. That was the move that we just missed in the background, as the 518 will hit the front. But the Brazilian will have something to say about that. Tony Kart on the chassis, Tony Kart on the team as well, as Varic and Vitens will try and catch on to the top two. Work together to push on forward, boys. That's the best thing that you can do in this circumstance. You don't want to battle and let the top two break away. They've worked together, they've used their heads, and it was the smart decision for P3 and P4 of Svaric and Vitens, as they will now find themselves on the back of the lead battle, find themselves involved as well. You don't want to make contact with your teammate, but Ferrante is not going to worry about any of that. He's not fighting against his teammate, he's fighting for a race win here. Started on pole position, finds himself back in the lead of the race. Timotin almost coming together with Svaric, as Svaric stuck his nose into the apex of turn 13, thought better of it and backed out. Was the smart choice there from the driver in 3rd. Doesn't want to take out his teammate and hamper both of their races just yet. Little check over the shoulder there from Timotin. He'll be aware that he has his teammate behind him, so not as large of a threat if it was a title contender. Well, title contenders, not just yet. This is only round 1 of 3 of the WSK Final Cup here in Franciacorta. In the mid-pack, every driver still squabbling for every position they can find, as this is the race that pretty much defines your starting position for the final later on. The paralleling goes down the inside. That's going to be a late dive. And Johan Berger finding himself in the action, just tucked in behind Brown. That was the battle for 7th position as well. Berger finding himself in 7th right now, starting from 6th, so down 1 place where he started. And about to be down one place where he started once again is Timotin. Trying to follow through. Svaric tagged the back of the Tony Kart, and now everyone files through past Timotin as well. Timotin was in the lead of the race just a few moments ago. Now was down to fifth. Back up into fourth now. Following through is Svaric as Miros Munoz gets himself involved in the mix. The Spaniard tries to gain a few positions and will do so as he gets himself up into second. Wolf, Ferrante, Svaric and Vitens is the battle at the moment.
Approaching half race distance, Team Baby Race, first and second place. The Spaniards first and second as well. Timotin, that's Sasha. We go back to Jack, the third generation racer in third place. Ferrante from pole position. The tie goes by Max. That's Svaric ahead of the second Austrian, Johan Berger. Oliver Vatans. Brody Brown back into P8. It's been a fabulous first half of the race for Isaac El Houti, who's just gone by and taken Brody. Leo Simone, the Canadian who took pole position on Friday, way down in 10th position ahead of Dubyanin. Pupol. Diacono leaves the door open. Sasha sends it. The former WSK champion, the Frenchman from Barcelona, 14 Baby Race. Jack on the attack. The Austrian Scott through in P2, now back to third. Here comes the team from Castelnaudolo, first, second and fourth. Team Baby Race. Sasha leads it across the line. Zane Burgess watching on from pit lane. Guaranteed pole position for the final this afternoon. Sasha from Ilan Timotin. They were first and second across the line. You can see Wolf has gone storming on through, back into second. The second Austrian, that is Berger, also for Team Baby Race. Johan ahead of Oliver Vatans in seventh. Brody Brown ahead of Leo Simone. Sasha Miras, multiple WSK race winner, as Isaac El Houti has come storming through. The French-Moroccan from grid 20 is at the back of this battle in sixth place. There is Isaac in 5-2-3. The Moroccan from grid 20 has just gone by and taken the second of the Austrians, the first of which is still Jack Wolf in second place, who gets a tremendous run. Leans us back over the right shoulder, across the line at 98 kilometers an hour. Jack Wolf, Jack Lupo in second in the Kart Republic, mentored by the great Joseph Turney, three-time vice world champion. JT from MK watching on his young protege. Tried to go through and lead this race. Of course, Wolf first podium last year. Earlier this year, I should say, at Leopard Circuit de Turbo. In the WSK Supermaster Series, the Kart Republic, amongst the Baby Race Paralins. They're in first, third, fourth, and also in sixth with Isaac El Houti. Oliver Vatans, the Belgian-Portuguese driver from Tenerife in the middle of the Atlantic. There is the team driver of Oliver Vatans. 5-4-7 ahead of Brody Brown, Johan Berger. A six-kart fight for the lead. Zane Burgess watching on to see who will join him on the front row of the grid for the final, despite being down the field in 10th place. At the moment, it will be Burgess and Leo Lito Simone. Another second-generation racer is the Canadian, who will join on the front row of the grid. What to move around the outside. Romeo Ferrante, but runs out of road. The Tony Kart, the Brazilian, goes through, back into P4.
Jack Wolf doesn't want to risk anything here, but he might have to sometime soon, because if he doesn't attack the back of Munoz in the lead, then he's going to be fed to the wolves in behind of Svaric and Timotin, the two Baby Race drivers, now going to battle the two teammates as Ferrante is brought into the equation as well. The 518 will attack the rear. Timotin left the door open for Svaric, and Svaric will swoop it up. Check over the shoulder. Point forwards there from Svaric. Let's push forwards. Work together. Wolf has the complete package underneath him, but can he bring it to the line? Svaric, he said let's work together, goes against his own word, and now finds himself in second position. He'll take it upon his own shoulders and charge forward onto the leader. Defensive once again. Wolf's trying to fend off from Svaric. Svaric on the outside. Can he get it the long way round through 6? Yes, he can. Into 7. The move is secured. Into 9 through 10. Jack Wolf had a brilliant stint up at the front.
Kai, we are watching the first Austrian in third place. Now, fourth place, Jack Wolf. Let's pay attention to the second Austrian, Johann Berger in P7. He led in WSK for the first time at Leopard Circuit Viterbo last year. As it stands, the first Austrian on the grid for the final later this afternoon will be Johann Berger. If he holds on to this position, he will start inside second row of the grid. On grid 3, Sasha Midas across the line, P1. Won't start near the front of the grid, but will take points from the pre-final here this morning. He's 0.6 of a second clear of his tied teammate. That's Max Barrage. On your screen, coming out of turn 5, Timotin, Team Baby Race. First, second, in third place, back to the first Austrian. That's Jack Wolf. On the back of Ilan Timotin Ferrante. Johann Berger looking at a second row grid 3 start for the final later this afternoon. Sasha Midas, 14 Baby Race, on his way to victory in pre-final B, mini under 10 here this morning.
Final lap, final chance for Jack Wolf down into 13. Covered off the inside there, does Timotin. The long way round is open. Can he get the switch through 14? Well, Midas and Munoz will cross the line, but they'll be line astern, side by side. Wolf can't get there. Squeezed to the line. Timotin in his Baby Race Driver Academy machine will just about take home that final podium position in the pre-final here. But Jack Wolf, it's a debut season in competitive karting for himself, and an impressive one indeed. Many accolades already. Took his first career win in the Miami Series Italy in X30 under 10 class. That was at Cremona just a few months ago. Let's get a replay here. That was off the start, Engelstad. Not quite sure how, but a little bit of contact, went spinning off before the first corner. Great to see that Engelstad was okay and was able to walk away from that incident with the impact down on the straight. It was racing from the get-go up at the front end though, as the gloves were off and everybody was fighting for a righteous position. Baby Race, a little bit of contact as Timotin and Zvaric worked together to try and fight their way through. Then teamwork went completely out the window as soon as Jack Wolf arrived onto the scene and was able to split the two teammates. Wolf was pushing on forwards but didn't have it easy at all, as it was a constant switch for positions. Down into third, up into second, down into third, up into second. That was the story of Jack Wolf's race until this crucial stage where the two Baby Race teammates in behind were fighting for positions, set up the move. Wolf was having to go uber defensive in the closing few laps, a little bit wide through turn 1. That opened the opportunity into turn 2 for Zvaric to make his way through. And a couple corners later, around the outside, outstanding move to get the traction and get the acceleration. Drives his way around. Timotin will come home with that final third place spot. Two Spaniards in the top 3. Midas and Munoz, Zvaric, Timotin, your top 3. Wolf just knocking on the door of a podium. It was Dubinin, best of the rest in 11th. Those are your finishers down to 20th. Phineas and Orlov, 12th and 13th. Then we go down to the 26 drivers, 25 classified and cross the line. Johann Berger, De Root, Steradic and Torres, the last of your finishers. 25 finish out of the 26 that started. Well, you were right, Ian. Maybe we didn't have to wait until the final for Mini Under 10 to all of them finish the line. No, we had one retirement, but I would say still some of the cleanest racing that we've had. Engelstad out on the first lap, but 25 crossed the line and qualify, which means 51 out of the 52 finished.
We can look forward to the final this afternoon as we continue racing with the mini category. The Group 3 pre-final, Nel El Ghaoudi, Lennox Lockhart, the Moroccan and the Bahamian. On the front row of the group, Pedro Cueto, Mateo Garcia, the two Mexicans. Matchak, Selim Kosei, Kevin Turbo, Mateo Gomez, Zane Patch and Alfie Garrett out of Grid 10. Grid 11 is Alessio Ottaviani and the Mexican-Serbian, the third Mexican, Guido Ebergeni. David Sitov, the Siberian. Jimenez, Adi Youssef, Poulsen, Nicholas Yerli, William Morta, Lutu and Bileshenko, the Romanian and the Ukrainian on the 10th row of the grid. Leo Krales, Filippo Strulos, Ruben Segu, Callan Delsi, Gomez and Eduardo Oliveira do Brasil on grid 26. Pre-final A for the original 60 mini Group 3 category. The original 60 mini class. And it is the Moroccan on pole position, Nael Al Ghaoudi. The boy from the Bahamas, Lennox Lockhart, in the 5.46 Paralyn. Massively international field here. The North African is alongside the kid from the Caribbean with his American and Bolivian parents, racing mainly in the United States of America. That's Lennox in the Paralyn 5.46. Pedro, the Mexican-Dutch driver, I should say, the Mexican-Serbian, is Pedro Cueto. El Ghaoudi on pole. We race. Lennox Lockhart is pushed down into turn 1 by Mateo Garcia. And the first of the Mexicans runs into the kid from the Caribbean. Lennox Lockhart back into P4. Team Baby Race. First and second place in the opening stages of the Mini Group 3 pre-final. We see the CRG, Kevin Turbo, going up the inside, trying to make moves early. Has fallen back into position 6. There's Mateo Garcia, the Lenovo Carly Kart, his quasi-teammate, just ahead. A clean start for pre-final A for 60 Mini Group 3. Move back down the inside from Alexander Matchak from the Czech Republic. Nice start for the driver from the eastern side of Europe, the TM-powered Matchak-tuned TM-powered Paralyn 5.40 of Alexander Matchak. Pedro trying to make his way through. We're looking for Gomez. Zane Patch, who was the first ever Maltese driver to win a WSK race at Cremona in the WSK Euro Series, if we conveniently discount or don't consider the achievements of William Kalija. Zane Patch in position 9 at the end of the first lap. It is El Ghaoudi, Matchak in second, but runs wide. In turn 5 does the check. Pedro Cueto up into P3 with Lennox right behind. Lockhart trying to launch on the back of Pedro Cueto, the Dutch-Mexican from Madrid in Spain for the team here in the north of Italy. Team Baby Race. Pedro from Lennox Lockhart, who just leans forward slightly. Does the kid from the Caribbean. There's Kevin Turbo. Alfie Garrett shoots to his right, to your left, to defend down the back straight from Selim Kosei, the Turk, who has been on pole position in the past in WSK. Garcia Ottaviani and Guido Ebergheni from the Emirates rounds out the 10. Garcia goes by and takes Selim Kosei. Look at the lead already from Nael Al Ghaoudi, the Moroccan for Team Baby Race. Almost out to 1 second, defending from Alexander Matchak. The Matchak-tuned TM engine on the Paralyn. What a move from Lennox. Lockhart around the outside. Fantastic pass. The kid from the Caribbean, the boy from the Bahamas, Lennox Lockhart, with the move of the day thus far. Around the outside to take both Pedro Cueto and Alexander Matchak. And now coming to fight is the Italian, Kevin Turbo. Matchak back to 5. The lead from Nael El Ghaoudi is over 1 second. Kevin down the inside in the CRG Black Mirror chassis. There is Cueto in 5.21. Kevin Turbo 5.64, the CRG. Matchak, the Paralyn, back in 4th place in 5.40. Nael El Ghaoudi goes purple with a 55 dead and is pulling away from this battle. In second is Lennox Lockhart. That's Kevin Turbo down the inside into turn 5. Approaching half race distance, pre-final A, 60 Mini Group 3, round 1, the WSK Final Cup for 2026. The last Sunday in August here at FRANCIACORTA in the north of Italy. The Moroccan from the boy from the Bahamas, Matchak from the Czech Republic in 3rd place, fighting with the Italian, Kevin Turbo. Pedro Cueto, the Dutch-Mexican from Madrid in Spain, goes on through. Selim Kosei, the Turk, the second Italian, Alessio Ottaviani. They're 3 wide. Kevin Turbo takes the Baby Race duo. Pedro in 5.21. Of course, his long-term goal to be the first amputee ever to race in FIA Formula One. That is his goal. It is the same goal as many. But it is an extra challenging feat if Pedro can achieve that in around about a decade's time. hand controls on the steering wheel of the 521 Baby Race Paralin of Pedro. The Moroccan leads, Nail Al Gahoudi. The gap is 1.6 seconds back to Lennox Lockhart. The Baby Race duo, they trade positions once again. Zane, here comes the Maltese driver, Zane Patch, who won at Cremona in the WSK Euro Series, the Tony Kart Racing Team driver from Guido Ebergheni. Ottaviani, Paulson Garcia, the Siberian David Sitov, Lutu Adi Youssef, the Canadian on debut in WSK. Skates down in turn one, fantastic style. Did not deviate the steering wheel position, then just drifted it. Fabulous skill, keeps the wheel as straight as possible. The Paralin Opportunity chassis of Nail Al Gahoudi, Miami powered. Team from nearby Castanodolo, of course, they won the Junior World Championship back over a decade ago now, with the older of the two Lorandi brothers, Alessio, who also went on to race in FIA Formula 2, now team manager for the family-owned team. They run position one. Nail Al Gahoudi, the Moroccan driver, with the race lead. Lennox Lockhart in second place. The second half of the race, pre-final A, 60-minute Group 3 here this morning at FRANCIACORTA.
Nail Al Gahoudi, almost sickeningly dominant over the heats yesterday. Only has 8 points to his name and continues that feat into this pre-final as well. For Kevin Turbo, though, it's not going to be an easy order in his CRG colours. The 564 in fourth position right now has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he's used to pressure, is Kevin Turbo, the winner of the Rotax Max CEE Championship this year. Has also achieved multiple victories and podiums across various Rotax competitions. Finds himself here in the Mini GR3 class and almost hits the ground running and is competitive. But it's only a matter of time before Gosei goes for the move. The door was open, but it's slammed shut there by Turbo, who's able to squeeze his competitor to the inside. Turbo had just about a good enough run to fend off without making any contact. Up at the front end, though, Lockhart is being caught by Matchak. So Matchak in the Paralin catches onto the back of Lockhart in second. Lockhart almost looked like it was going to be clear as day, second position, with no worries at all. This is the battle for second on the track right now between the two teammates. Will they work together and push on forwards? Well, this is lap 8 of 10. Surely you can't catch down the gap to Nail Al Gahoudi unless something drastic happens to the race leader. A check over the shoulder from the 546 of Lockhart, as he'll be aware that his teammate is looming behind. Lennox Lockhart in second, but he's not going to be in second for long. Points to the inside. He'll allow his teammate to pass and won't fight it too hard. Matchak runs a little bit deep, though. Ends up on the rumble strip on the exit of turn 13. But Matchak will lead the way from Lennox Lockhart from the Bahamas. Lennox Lockhart, a long history in motorsport. Began racing internationally as a factory driver for Paralin Motorsport this season. And he continues to lie his faith in the team that has put their trust in him at the beginning of this year. Crowned a national champion in the United States Powerade Karting Series. That is the USPKS for anyone that watches the US series of karting. Lennox Lockhart dominant in that indeed. But for Matchak, his teammate, the 540, you'll be in second position for now. Looks over the shoulder, head to the steering wheel, will push on forwards. Doesn't have to worry about going defensive, but actually takes an alternate line into turn 13. Hampers him with a terrible exit as they head into 14 now. Last lap is upon us. Into turn 1, it's a good run from Lockhart. After that hindrance from Matchak. Matchak goes tight to the inside wide line. Lockhart tries to open up the opportunity. Can't find the switch back there through 2 and 3. Into 5, middle of the track for what is going to be Matchak. Lockhart had a think about it, had a look to the inside. With the bright red helmet, can't find his way into second just yet, past the Czech driver in front. The driver who secured the Slovakian Karting Championship title this season. That is what Lennox Lockhart is contending with right now. Matchak takes the normal racing line. Lockhart goes to the inside, tries to find something. and he'll try to find anything down the back straight, middle of the circuit. To the inside goes Lennox Lockhart on his teammate, and also in the background, Kosei goes for the move on Turbo. He'll be forced to the outside though. We'll find out what happens as they re-emerge. It will still be Turbo in front, but to the line. The drivers hop across the line, almost as if it was a Mario Kart race. Lennox Lockhart will get there over his Paralin teammate of Matchak. Alexander Matchak just couldn't do enough to keep his teammate behind on the final lap. But I don't think he'll be that disheartened at all. Still a good result in the end. Kevin Turbo just about beats Kosei to the line. And these are some of the replays from what happened here. It was an outstanding start from everyone on that inside line, from first all the way down to fourth, beating that second place starter to the first corner. The battle started early, and it was the 5-2-1 of Cueto who found himself fighting up at the front end in the dawning stages of this race. Come the dying embers though, Cueto finished all the way down in 8th position, a little bit further down than he would have been hoping for. For the Paralin teammates, it wasn't smooth sailing all the way through, as Kosei and Turbo put a little bit of a fight up to what was Lennox Lockhart and Matchak. Matchak being the driver who had to fight his way through onto the back of his teammate. Eventually found himself there and in a fighting order, exactly the same as what Kevin Turbo was. It was overtake after overtake, arrive and pass for the driver in the 546 CRG chassis. And that was the story all the way to the line. That was the daring defensive move from Kevin Turbo in his 564 machine. But up in front, it was going to be the two Paralin teammates that took the headlines and the stardom in the final stages. They went side by side all the way to the final stages and all the way to the line as well. This was Kevin Turbo having a fold off from Kosei. It was out the final corner, jumping to try and get a boost across the line, the two Paralin teammates. And they finish side by side, one another. El Gahoudi takes away the victory after another dominant win. Will start on pole position, secured for the final later in Mini GR3 class. Besler Shitov in 11th, Garcia, Gomez, 80, and Yearly rounding out the top 15. That was your top 20 finishers, and rounding out the grid, Trulis, Garrett, Oliveira, Mota, Garrido, and Segu rounding out the 26 drivers, the final 26 that were racing here in the Mini GR3 class. And now that Mini GR3 pre-final A has finished, we move on to the second of the group.
You're right, Kai. They have raced remarkably cleanly this morning. No DNFs in pre-final A as we look to pre-final B.
Don't get me excited. Can we go for no retirement in Mini GR3? Al McDad will start from pole with Moises alongside him. Mayer in third from Medeiros Martin. Steindl, Wibowo in 6th. It was a difficult day for the Indonesian, and he'll be wanting for a little bit more. Ogden in 7th from Van der Kortelet, and in 8th alongside him, that would be Ogden. Just in behind, it'll be Beretta, Dugat, Pervu, Sophie, and Basilino de Muñoz in 15th. Cáceres from 16th, then Bufo Dominguez, Pugliese, and Lenzo that rounds out the top 20. Lenzo on that Novelo Racing team, 21st down to our final few drivers. Mendoza from 24th, Habelin in 22nd, Becerril in 23rd from De Leon, Gilmore, and finally the Greek on the final row of the grid. Oikonomo will start from 26th and final spot. 26 finished in the first one, 26 start in the second, but how many can finish the race here in Mini GR3?
Neil El Gahoudi takes victory in pre-final A. He's guaranteed pole position for the final this afternoon. You look at the Syrian-Austrian for team driver on pole position. Gatsiel Magded up to the line. We race. Medeiros shoots to the inside. Fantastic start from the Brazilian, who goes through to position 2 as we see the soddy cut of Case Moyes out into the grass. The Dutchman goes rally grass. Rejoins way down the field. The boy from Brazil, Alvaro Medeiros, has raced on through. A brilliant start from the South American. The Tony Karts, first and third, Alfie Mauer in 5.01. Medeiros in 5.05. It's Mayer who's gone through to take the race lead. Medeiros back in P3. Kees Moyes out into the grass. The Dutchman has rejoined, but way down the field. We look at Mayer, the Tony Kart driver, back into second place. It will be the CRG who leads across the line for the first time. In fact, the Hensakart, I should say, the similar colours. That is the Norwegian, Theo Steindal. Samuel Chaveri from Costa Rica. The brilliant start. That is the Central American in P5. Steindal, the race lead, now back to P3 in one corner. The Tony Kart racing team, Mayer and Acton, in fact, it was, in the third of the Vortex-powered Tony Kart entries. It's David Acton, the Dutch pole in 5.04. Alfie, 5.01. In the race lead, that sentence is made redundant before I can complete it because the Norwegian, Theo Steindal for MP Motorsport. Henza Tingamoto goes on through. Theo Steindal, 5.73. The Hensakart, P1. Alfie Mayer, who won at Viterbo. You can see the Union Jack on the top of his helmet in P3. It's his teammate who goes on through. There is Al Makdad, the Syrian-Austrian for team driver from pole position, who comes across the line in P4. Samuel Chaveri, vamos! The driver from Costa Rica with a brilliant start on debut in WSK. Samuel Chaveri ahead of Ryan Demuno in P5. Steindal defends into turn 5. Will be slow on the exit. He's got not one, but two Tony Kart Racing Team entries. Gutsy back into P3. The Austrian with the Syrian heritage for the team of David DeLucchi leaves the door open. Alfie Mayer sends it. The Brit back to third. The Norwegian in the race lead. The Dutch pole in second. The Costa Rican in P5. It will be the Moroccan who starts on pole position for the final. Nail Al-Gahoudi with an unbeatable lead can relax for the final 7 laps of this pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3 as the Norwegian Theo Steindal, MP Motorsport, Team Gamoto across the line in position 1. Remember, it was over 1 decade ago, 2015, that Team Gamoto won the WSK Supermaster Series with another Norwegian who is now racing in the NTT IndyCar World Series. That, of course, was Dennis Hauger. We see a Norwegian who was in the lead again. That sentence is obsolete instantly. Theo Steindal, MP Motorsport, Team Gamoto from the race lead, back into P2 to P3 to P4. And now under attack, Gatsiel Makdad goes through. There's Ryan Demuno, the second team driver. Chaveri, the Costa Rican. Let's not forget the Indonesian who took pole position on Friday, Mohammed Wibowo from Sentul, Jakarta, Indonesia. He took pole position in timed practice on Friday. Mo Wibowo in P8 from Pugliese behind Julian van der Kottelet. Pugliese, a brilliant start for the American. And Beretta, also for the Tony Kart Racing Team, the second generation racer, rounds out the 10. Alfie Mayer from the Kings England in P1, half race distance, pre-final B, 60 Mini Group 3.
Alfie Mayer doing a brilliant job out in front. The driver who secured a second consecutive championship in the Cadet Kart Championship back home in the UK. Now makes an appearance at the WSK Final Cup and is looking to be a strong contender as well. Steindal is still carrying the momentum from that third place finish at the WSK Supermaster Series in the final round. He'll sit third for the moment, but Demuno is doing everything he can to put pressure, heading into the first corner, maybe into the second. Yes, it will. Demuno to the inside. A little bit of contact front to rear. Demuno finds himself a bit sideways, but still manages to find a way through. So Steindal loses the place. He'll gain it straight back into turn 5 as he responds with a slap back. And Steindal back up into that third place. Now it's all scrapping for fourth as Demuno, Al Makdad and Chaveri come to blows between the three of them. Just trying to find out who's going to be up at the front end. Well, in terms of the front end, it's Alfie Mayer. But in terms of the front end of that battle, Demunio still leads the way from Chaveri and Al-Mekdad as those two switch positions with Demunio, the Italian, able to make his way past the two carts in behind. But for the Tony Kart driver in front, Alfie Mehr, it may not be the comfortable victory that he would have been hoping for, as Acton is catching onto the back. David Acton, the pole, will find himself in second right now, secured a drive with the official Tony Kart Racing team for this 2026 season, and is using that bank of knowledge, that bank of wealth to his advantage. The Tony Kart team, one of the most prevalent names in European karting, in world karting history. The Italian team on home ground, racing across a multitude of countries. The team has served a crucial stepping stone for numerous Formula One drivers, including world champions of Michael Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel. All of the drivers that are battling and racing right now will be hoping that they can add their names to that list of Formula One world champions. That will be the goal, that will be the aim for the majority of these youngsters racing here in Mini GR3 and the other classes over the course of the weekend. And Alfie Mehr and Daniel Acton find themselves in the perfect place to be those next names as they race on forwards. The 501 and the 504 only separated by just shy of 3 tenths between the two of them now. The Brit in the pole. Warning flag goes out on the gantry to Andrea Buffo, who's down in 12th position at the moment. The 585 up 5 places from where he started in 17th. Will continue to battle on, but maybe a little bit too rigorous for the steward's likings, as he's awarded that warning flag. Up at the front end, it all went quiet on the western front, as nothing seemingly happening. As soon as one thing does happen, though, it will almost likely be a domino effect. As soon as one move takes place, that will attract another driver into the battle. As soon as Acton goes for the move on Mehr, Steindl is holding into contention. These top 3 on a string, top 4 on a string, you may say, with Demunio just sitting in the background at the moment. 553 waiting for his opportunity. Ryan Demunio, the Italian, once again on home soil. Earlier in this season, Demunio took a heat victory at the Cremona circuit during a round of the WSK Euro Series, so has proven to take home good results in the WSK Championships. This is the 3rd of the 3 WSK Championships of the season here at the first round of the Wsk Final Cup in Franciacorta.
Alfie Mehr crosses the line, gets the last lap board. He will start inside second row of the grid for the final, behind Nael El Ghaoudy and Lennox Lockhart. Alfie Mehr looking to take victory. In fact, the Tony Kart Racing Team 1-2 in pre-final B for 60 Mini Group 3. There is Theo Steindl as Alfie goes defensive though. David Acton, his Tony Kart Racing teammate, tries to go on the inside. It becomes the outside. They have to watch out for Steindl. The Norwegian for MP Motorsport, Tinga Moto, down the hill for the final time. Here comes Ryan and the Indonesian, the fastest qualifier, Mo Wibowo, in position 5. The baby race driver is catching, but he will run out of time. There are only 2 corners remaining. Alfie Mehr white lines it. He goes to his right, to your left. Out of the final corner, Theo Steindl around the outside. Alfie Mehr wins it. Races across the line. He'll start grid 3 for the final this afternoon. Theo does take David for second place. With that, Steindl inside 3rd row start. So the grid is set for the final this afternoon. It will be Nael El Ghaoudy, who starts on pole position alongside Lennox Lockhart for the 60 Mini Group 3 final. Alfie Mehr with that victory in pre-final B, inside 2nd row with the Syrian Austrian for team driver Gazi Al-Magdad. Theo Steindl takes David Acton on the final corner, and with that we'll start grid 5 alongside Pedro Cueto in the final this afternoon. The highlights of pre-final B: into the grass. Case Moyes off the start, did recover for 11th though. That was a great fight back for the Dutchman in the Soddy Kart. The Tony Kart team on the attack: David Acton, Alvaro Medeiros, and Alfie Mehr. Theo Steindl for MP Motorsport, the Norwegian, into the lead twice. And then it was the Union Jack on the WSK.IT timing screen, which went back into position 1. Alfimare having to defend, firstly from Ryan Dimuno, who was then caught by the Indonesian, the fastest qualifier, Mo Wibowo. Alfimare back down the inside. He did win it only by 0.06 of a second to finish on 31 points behind Lennox Lockhart on 29 points. Perfect run though for the Moroccan Neil El Gahoudi, who will start exactly 1 row ahead of Alfimare. He wins pre-final B. It is the Englishman from the Norwegian and the Pole in third. Mayer, Steindal, David Acton, Ryan Dimuno. The Indonesian who took pole position on Friday, Mohamed Wibowo. Al Magdad, what a debut for the Costa Rican. Vamos! Samuel Chaveri, what a kid superjock. Pugliese, Julian van der Kottele ahead of the recovering Kees Muis, who was in the grass on the first lap. We continue racing here this morning. We continue with the OK Junior category pre-final A. Over 16 laps. Jalath Sayer will line up on pole position for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. He leads the field out. The green flag flies in pit lane. And we take a look at the grid for you. Jalath in 3.28 for RFM. On pole position alongside Seva. In the Energy Corsa is the Ukrainian. Nick Dangerous starts out at grid 3. Liam Natuati, the Lebanese-American, who's been in brilliant form. Also for RFM out of 4. DML, Zdenek Babacek, the WSK Euro Series champion. Feligione, Mark Lumets, the Kleine Kumpen, and Rocco Simone, the second-generation racer out of grid 10. Austin is alongside Yubo Wen, Antonio Yanni, Legenki. Stepan Matsepin is alongside Princess Ava, the Australian from the Emirates. Then it's Svadic, Mick Klinkers, Oiva Vetanaranta, and the Californian J-Mac for Ward Racing out of grid 20. Xavi Lazaro back on 21, Oliver Spencer. The Brit from Dubai, Tiberius Muller for the Beyond Racing team. Verbeek, Danielev, Daniel Fricker, and from Ecuador in Central America, in fact from the center of the earth, literally, Julian Rivera for the Lenovo Calicut Racing team. There is Jalath, 3.28 for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Il Bergamaschino, Nicolo Pedico pushes the Irish Englishman up to the line. Pre-final A for OKJ. We race. Seva shoots to the inside of the circuit, but has got nowhere to go. Around the outside, Liam Nachawati, what a brilliant start. Pedico tries to take the lead away, but it's Jalath Sayer who's been in scintillating form this week. The Englishman for the English team here in the north of Italy. Jalath Sayer goes P1. Pedico tries to attack the WSK Supermaster Series champion in OKNJ at the start of 2026. In second, will send it down the inside. Gets on the brakes at the last possible moment. The first of 16 laps, the Englishman from the Italian. We go back to Daniel Miro Lorente, the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain for Fusion Motorsport. Good start from DML. He's in third place as we come across the line for the first time. It is Jalath Sayer for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Watch DML who runs into the back of Pedico. Il Bergamaschino sta provando a superare il pilota inglese. He's trying to take the Englishman, and around the outside, Seva shoots on back, and the Ukrainian for the Energy Corsa team into P3, now back to 6th. Fabulous start from Liam Natuati. Here comes the WSK Euro Series champion, the Rotax Max Grand Finals champion of the world from the Czech Republic, Zdenek Babacek, now finding form in the 363 Teps Racing Tony Kart. It is still Jalath in P1. The attack, Pedico, Nick Dangerous, down the inside on his home circuit as the RFM kart is off the road. Jalath Sayer goes rallycross, rejoins just in front of his teammate, De Kleine Kumpen. What a disaster after a fabulous start, and at the end of a frantic start to pre-final A, the driver who lives almost literally walking distance from this circuit, Nicolo Pedico, with the race lead.
Pedico leads the way on home soil. Miron Lorente in behind. Babacek finds himself in third after picking up the pieces of what was a smokescreen set by Sayer. And Sayer losing out on a multitude of positions. Will have to put in some hard work to find his way back through. Babacek has to go defensive as Susalovsky tries to attack the rear end. The Ukrainian trying to find a way through. Not able to do so through 13 or 14. Down the home straight. Into 2 is going to be the next best opportunity. Gets a little shove from behind. All pinned to the inside white line. As Sayer is trying to recover some of the places that he lost just moments ago. Jarlav Sayer in his RFM Motorsport machine. But Denny Babacek has got the handbrake on and he parks it at the apex, not allowing any driver in behind to have a sniff to the inside or the outside. The Czech is doing a brilliant job out in third at the moment. Denny Babacek obviously coming from a long line of racing family. His 3 sisters, Petra, Eliska and Teresa, the oldest, all racing in European karting. Teresa going on to race in the W Series and Formula 1 Academy. But over the front end, nothing really changes. Nashawati was able to make his way past Lumitz on that last wave. Kumpin past Sayer and Feligioni as well. As a new fast lap is set by the driver in second. Lorente does not want to let Perico get away. As Perico will continue to lead for the moment, but it's only a matter of time before the Spaniard gets the opportunity for the lead. Don't think there's going to be any opportunity for the lead just yet for Denny Babacek, unless these two go to war out in front. Right on the rear end, check over the shoulder, sees that he has the gap, pushes on forwards, does the Fusion Motorsport car. As Lorente thinks better of a dive bomb into the 13th corner, the 13th and penultimate corner of this circuit. Into 2, a little bit far back, couple kart lengths is what separated the top 2 into the first few bends. And Denny Babacek is doing so well to deal with this pressure from Susalovsky in behind. The Energy Corsa machine is itching to try and get some places back, as he's lost 2 places from the original starting position. Susalovsky started on the front row. That outside line did not get the best run out the final corner. And that's what allowed everyone that started on that inside line to get the jump and gain the extra positions in the opening stages. Under braking, couple moves in the background as Kumpin is going to have to deal with that one. Sayer trying to make his way past. And Sayer, the race is just getting worse and worse. Down in 8th now, even further back from the original position that he found himself in. Well, the camera cut away from it, but we get confirmation that Sayer got the move there on Kumpin. So Kumpin dropping down into 8th. We saw him go defensive into turn 13. And now he loses out on that position to Sayer. So Sayer back on the charge. Can he gain any more places? Even if he's able to recover to a top 5 position here, that would be a great job from the Brit who started on pole. However, for Perico out in front, Nicolo Perico will just be doing everything he can to take this race to the checkered flag. Defensive in the background. Sayer's not trying to lose any more time, but he gets a nudge on the apex from Kumpin and Legienki in behind. As it's treacherous out on the circuit. Not treacherous in terms of conditions that we saw on Friday with thunderstorms and hail, but treacherous in terms of racing out there, and ruthless as well for the drivers. Lazaro punches in the fastest lap of the race down in 14th position. And the 350 of Nicolo Perico still leads the way. Surely there's going to be an opportunity for Lorente. Nicolo Perico, member of the Mercedes AMG F1 Junior program, races under the Kart Republic colours. Harsh on the brakes, a little bit of a step out on the rears there from Lorente as he gets his car, parks and apex at turn 13. We're on lap 9 of 16, so still a long way to go here for OKJ.
The second half of pre-final 8, Daniel Miro Lorente, multiple WSK race winner and former champion, as well as is Nicolo Perico, 4-time WSK champion, including the season opening WSK Supermaster Series. Miro Lorente in second for Fusion Motorsport. The gap, you can see it's barely 1 kart length, officially 0.19 of a second. Back to Babacek in third place. Seva Osadzi Suslovsky, who was the fastest qualifier in his group of the 53 drivers in OKJ for the first round of this year's WSK Final Cup. Mark Lumets in the background, the Estonian for the Lenovo Kalikart team in P6 behind Liam Nachawati, who's been in great form this weekend. The American, also for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Jala says Stefan Matsevin has moved up into 8th place. Now finally flying the Russian flag once again, after they weren't able to do that for the past 4 years, which achieved, well, who knows what it achieved. Regardless, the Russian flag is back flying in World Motorsport. Stefan Matsevin ahead of the Finn, Oiva Vetenranta, Rocco Simone, Javi Lazzaro. Fastest lap after fastest lap for the Portuguese driver, a 48.092. So Javi, the former Portuguese Cup champion, almost into the 48s as DML fires it down the inside. And the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain for the team from England, Fusion Motorsport, leads here in the north of Italy. For the driver I said lives almost walking distance from this circuit, albeit it's quite a long walk. Regardless, Nicolo Pedico in second place, Babacek in P3. He's had a stunning past 12 months. 2 victories in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. He won the WSK Euro Series. He took 2 victories in the Supermaster Series and, of course, the Rotax Max Grand Finals. At the end of 2025, Zdeněk Babacek in position 3 for the TEPS Racing Team. Back to Seva, Liam Nachawati. There's Mark Lumets in the Lenovo Kalikart behind the Lebanese American. Saya, after running off the road, has recovered. He's still there in P7 ahead of Henri Kump and his teammate Legenki. Vetenranta, Javi Lazzaro from Group 21 has just taken Matsevin. Rocco Simone, Felicione, Wen, Yanni, Austin Newstead, who is still under investigation. Just the one retirement, that is Svadic, the middle of the 3 Svadic brothers from Thailand. The final quarter of this pre-final A for OKJ, Jala Sea, who is still back in 7th place, would still provisionally start pole position. Remarkably for the final this afternoon, there is JS going on through, just ahead of Kumpen, the 3rd generation racer from Belgium. Pedico will fight back. He will launch an attack, be assured. Before the end of the race, they come across the line to start lap 13 at 119 kilometers an hour. 122 for Pedico with the slipstream as they go up into turn 2. Javi Lazzaro now in P10 as he takes the Finn. Point for Vetenranta, the leaders coming out of turn 5. Babacek is catching. The gap is just 0.6 of a second between the Czech, the Italian in second, and the Dutch Spaniard. On your screen in P1 for Fusion Motorsport. Seva in the background. The Energy Corsa team driver from Mark Lumets. There's Liam Nachawati, Jala Say, P7 at the top of your screen. Will still start just provisionally. Pole position for the final this afternoon. They come across the line. The gap out to 0.2 of a second. A purple lap. Here comes Zdeněk. Babacek is catching. Il Bergamaskino. Nick Dangerous in second. Pedico is losing time slightly. It's still cut Republic 1 and 2. Babacek in the Tony Kart, powered by the IAMI, an unusual combination. This is the fastest driver in the race on your screen. He is catching the Mercedes AMG Junior. The Fusion Motorsport driver, P1, with 3 laps to race at the end of this one. Pedico is definitely losing time and now being caught by Zdeněk Babacek. Julian Frasnelli down on the grid. He will line up in pre-final B, potentially to join Jala Sea on the front row of the grid for the final, depending on what happens in firstly the remaining 2 laps now and pre-final B, which is at the conclusion of this one. Ava Lawrence, Mick Klinkers and Svadic have all retired. Just the 3 retirements from what has been a remarkably clean race thus far. Mara, Mick and Princess Ava are out. The gap is 0.3 of a second between Miron Lorente and Nicolo Pedico. Babacek with 1 lap to catch the Mercedes Junior in second place. Pedico is losing time. Head down behind the steering wheel, has not given up as Seva has to defend from Mark Lumets. This is Jalal Sea, the potential pole sitter later this afternoon. L'ultima vuelta para Daniel Miron Lorente. Dit is de laatste ronde for the pilot van the Netherlands. P1 for the Dutch Spaniard. Daniel Miron Lorente at the moment would start no worse than the outside of the fourth row of the grid for the final. Perico would start inside third row of the grid. Depending on what happens later this afternoon, the final lap for the final time. Now Perico closes up, as does Denik Babacek. Back to fourth, Seva. He's been passed. Liam Nachawati has gone on by. Brilliantly done by the Lebanese-American. But out front, that checkered flag will wave. Liam out into the gravel as Seva fights back. Miron Lorente takes the victory. Liam Nachawati goes through to P4, goes rallycross, crosses the line, fortunately just in 7th place. Fortunate and unlucky at the same time, Liam Nachawati, but Daniel Miron Lorente has won pre-final A.
Yeah, exactly what he would have been hoping for. As soon as I saw another Ricky Flynn cart go off the track, heart went into my mouth for a moment. I actually thought that was Jalal Sea that had went off for a moment. It was almost a rinse and repeat. If that was going to be Sea, that could have been detrimental to his provisional pole position, which is now secured as pole position for the pre-final this afternoon. Still to be decided who will start alongside him, though. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. Danny Babacek keeping himself in the order. That was the incident that saw Sea go rallycross and go jumping over the dirt, setting a smoke screen for everyone else on the circuit. And that's what tumbled him down the order. Getting involved, Nachawati was in the heat of the action. So was the 301 of Lorente. That was the move that got the Spaniard into the lead, hopping over the curbs. And that's where we saw Nachawati go off the circuit. Luckily, his teammate, Jalal Sea, just able to get through without any issues. It's Miron Lorente that takes the race victory. Perico in second from Denny Babacek, who just about holds on to third from Lumets, and Susalovsky in fifth. Jalal Sea does enough for provisional pole position, finishes sixth overall in the classifications. 11th down to 20 here. Feligioni, Mazepin, Wen McClellan, and Iani round out your top 15. Simone was in 16th for the Canadian. Then out of the 27, that finish here is 21st to 27th. Then leave Spencer, Rivera, Veteranta, Lawrence, and unfortunately 3 retirements from the race. Those being Lawrence, Klinkers, and Zvaric. So those 3 drivers all retiring from the order. 24 finishing out of the 27 that originally started for OK Junior. That was pre-final A, and we've already found our pole sitter, but who is going to start alongside him? Jalal Sea. We'll find that out in a few moments' time. Pelferene will be wanting to start further up as well. He's currently provisional third. Your provisional positions are going to be Frasnelli in second, Pelferene in third, Chelice in fourth, and Nicolo Perico finishing second in that race will secure himself on the third row for the final later on. He'll start from fifth as well. Nicolo Perico obviously being the champion of the 2026 WSK Super Masters Series for the OK National Junior class. Now moves over to the OK Junior class, where he takes his talent to compete against this internationally talented field. If we look inside of what was nearly the top 10, or what is the top 10, we only have one nation repeated twice, which was the Ukrainians of Susalovsky and Legenki, the only nation to appear twice within the top 10. Other than that, it was a different nation for a different spot every single time. OK Junior pre-final A wrapped up, pre-final B to come.
Before we do watch that, let's take a look at some of the highlights of OK Junior this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Jalath Sayer will start on pole position for the OK Junior Final this afternoon. We're about to find out who will join him. Our penultimate pre-final of the morning for OKJ. This is the grid. Julian Frasnelli on pole position alongside Theo Pelfran. Leon Chalitze, the boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia, who won the season opening Supermaster Series. The South American ahead of the North American Miguel Manzano, Felipe Sanchez, also do Brazil, Emerson Mack, Finley Lyons, the Brits, Leo Gorski and Super Lolo Bros. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio out of grid 10, Harry Williams. And then it is Nice and Felder, the two Germans, Alexander Poir, Albert Tam, Nicholas Guth, Guillaume Bussato, Maxim Bobrashov, Buana Gassese from the island of no cars, Lamo. On the east coast of Africa, the Kenyan. Then it's Alexander Lazarus, the Bulgarian, Stan Ratashki, Vlasak, Jan Gardzelic, Jano Pujol, Yulia Angelad, and Maciej Kudela on the final row of the grid. Julian Frasnelli, if he wins this, he will join Jalath Sayer on the front row of the grid. There is the Tony Kart Racing Team driver. Centre of your screen, Theo Pelfran for the Victory Lane team. Félicitations aussi à Papa Nico Martins. Congratulations to Victory Lane team owner with the safe arrival of his new son. No doubt team mascot for Team Victory Lane, new baby George. We race. Theo Pelfran tries to go down the inside, only to find Leon Chalitze, Miguel Manzano, Julian Frasnelli from pole position. And the Tony Kart Racing Team driver of the Italian in the race lead. The Georgian in second, that's Leo Chalitze for Forza Racing. And a clean start for the moment for pre-final B for OKJ. Here is the Ward Racing card of the Supermaster Series champion, Antonio Pizzonia in P5. As we see the second Tony Kart, Emerson Mack, he's been pushed back, loses a position. Does the fourth generation racer at the tail of that train going down the hill for the first time. His teammate in the race lead, Julian Frasnelli, Pelfran, back into P4. The Georgian in second. The Italian leads. The end of the first lap, pre-final B. There's the Mexican from the Frenchman, Miguel Manzano for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Pelfran, Pizzonia, Gorski, McAndrew Ran, Sanchez, Lyons, and Harry. That's Williams in P10. Nice pass from Manzano. And the Mexican takes the Georgian. And with that, Julian Frasnelli pulls away. The gap about 4 kart lengths. It is 0.42 of a second. The Forza Racing driver. Now back to third behind the RFM driver. In second, the Tony Kart Racing driver. In P1, it is Vortex, TM, and then the Miami of the Victory Lane, Kart Republic, Theo Pelfran, Pizzonia in P5 has to defend, and he's hit in the back by not one, but it was a concertina effect. McAndrew Ran, Gorski, Lyons, Sanchez, Julian Frasnelli, fastest lap in the early stages of this race, the gap half a second. We settle into a rhythm coming out of turn 5 on a glorious Sunday morning here in the north of Italy, the penultimate pre-final of the day. Frasnelli, Miguel Manzano pulling away now slightly from Leon Chalitze. From Georgia, this is Theo Pelfran, P4 for Team Victory Lane, Antonio Pizzonia. Now breaks clear for Ward Racing, that battle between McAndrew Ran and Leo Gorski. Emerson Mack has fallen back, he's lost 3 positions to Gorski, Lyons and Felipe Sanchez. The response from Leon Chalitze, trying to attack for second place at the same time, defend from Theo Pelfran. Pizzonia is catching the leading 4. The race being led after 1/4 race distance by Julian Frasnelli, but it is coming down. The Mexican, he is catching the Italian, Miguel Manzano. Ricky Flynn Motorsport in second place. The Tony Kart Racing Team powered by the Vortex. Julian Frasnelli, the race lead, 1/4 race distance. Pre-final B for OKJ. Julian Frasnelli leads the way.
After that contact at turn 13, I would be very surprised if Emerson McAndrew doesn't have a drop-down nose cone at the moment. That was quite a hefty contact with the back of Pizzonia. But down the inside, that's exactly what you want to see for third. Potentially getting the switchback was Chalice. Pelferene tried these inside, tried his luck. Wasn't able to get there as Chalice got the switchback, but straight back on the inside. Turn 2 is going to be the favoured opportunity. Couldn't get it through 13, so we'll get it through 2. Pelferene gets himself up into third position right now, as Chalice, the Georgian, will fall down to 4th. The overdriver falling down the order, as you mentioned, Ian. Emerson McAndrew-Uren was fighting up at the sharp end of the field, now down in 8th. Not where we would expect to see the 2-time Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy winner in 2023 and 2025. Move on the inside, carrying momentum, using the curb to help rotate the car. Pittonia finds himself up in the top end, and Chalice will lose another place to the Italian. It was the Frenchman that got him last time. Emerson McAndrew-Uren might be further down the field, but is still pumping in fast lap times. It was a fastest Sector 2 and Sector 3, and that secured the fastest lap of the race for him, a 48.622. About a tenth and a half quicker than what our leading drivers are rotating at the moment. Frasnelli still leads the way, the 3:16. This is the result that Frasnelli needs to get himself on the front row of the grid for the final later on. The Italian that was crowned the WSK Final Cup champion in 2024 in the mini GR3 category. As he progresses through the rankings, finds himself in OKJ to take another title in the WSK Final Cup. Not only one WSK Final Cup does he have under his belt, but 2 also in 2022 in the 60 mini class. So could he make it a triple? Frasnelli, he'll give himself the best opportunity if he starts from that front row of the grid for the final later on, and that's what he's set to do right now. Pittonia under a bit of pressure from Chalice, who's looking to get back that 4th position where possible. And was he able to do so? It looked like the 329 had been able to sneak his way through. We'll go back onto the home straight. That was for 3rd position, down the inside. Pittonia will get there once again, and Pelferene will be the next to lose a position to Pittonia, who's absolutely flying through the field right now, is the Italian. He started on the front row of the grid. He'll find himself a little bit further back now as he didn't get the best start from that outside line, but is fighting his way back through to offset the deficit which he was awarded with on that first lap. Pittonia is on a charge, and it'll be Manzano who's next in line.
Yes, he is the fastest driver on the circuit, Kai. He's just gone purple in the first sector of this lap as well. The Ward Racing Team driver, the TM-powered Paralin, pulls away from Teo for Team Victory Lane. Still Miguel, the Mexican, in second. There's Gorski, who's taken Leon Chalice. The Georgian stays in P6. Sanchez, Emerson. Second Tony Kart Racing Team entry. Finley Lyons, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Il Laziale. Tom Williams, Lazarus Poir. Felder, Guth, Bussato flash across the line. Head of Nes, Ratajski, Jan Gacelic, Julia Angela, the pole still circulating. Juana Gastese, Bobrashov, Vlasak, Maciej Kudela, 25 starters. And 25 still in what has been a clean first half of our penultimate pre-final this morning. Jarlath say a guaranteed pole position for the final this afternoon. As it stands, he will be joined by the driver in the centre of your screen, Julian Frasnelli. Second row of the grid, looking to be Nick Dangerous and Seva. And Teo, despite losing that place to the Ward Racing driver, Pelfram would still start on the third row of the grid alongside Denumiro Lorente, Leon Chalice. The Georgian, currently 6th, would start currently 7th on the grid for the final this afternoon alongside the American, Liam Nachawati. The gap has come down, though, 0.3 of a second between Julian and Miguel, as the Swiss Estonian Albert Ham goes fastest, just behind the Roman Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. There is Antonio. Joachim Ward tuned TM Power on the Paralin. Down the back straight, Julian Frasnelli, the gap 0.326 of a second. Pittonia, P3, almost close enough to get the slipstream. 6 laps remaining, including this one. Frasnelli, the gap, 0.3. You can see it is 2 kart lengths, if that. Down into turn 5. Miguel Manzano. Here comes Pizzonia. The South American on the back of the North American. The Italian leads here in the north of Italy. Frasnelli, Miguel Manzano, Antonio Pizzonia. Antonio into turn 9, too far back this time. Théo Pelfrance from Leo Gorski, the British-based pole, catching the back of the Victory Lane driver into the hairpin. Antonio Pizzonia, the boy from Brazil, goes on to P2. The WSK Supermaster Series champion for the Swedish Ward Racing team. Into second place. Still Albert Tam, fastest driver on the circuit. The gap, half a second between the race leader Frasnelli and not Manzano, but now it is the South American Antonio in second, the second generation racer, Antonio Jr. Théo Pelfrance for Team Victory Lane. There is the Amy powered Kart Republic, Gorski for MP Motorsport. The final quarter of this race remaining. Julian glances back over the shoulder. Chalizia in the background. This is Emerson Mack. We go back to Felipe Sanchez. Second Brazilian inside the top 8 from Finley Lines. Di Pietro Antonio. Tam, Lazarus, Poix, fell there. The Russian-German ahead of Harry Williams at Nicholas Guth. Ratashki, Guillaume Bussato, the 4th of the Brazilians in this penultimate pre-final here this morning. The temperature now up to 32 degrees Celsius. The sun is shining as we look to the finals later this afternoon. Antonio goes fastest again. You can visibly see the gap. Barely 2 kart lengths, a 48.13 last time. He will attack Julian Frasnelli. He is faster. The TM-powered Paralin on the back of the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. The Racer 401T chassis. Jumping out of the seat is Antonio. Now gets the slipstream as they flash across the line at 121 kilometers an hour. Into turn 2. Manzano still in P3. Down into turn 5. For the third last time here this morning, Frasnelli goes wide ever so slightly. Puts it back on the rubber line to get the drive, get the grip. Down into turn 9, the second best passing opportunity on the circuit, but Antonio is too far back at the moment. Watch into the hotel hairpin. The gap, 0.246. You can see it is 2 kart lengths. Julian glances back. He's a long way back. He skates under brakes. Does Antonio, gets the drive. He's got the speed. The Brazilian is the fastest on the circuit. The Italian with the race lead, looking to join Julian Jalacea on the front row of the grid for the final. Even if Antonio does go by, that will be the case. Down into turn 5. Jalacea, pole position for the final this afternoon. Frasnelli with the race lead at the moment. If he's passed by Pizzonia, it matters little. The Tony Kart driver, the Italian, will still start on the front row of the grid for the final. Into turn 9. Too far back this time. Manzano is catching as well. Last lap board next time round. Pizzonia had a DNF in the heats that puts him down on the grid for the final. He's getting close. Cominciamo l'ultimo giro. L'italiano in testa partirà dalla prima fila. Oggi pomeriggio, l'ultimo giro. Frasnelli on the last lap of the race. Pizzonia to attack, down into turn 5. Not this time, Kai, it doesn't matter. We're not sure if Julian is aware of this. Even if Antonio goes by, he will still start grid 2.
Well, it's a racing driver's mentality. You want to win everything you can, and that's exactly what Frasnelli is looking to do. Pizzonia, this pace is exactly what won him the WSK Supermaster Series in this class. Can he do enough? One more final bid, one more chance. Frasnelli goes defensive, maybe on the switchback. No, Pizzonia can't get there. And it will go the way of the Italian, who will arrive to the checkered flag to find out that he will start on the front row of the grid for the final later on this afternoon. It's going to be Julian Frasnelli who wins the heat from Antonio Pizzonia in second. Manzano does enough to hold on in third, does the Mexican from Pelferene and Gorski, rounding out the top 5. Just in behind them, Sanchez and Emerson McAndrew-Uren doing a great job to recover from what was a difficult position. Found himself in the heart of the action for most of the race, and unfortunately heading backwards a lot of that time. Even still, gains back the places that he can. And what was a very intriguing OK Junior first 2 pre-finals. That was the penultimate pre-final of this morning's running. Julian Frasnelli once again winning that one and taking a front row start for the final later on. Pizzonia and Suarez rounding out the top 3 in that heat from Pelferene, Gorski, Sanchez and McAndrew-Uren in 7th. From 11th down to 20th, it was Finley Lines, best the rest from Lazarus Felder, Point, Ratazki and Guth in 16th. Then we look to the back of the grid. 21st down to 22nd is Gese. Then you have Bobrishov in 22nd. Just behind them was Angelard, Vlasvak and Kudela, the last of your finishers. Puyol, unfortunately, retiring from that race. Did not even start in the order. 26 carts went down to 25. Out of the 25, all crossing the line. Air temperature rising as we peak to midday. 32 degrees now, and the action is heating up as well.
Our final grid of the morning. Our final pre-final of the day, it is okay. It is Lev Krutogloff who starts on pole position alongside Ferrari. Benjamin Maniak, Viapiana, Eiley Christian, Evan Purcell, the Northern Irishman. Then the Russian, Ilya Bereshkin, Benjamin Westwood from Malta. Harata Endo, Luke Tal, out of grid 10 for MP Motorsport. Diego Ramos, Daniel Picconi. Works his way into 12th after not setting a time in qualifying. Frank Rock, Francisco Rocha, the GP management driver. Ross, Botaro, Reese, Nosulenko, Aaron Cavillo, Jude, Thiro Lumaswamy, and Victor Stalmack for Fusion Motorsport out of grid 20. Martino Ruglanova, who led in WSK for the first time in Heat 1 on Friday. Savary Dudkowski, Scott Nemilio, Simeonov, Jonas Pundish, and it's Busato, Vischer Miska, Maya Gonzalez, David Trefelov, who took pole in the KZ World Championships at this circuit last year. Starts alongside Gonzalez, Naish, Bertol, Brilla, Simon Zhang and Ulises Crespo from Spain on debut in WSK.
And as we look ready for the start, we'll get one extra formation lap before we go racing here in the OK class. Once again, from the front row, Krutkolov and Ferrari will take us away. Energy Corsa and Monster K lining the front row of the grid. Drivers exit their way out of the first few corners, and it is a stacked grid that goes racing here in OK. Exactly what we would expect from one of the biggest classes in world karting racing. OK goes racing with a multitude, over hundreds of races a year in this class across all of the championships that race across the world. But yet, the WSK Final Cup still proves to be one of the biggest breeding grounds for talent of the future. These are the talent of the future. You're closest to making it into single-seaters. Okay, your final step before progressing into car racing or whatever is the next step in your career. This is where drivers win. This is the exact class that Arvid Lindblad won in 2021. In 2026, he finds himself in a Racing Bulls seat in Formula One. Around the final few corners, 2, 2, and 14 we go. Slow round 14 from Krutkolov. He will control the pace to the line. Do we go racing this time round? Lights go off the gantry. We go racing. Great start there from Krutkolov as he will get the jump into turn 1. Going to have to slot into third position is Ferrari as trailing on through. Manak will get himself into second. And yellow flags as multitude of karts go off at turn 2. Majority of them able to recover, but up at the front end, the battle continues on. Krutkolov from Manak as the top 2 break away. Ferrari was able to get himself into third and into position. Didn't lose too many positions on that outside line. and will still be competitive going on forwards. Watch out for Vapiana in behind, as Vapiana will be trying to make his way through on Manac. The Spaniard will find himself in third for the moment. Couple of moves in the background, down the inside of one of the Birlards, and we do have a full course yellow. Or is that a full course yellow? Yep, yellow flags out on the start-finish straight. That's for the incident down at turn 2, as there'll be a graveyard of karts on the inside and the outside line. Let's have a look at the drivers that were caught up in that incident. It'll be Ed Purcell, Tal, Stognamiglio, Pundis, Maya and Gonzalez all caught up in that incident. So those 6 karts will retire from the race. They won't get going again. Once again, that was Purcell, Tal, Stognamiglio, Pundis, Maya and Gonzalez all out of the race on the first lap. That's not what you want to see, especially going into the heart of the action this afternoon. With the finals being later, that's going to be a big hindrance to your chances.
Kai, the only consolation is there are 35 drivers and the track capacity is 36, so they will all start the final. Manuel Scognamiglio, the OKN World Cup champion, spearing off backwards into the grass. The Pantano by Darmkart is one of the casualties. Luke Tal, the MP Motorsport driver. Gonzalez as well. They will all line up on the grid for the final this afternoon. We believe from race control, telling us that we will go green next time round. So Lev Kurutugolov, the WSK Supermaster Series champion, with the lead from Benjamin. And it's Ferrari, who did win in this series 2 years ago in OKN. Aili Christian, fastest qualifier on Friday. A big crash in the first heat between Lev Kurutugolov and Aili Christian in the pouring rain in fading light 48 hours ago. The Canadian, though, in P4. Vapiana, Arata Endo, the Russian, Ilya Bereshkin. For Galatza Citiros Racing, the Greek team. The 2 boys, do Brazil, Diego Ramos and Frank Rock. Francisco Rocha, P9, who finished on the podium in the final round of the WSK Euro Series at Cremona before the summer break. Lev Kurutugolov leads them slowly up to the line. The green flag flies, and we race once again in the OK pre-final. Perfect restart from the Ukrainian, and the same can be said from Benjamin. Around the outside goes Aili Christian. Lamberto Ferrari puts the Monster K factory card in the middle of the circuit. The Italian P4, the Ukrainian leads. The Brit from Barcelona for the Swedish team tries the outside, now has to defend. The Canadian right behind the fastest qualifier, Aili Christian.
And up at the front, looks like there was a change for the lead as well. It's going to be the Energy Corsair, sorry, not change. Kurutugolov just able to fend off from Manac, as Manac was trying to go the long way around. The green flags fly to allow racing once again to the middle of the circuit. Following in suit as well is Manac and Krisan, not wanting to risk anything. Lamberto Ferrari still going for your regular racing line into turn 13. Took the head down the home straight. In the most trouble right now is Krisan, and he feels that pressure. Goes the middle of the circuit between 1 and 2. Doesn't want to show the inside line to Lamberto Ferrari. As Ferrari just waiting for the chance to snatch it up. A little bit of a tap under braking as Krisan goes deep into the back of Manac. And in the background, there was a couple of moves. Endo made the move on Vapiana, so Vapiana drops down into 6th now, and the Japanese will push on forwards up into 5th now from the original starting position of 9th. It's been a great job from the 2-1-4 on forwards. Another check over the shoulder from Kurutugolov. Doesn't want to risk anything here. Lev Kurutugolov just making sure he's aware of his surroundings.
It was at this circuit where he did wrap up this year's WSK Supermasters Series Championship. And of course, the Team Energy course based not too far from here in the city of Bergamo. P1 for Lev Kurutugolov from Kiev in Ukraine. Benjamin Magna on the podium last year in the WSK Euro Series at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. Then Aili Christian, Le Québécois, 3e place. Ferrari Endo, the second of the second of the Tony Kart racing drivers. There's Bereshkin, who sits high in that Galatza Citiros racing kart. The Greek team, GSR Racing. In the background, look at the fight. Ramos, Villapiana, Botaro, Francisco Rocha, Daniel Picconi, Benjamin Westwood. First time racing with Team Victory Lane. And the Maltese driver just outside the top 10 ahead of Bussato and Daniel Picconi. This has been a great fight back from the Czech Daniel Picconi, who didn't set a representative time in qualifying. 35th, he's had to start from the heats. Now Daniel Picconi in P11, behind the second of the Brazilians, Francisco Rocha, El Paulista, managed by the 1995 World Cup racing champion, Gastal Fraguas. Bom dia, Gastal, who's also this weekend managing his other driver, Caio Collet, racing at Milwaukee this weekend. The NTT IndyCar World Series. Francisco Rocha ahead of Benjamin Westwood. Just coming across the line now, though, the Lenovo Carlicata Bottaro, who was in the grass, rejoins in P16 ahead of Martino Rumlenova, who just set the fastest lap a few moments ago, which has now been eclipsed by Lev Krutogolov. The Ukrainian leads half race distance, our 10th and final pre-final of the day in beautiful summer sunshine here at Franciacorta.
Krutogolov picking up that fastest lap, looking to build on it as well, as picks up another purple sector. Sector 1 and Sector 2 lighting up the screens purple is exactly what Krutogolov is looking to achieve and exactly what he does. As pushing to the line now, another fastest lap under the belt, 47.454 for Krutogolov, as a 47.6 from the competitors in behind. Benjamin Manak being the closest of them in the 211 machine in second place right now. The Spaniard, who's had quite a competitive career so far, crowned the 2023 Spanish karting champion in the junior class, now finds himself in the senior class. That was the most recent accolade which Manak was able to add to his trophy cabinet. But it's a different story completely for Aili Krisan in behind. And not behind for any longer as Aili Krisan makes a move down the inside but squeezed out wide. Ooh, maybe a little bit audacious under braking, went a little bit deep, kicking up some of the gravel. And very lucky that Manak was not able to sneak back through. That's invited Ferrari to the party, and Endo in behind as well. So those two drivers arrive onto the back of this battle for what is going to be second position at the moment. Aili Krisan gets a little bit of a gap back to Manak in second, and Ferrari in fourth. We'll have to worry about Endo now. The Japanese youngster will push on forwards. The driver in fifth, up 4 places. Hasn't been able to gain any places in recent time and recent laps on the circuit. But who has been able to achieve something is Krutogolov, as he continuously builds on the fastest laps, as he punches another one home with 3 purple sectors. And Krutogolov just extends out his lead right now. The 201 already has an impressive career in karting. And Krutogolov overall ranked the #1 in the world in the OK karting category. So is it any surprise at all that he's leading this race right now? And looking to set himself on pole position for the race later on if he's able to take home this race victory as well. He wouldn't even need to take home the race victory, as Ed Purcell, although retired from the race, has already secured himself a front row start from the second position. Lap 12 of 16 we find ourselves on right now. Aili Krisan up a few places from where he started. Manak still breathing down his neck from Ferrari and Endo. Bereskin waiting in the bleachers. If anything happens in front, that will automatically draw Bereskin to the battle. Villapiana in 7th. Ramos and Porcini 8th and 9th at the moment on the circuit. Then it's the 217 that rounds out the top 10. Your top 10, quite a big gap separating them. Nearly 10 seconds separates the top 10 at the moment.
Lev Krutogolov, it is turning out to be a great year for the Ukrainian Supermasters Series champion. The Energy Eclipse kart in P1 goes fastest again. almost into the 46s. As one of multiple Brazilians in this race, Rafa Bossato, who's still circulating down in 27th position, but gets a 3-second penalty. Benjamin Westwood has just retired on debut for the Victory Lane team. And from the Mediterranean island for the French team here in the north of Italy, we'll have to start near on the back of the grid for the final this afternoon. As it is, Lev Krutogolov in the Energy Eclipse cart will start on pole, goes purple. Last time round, purple in the first sector, purple in the second sector. The Ukrainian is rocketing around the circuit. Will break into the 46-second bracket in just a moment. Across the line, 8:46.904. Lev Krutogolov, fastest on circuit, and the gap blows out to 2 seconds now. In the dying stages of our final pre-final here this morning. Krutogolov on your screen in position 1. The Ukrainian for the Energy Corsa racing team. The kart dancing around the circuit. Very few bumps on this track, but when he does skip over them, the chassis working beautiful. Third bearing out, 1400 rear track. Surprisingly minimal caster on the front of these karts. In the OK category, this is Ali Christian in second place. We'll start on the second row of the grid for the final. Penultimate lap of the OK pre-final. Benjamin on your screen for Ward Racing in third place. Good performance for the British Spaniard. And Lamberto Ferrari for the Monster K factory team of Yuri Serafini, P4. Here's the first Italian, Endo Arata from Japan, P5. Again, 46.821. This energy cart of the Ukrainian is like a missile on this 1.3 kilometre circuit. Purple sector again on this very lap. On your screen, the Supermasters Series champion from Ukraine will start pole position for the final this afternoon. He will win the pre-final. He comes across the line to get the last lap board. Look at the lead from Lev Krutogolov.
For Lev Krutogolov, you watch this and think, where is he finding the time? Lap upon lap, analysing his own strengths, analysing his own weaknesses at the same time as he continuously improves as the race develops on. And it's no question at all, no question of the ability, no question of the team and the package that he has underneath him. Energy Corsa have delivered a perfect package for Lev Krutogolov to come racing here at FRANCIACORTA this weekend and start off the WSK Final Cup with a bang. He'll start from pole for the final later on, and the undisputed favourite for the championship dominates the final pre-final of this morning and will start from pole. 2.45 seconds between Krutogolov and Krisan. Daylight between the top two.
Lev Krutogolov, pole position for the final. And certainly the quickest OK driver here this weekend. In fact, don't need to include that categorization. The quickest driver in any category here this weekend. Lev Krutogolov, the Ukrainian, the Energy Corsa team driver, wins the pre-final. This is how he did it from pole position. Lamberto Ferrari on the outside though. Tried to go with, but only to find Benjamin Maniac up the inside. 7 karts eliminated in the first corner, including the OKN World Cup champion, Manuel Scognamiglio. Full course yellow. We went green, Aili Christian. Back down the inside of Benjamin. Out front, Lev Krutogolov, unstoppable. He takes the victory and will start from pole position for the final this afternoon. Krutogolov wins from Ali Christian, Benjamin Maniac, Lamberto Ferrari, Endo, Ilya Bereshkin, Valerio Villapiana, Ramos, Jude Thirolimaswamy, Yves Riss in P10 ahead of Rosulenko, Martina Romanova. Great drive from her. She led in WSK for the first time on Friday. She comes home in 12th place from 21st on the grid. Rocha just behind in 13th place. 10 pre-finals raced here this morning. The grids are now set for the first round of the WSK Final Cup. Starting with the OKN, the original kart national final. which gets underway in 17 minutes from now. This is the scene here at FRANCIACORTA. The final Sunday of August, the sun is shining. We have raced the pre-finals. We have set the grids for this afternoon's finals. We'll take a short break. Don't go too far away. In 16 minutes from now, we race the OKN final, round 1 of the WSK Final Cup here at FRANCIACORTA. We'll see you back here very soon.
3, go!
It's not the end of the year, but it is the start of the WSK Final Cup, the traditional season closing championship. Good afternoon and welcome to FRANCIACORTA in the north of Italy for round 1 of 3, the 2026 WSK Final Cup on the final Sunday of August. Nice to have your company as you join 299 drivers racing from 56 nations around the world here at this famous circuit built in 2020, hosting the first of 3 rounds of the championship, which dates back to 2010. The first of our finals in just a moment. OKN Matteo Peruccio will start on pole position. Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights of what has happened this week in OKN here at FRANCIACORTA. Nice to have your company as you join us here this afternoon at FRANCIACORTA. This is the scene, the OKN carts on the grid. There is La Stella di Invorio. Matteo Peruccio on debut in WSK takes pole position. And the driver from just south of the Swiss border, the tiny town of Invorio, starts on pole position also for the final this afternoon. To the right of your screen from Queensland, Australia, Jensen Burns. First time racing with the Tony Kart racing team. We will take a look at the grid for you in just a moment, but first we say good afternoon and welcome to FRANCIACORTA, Kai Bacchini.
Yeah, what a weekend of action we've had. And this is just the cherry on top of the cake, the OKN final coming up next. I would say there has been many surprises from the OKN class here at FRANCIACORTA. Most surprisingly, Nicholas Marchesi, big problems in the pre-final. That saw him tumble down the order and out. He'll start back on the 7th row on the grid. The driver that has won back-to-back WSK Final Cups in this OKN class will go from the mid-pack.
He is quick though. He did retire, as you correctly pointed out, Kai. He will start on the 7th row of the grid beside Panel Simon Kong for Jamie Green Racing. Around the outside, don't discount him making up half a dozen places off the start. Ian Silvestrin with you in commentary. Delighted to have your company for the first of 3 rounds, the traditional season close of the WSK Final Cup. The Italian and the Australian on the front row of the grid. There is Matteo Peruccio for Zanchi Motorsport to the left of your screen. 822, the TM Powered Kart Republic. It is the Vortex-powered Tony Kart of Jensen, who sits in the kart now. 802 to the right of your screen. The sun shining, the temperature 33 degrees Celsius. The Italian summer sunshine here at FRANCIACORTA for the first of our 6 finals here this afternoon. The 34 drivers on the grid. We had a remarkable situation on Friday in time qualifying. In OKN, Matteo Peruccio on debut in WSK. To the left of your screen, first ever WSK race, and put his Zanchi Motorsport Kart Republic on pole position. We wait for the green flag and then we will take you through the grid here at FRANCIACORTA, the first of our 6 finals here today for OKN over 18 laps. The green flag flies, the original kart national class is pushed into life, and with that we take a look at the grid for the first of our finals here this afternoon. La Stella di Invorio, Matteo Peruccio in pole position alongside Jensen Burns from Queensland, Australia. And it's Ryan Carrere, Ivy Niman for the Innovate competition. Team Lorenzo D'Amico, Tudor Jokan, Matteo Meles, Lucas Goodman, Lucas Bonholm, Christian Blandino, and the Brazilian Nicolas Raino, also for Zanchi Motorsport. 6th row of the grid, Andrea Giudice, Castellozzi, Panustine Monkong, and last year's champion Nicholas Marchesi, Nico Tomasella for the GSR team. Kokotzer in the Story Kart, Fiden Papa Filippo, Leo Lulli, and Valerio Di Gaetano. The 11th row of the grid is the Maltese driver Benjamin Irimia and Leonard Frey, Francesco Falvino, Ovasca, Fernando Visway, Rivadossi, Mikhail Orlov, Alex Mrotzik, and the siblings from Thailand, Warapong and Papicha Aimwichan, Pelitsa, Minkov, Marin, and Kalyan Goyashev on the final row of the grid. We welcome you to FRANCIACORTA in the north of Italy, round 1, the WSK Final Cup. No start this time under the control of our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, together with Mr. Marco Carlino and Deputy Race Director, Mr. Philip Trombig. Kai, we can expect a fabulous race here this afternoon. All 6 finals, but in particular this one, the OKN final.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. No surprise that there was another go-round, and that was the call from the race director for this one. A couple of the drivers just struggling to get onto the back of the pack and get onto the back of the grid, ready for starting formation. Our leading drivers will have to start slowing up now and getting ready for that racing action. Matteo Peruccio and Jensen Burns take us away from the front row. weaving left and right, trying to maintain the heat that they've already built into the tires. Now, they'll go for a second time here in the OKN class. Their final race of the weekend, their first race of the championship. 3 rounds here in the WSK Final Cup, and we'll go racing for 18 laps. The back of the grid just now forming up. Do we go racing this time?
We race for the first time today. Burns on the outside of Peruccio. Almost takes the lead away from the Italian, but it is Matteo Peruccio, the Zanchi Motorsport. Goes through to P1. Burns in second place. Jensen on the back of Matteo. 2 karts off in the grass in the background. But it is Matteo Peruccio on debut in WSK who's got the race lead from pole position. Luli, Leo and Valerio Gaetano have all gone out on the first lap of the race. Matteo Peruccio in P1. Lorenzo D'Amico, we're looking for the LA Motorsport driver. Here's the Kart Republic into third place. Jensen in second. The field go down into the Hotel Hairpin. Jensen sends it down the inside. Has 2 go off into the dirt. And the Tony Kart Racing Team driver takes the lead from the Romanian Tudor Zhurkan. Peruccio from the race lead back to P3. Ryan Carrera. There is Ivan Aman for Innovate Competition in P5. Bonholm, Blandino as Tudor runs into the back of Jensen, who is slowed down into turn 5. Needs to get the run, needs to get the drive as they go up through turns 7, 8 and 9. Burnsy in P1. First time with the Tony Kart Racing Team. Spectacular pass down the inside. Lorenzo D'Amico, Bonholm, and here goes Nicolas Marchesi. What a start from grid 14. Last year's champion on your screen already in P8.
Getting the hurry up, dive down the inside. That was a brave one from D'Amico, and he's not able to get there. Is D'Amico actually losing out on a position there as Blandino was able to get the switchback out of the hairpin of 13. So D'Amico will drop down into 6th in his 8-1-2. They still go side by side in the background as they continue to battle for position in the lead. Jensen Burns is given the hurry up here from Zhurkan, as Zhurkan will want to catch on to the back here. Claimed a victory in the OKN class in the 2026 Cupa Romania. So the Romanian looking to do his nation proud here. And that's exactly what the 811 will want to do in his Kart Republic colours. It's Tony Kart that lead the fray though. Italian team, Italian race, Italian championship with the Australian driver. Another dive down the inside. D'Amico feeling brave, feeling treacherous there through turn 13. As he's sending anything and everything, trying to recuperate some of the places that he's just lost in recent corners. Bonham being the next to make their way through. Marchesi didn't hold on to that place for long in front of D'Amico, as D'Amico was able to get himself back into 7th. Up at the front end though, Zhurkan's got to be careful with Peruccio and Aman right on his tail. 2 drivers that we know are ferociously fast in this class, ferociously fast at this circuit as well. And they have been over the weekend on the inside. That's a brave move. A little bit of wheel banging between the 2 of them. It'll slow them both up. But Armand, does he get there on Peruccio? Yes, he does. A point forwards there from Blandino. He wants to focus on forwards. Doesn't want to battle for anything unnecessary. Does the 8-3-1. And they exit out of the final corner onto the straight, and look at what that's allowed. Jensen, Burns and Zhurkan have disappeared from the rest of the field. Clearly hasn't gotten to Peruccio's head as they continue to battle on. Blandino wanted to focus on forwards, wanted to work together to push, but they couldn't.
Tudor Zhurkan in second place for Gold Star Racing as the Zanchi Motorsport teammates trade positions. Cristian Blandino from the very south of Italy, Il Siciliano. And from the very north, Matteo Peruccio on debut in WSK. Burns still in P1. That was Lucas Bonholm going down the inside. His teammate with the race lead glances back over the left shoulder. Burns in position 1. Ivan Aman with a fabulous pass. Just a moment to go for the Innovate Competition team. We come across the line to start complete 1/3 race distance. The gap 0.3 of a second as Nicolas Marchesi from grid 14 now into 6th place, and look at that, fastest lap of the race. Marchesi, the team driver, he won this championship last year. He retired from the pre-final this morning. He's closing in on the back of his countryman. Cristian Blandino. Il Siciliano for Wsk Motorsport. Burns still in P1, the Australian from the Romanian. And from north of the border in Switzerland, Ivan Aman in third place.
Aman doing everything he can to keep himself in contention here. Peruccio and Blandino in behind. We know there's bad blood between the two of them, continuing to squabble between these drivers. As if they were working smarter rather than harder, they could push together, work on forwards, and try and catch on to the drivers of Aman. Third would be the position that they would arrive onto first. Jensen Burns at the moment, though, has a nice little buffer back to Jurkan in second. Marquesi is continuing to pump in these fast laps, showing why he's a 2-time champion in this class in the WSK final. But Marquesi down in 6th position. Ian, surely he can't be in contention for a win here.
We have seen victories in the past in WSK drivers coming from the final row of the grid. It's not quite that challenge, but look at Nicolas Marquesi, the team driver, and now in the center of your screen. He's closing in on the Wsk Motorsport duo. Peruccio, pole position, 8.22 now in P4. Blandino, 8.31 in P5. And then Nicolas Marquesi, the Australian from the Romanian. Ivan Aman, P3. The Innovate Competition team driver, home circuit of Vollen, which once again, September 19, will host the Elia Epifanio Memorial for the 3rd time this year. Innovate Competition based at the legendary Vollen circuit. Even the late great Ayrton Senna did race in 1979. There is his photo still in the wall, on the wall at that famous circuit, where the Elia Epifanio Memorial Trophy will be raced on September 19. Home circuit of Innovate Competition. They'd love to see their driver hold on to this podium position, but at the moment he's been caught by the Wsk Motorsport duo. Peruccio, Blandino, Marquesi, D'Amico, Neles, Papafilippo, Bonholm, Barocci goes across the line of Vasca. Castellotti, this is back to the race leader as we go into the second half of the first final today. The Australian from the Gold Coast, still in P1. First races half a decade ago in 60 Mini. That was with Paralin, the Shemek Motorsport team. For young Jensen, not so young as he was. First race with the Tony Kart Racing team. Position 1, the gap is 0.5 of a second as Nicolas Marquesi, now the fastest driver on the circuit, and he has split the Wsk Motorsport duo. He's now the second Italian, the first is still Matteo Peruccio. This is Ivan Iman in third place. The gap down slightly between Tudor Jurkan for Gold Star Racing, the Romanian driver, the Romanian team, the Australian in P1. For the Tony Kart Racing team, the Racer 401T chassis, powered by the Vortex on the rubber line. It is manufactured less than 30 kilometers from this FRANCIACORTA circuit. Tudor Jurkan, the IAMI-powered Kart Republic. 8.11 in second place. We'll gauge the gap as they go down into the hairpin. 0.477 of a second. There is Marquesi. Back to D'Amico. This is Lorenzo. Neles, Papafilippo. Across the line one more time at 123 kilometers an hour. 124 for both Marquesi and Peruccio. And the gap down ever so slightly, approximately the same, 0.44 of a second. Lucas Goodman, Lucas Bonholm, the Frenchman, also for the Tony Kart Racing team, now fastest, almost into the 47s, a 48 dead for Lucas. The final third of the OKN final, and the gap is creasing. You're back with us live. Jensen Burns from Australia leads by 0.65 of a second. Tudor Jurkan from Romania for Gold Star Racing in second place. Ivan Aman, Matteo Peruccio has now been caught by the reigning WSK, the multiple WSK champion, Nicolas Marquez for team driver. We start lap 13, the final third of this race in a moment. It gets harder from here for Marquez. Cristian Blandino, Il Sicilianino, who's been racing with us in WSK since the days of 60 Mini. He's been on the podium before. He's off it at the moment. Blandino, P6 from D'Amico. The gap 0.7. Jensen is walking away with this. The Australian is pulling away from the Romanian. And Ivan Aman for Innovate Competition holds on to third place for the moment, with 5 Italians chasing him. The fastest qualifier from Ivorio. It is Matteo Peruccio, Marchesi, Blandino, Lorenzo D'Amico, and Mattia Melis. For M2 Racing, Lucas Bonholm, the Frenchman behind, goes fastest again. We start lap 14, the gap 0.74. It was last time they flash across the line. It stays the same. Kai, it is looking good for Jensen Burns. What a debut for the Tony Kart Racing team for Burns in P1.
Well, it's easier said than done. All he has to do is take it to the line, but it's not as simple as that. Team driver down the inside. Marchese getting himself stuck into the mix. They bang wheels, and that's going to open the door here for Blandino, who tries to get involved in the battle as well. Blandino gets a switchback. He'll get there on the apex. Blandino will split the two of them as Peruccio and Marchese went to war. Blandino will get himself in the mix as well. Onto the back straight we go.
Kai, that's surely the podium for Ivan Aman. The gap was just a few kart lengths. It has now blown out to almost 2 seconds.
It has to be. There's no question at all. As Blandino and Marchese continue to battle, that welcomes in D'Amico as well. So D'Amico arrives onto the back of this battle, pinned to the inside white line. Blandino is going to park it from Marchese in behind. Peruccio as well needs to be careful. As on the inside, it's another move. There goes Marchese. So Marchese on Blandino. Blandino's going to lose out on that place as well. Blandino actually tumbles down into 7th now as he loses out on the place to D'Amico. So Marchese and D'Amico through. Blandino down into 7th now. This is going to be your battle for 4th on the track. 3rd is very much secured by Aman. And Tudor Jerkan as well in a difficult position. Not able to push any further forwards, but still pushing forwards is going to be what is Blandino and D'Amico going to blows, the two of them. Blandino making his way through that time round on lap 16 of 18. Jensen Burns, 9/10 out in front, just shy of a second. Now, it is easier said than done, and it's very easy to let the nerves start to creep in the final few laps. But if Jensen Burns is able to get to the line scot-free, this is his race to lose.
Kai, we've just seen Lorenzo D'Amico run off the road down into turn 5. He was holding down position 7, but he'll get virtually nothing out of this afternoon. We'll see where he drops down the order. The gap is now more than 1 second. Lorenzo D'Amico has disappeared from our screens. Move down the inside. Lucas launches on through. Bonholm moves up into 7th place. The gap 1.1 seconds. The penultimate lap of the race. Burns from Tudor Jerkan and Ivan Aman safe in 3rd for the moment. He's 1.6 seconds ahead of Matteo Peruccio. He can hold his head high though, Matteo. First WSK race. Pole position in time qualifying with a 47.765 on Friday. They're not doing those times at the moment. Jensen does not need to. It has been a stunning debut. His mum, Jenna, here at the circuit. How nervous would she be? His father, Jason, watching on from, I think, Singapore at the moment. As the yellow flag is flying down in the final corner. No problem for the race leader, who starts the last lap of the race. An incident between Minkoff and Kokotsa. We race on green to the checkered flag. What a debut. What a first race for the Tony Kart Racing team. He raced with us in 60 Mini with Shemek Racing and Paralin half a decade ago. He's grown up since then. He's painted green for the first round of the WSK Final Cup. Goes down the hill for the final time. Great performance from Tudor Jerkan. Gold Star Racing team driver in 2nd place. 2 corners remaining for JB. He wins it. Jensen Burns into the hotel hairpin. rounds the final corner. He celebrates. The checkered flag waves. Jensen burns the house down. The Australian wins. It is almost midnight back on the Gold Coast, but we can hear you cheer from 20,000 Ks away. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Burns wins here at FRANCIACORTA. What a victory. Jurkan, the Romanian, finishes in second. And Ivan Aman on the podium for the first time in WSK for Innovate competition in third place. Nicholas Marchesi, what a drive from grid 14, misses the podium by a single position. But as the sun shines here at FRANCIACORTA, it is the Queenslander who takes victory in the first round of the WSK Final Cup.
Marchese did everything he could to fight his way through, just knocking on the door of a podium there, finishing in fourth. These are the highlights here from the race, and it was a chaotic one, especially in the mid-pack. Not up at the front end, though, for Jensen Burns, who was able to have a nice, tidy race all the way through. Wasn't tidy at all for Marchese, Peruccio, and Bonhomme, as they all went side by side, all racing long. And also D'Amico as well, before we lost him a couple laps before the end of the race, retiring down in 25th position. Unfortunately, we lost the Italian. In 2025, Tony Kart secured a WSK Final Cup title in the OK category with Eindrek Pezol. This year, it's a fresh face. They win it with Jensen Burns. The Aussie from Down Under rises to the top and takes home a victory here in the WSK Final Cup. First round at FRANCIACORTA. Tudor Giacan and Aman rounding out the podium there. Nicholas Marchesi, your driver, who has won this title 2 years in a row, just knocking on the door of a podium in fourth. Best the rest in 11th, just outside the top 10, was Kare, then Osaka in 12th. The rest of your field down to 30th here. Everything from 25th downwards was a retirement. The most recent of your retirements was D'Amico, who we saw having that ferocious battle out on the circuit. Unfortunately, went a little bit wide and off, down to 34. Reno, Leo, Luli, and De Gaetano. Those were your retirements. Those three drivers not even getting to start the race, unfortunately. So originally we're supposed to be 34 karts, 31 took to the start, 24 finish, but only one man can win. Jensen Burns was victorious.
Jace, if you're watching on from the other side of the world, well done, mate. Your boy has done it. And once again, I can only apologise for taking you out of the Oceania Championships. I think I took out Divey as well, Clinton. Also from a racing family, word and credit to his uncle Scott, multiple state Yamaha champion. Jensen Burns takes victory for the first time in WSK. We'll bring you the podium presentation in just a moment. The Australian and Romanian and Swiss flags 1, 2, 3 here at FRANCIACORTA.
So it will be three flags that line the three spots on the podium. There they are, primed and ready for our top three drivers. Jensen Burn, Tudor Giacan, and also the 829, Ivan Aman, will be on the third step of the podium. Three drivers very righteous of being in those top three positions. And for Jensen Burns, this is only the start of the future. Expect bright things from that man. And I'm sure that's exactly what we'll see. Crowd already starting to emerge. Crowd already starting to loom around the podium as our drivers for the next race as well. OKN final has just finished. The OKN junior drivers will get ready to take to the track next. The juniors of the seniors that have just put on such a beautiful display on the circuit will make their way out onto the track now. But before that racing starts, we'll see the podium celebrations from our OK National senior drivers. Once again, that being Jensen Burns, Tudor Giacan, and Ivan Aman, the Swiss in the 829. Ivan Aman not having it easy at all, had to fight his way through in the middle of the race. From there on, with the battle raging on between Marchesi and Peruccio, he was able to break away with a little bit of a gap. The driver that was crowned the junior Swiss champion in 2025 is now, can say, He's a podium sitter in the WSK Final Cup Round 1 of 2026. Big smiles on the face of Jensen Burns as he awaits his well-deserved #1 trophy, and one that will sit, I'm sure, center and proud of his trophy cabinet at home. Everyone gets ready for the trophy presentation and the award ceremony for our drivers. OKN, the first of your 5 finals of the day, and FRANCIACORTA being the first round of the series here. We're going to see the podium celebration down with Ian at the podium.
Thank you, Kai. Yes, the drivers are down here. A beautiful start to the day, the first of our 6 finals. And we have a Swiss, Romanian and Australian driver, or Australian flags on the podium. 3 of them all making their debut on the podium in WSK for the first time. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup in OKN. In 3rd place for Innovate competition from Switzerland, Ivan Aman. Second place for Gold Star Racing from Romania, Tudor Jurcan. The winner of round 1, the WSK Final Cup here at FRANCIACORTA for the Tony Kart Racing team for the first time for the land down under, the Australian Jensen Burns. And representing the winning Tony Kart Racing team, Simone Ottaviani. Chiediamo signor Marco Artunghi, Presidente Pro Loco Casterizzato, to present the trophies. Signor Marco Artunghi will present the 3rd place trophy to Ivan Aman. Second place from Romania for Gold Star Racing, Tudor Jurcan. And the winner of round 1, the WSK Final Cup, chiediamo di nuovo, signor Marco Artunghi, Presidente Pro Loco Casterizzato, premia l'australiano, the winner, Jensen Burns. And Simone Ottaviani representing the winning Tony Kart Racing team. The national anthem of Australia. The podium round 1, the WSK Final Cup. 3rd place, Ivan Aman. 2nd, Tudor Jurcan. And the winner for the Tony Kart Racing team, the Australian Jensen Burns. First of our 6 finals here today as the sun shines here at FRANCIACORTA. Ivan Aman from Switzerland, Tudor Jurcan from Romania, and the Australian Jensen Burns takes victory for the first time in WSK. A fabulous start to the afternoon. We have 5 finals left. Kai, let's go back to you in the studio.
5 finals to go, 5 races packed full of action, and what better way to start off those final 5 than the OKNJ class, a class packed full of future talent, packed full of current day stars, and Victor Gordon will go from pole position. Henry Mooring as well alongside him. Gordon, remember, undefeated in the class so far. And that's exactly what Gordon will be wanting. It was a dominant pre-final from the American. the 768, doing exactly what was needed to get himself onto pole position. There was no question at all if it could be any other driver. Well, no, it couldn't. It was only ever going to be Victor Gordon with the way that he has been positioning his car on the circuit and the way that he's been navigating his way around in the number 768.
The highlights of the OKN Junior category this week here at FRANCIACORTA. "72 drivers in the original kart national junior category. We are down to the final 36. This was the circuit which hosted the first ever OKN Junior World Cup in 2023, which was won by the Brit for Fusion Motorsport, Jesse Phillips. 3 years later, Victor Gordon lines up on pole position. The first round of the WSK Final Cup, 72 drivers. He's alongside the driver to the right of your screen from Frankfurt in Germany. That is Henry Mooring. For the Kart Republic Motorsport team, second row of the grid is Abraham alongside Luigi, who took pole position with a 48.479 48 hours ago in time qualifying. Diascoli for the Modena Kart Racing team, who recently won the WSK Euro Series with the Swede Elton Headforce. Luigi outside second row of the grid. We go right back to Alessandro Gonzalez from Venezuela, who has scraped into the field. The Antonelli Motorsport 754 Paralin, starting alongside Lingan Li from the People's Republic of China. That is the final row of the grid. You look at the front row. Victor for the Telone Motorsport team, the team of Pasquale Telone, who won the OKN World Cup last year with Manuel Scognamiglio, who is racing with us a little later this afternoon. There is Victor, 768. To the left of your screen, Henry to the right in 702. Modena-powered Tony Kart for the Romanian American on pole position. Miami-powered Kart Republic on grid 2. 5 engine manufacturers, Miami, Vortex, TM, Lenzo and Modena, or LKE and Modena, 5 different engine manufacturers in the original kart national category. Henry Mooring just in time, pushed into life. We take a look at the grid for the OKN final over 15, OKN Junior final over 15 laps. Here at FRANCIACORTA, Victor trying to take the victory from pole position. Henry out of grid 2, then it's Abraham alongside the fastest qualifier, Luigi Diascoli. Brajo for the Antonelli Motorsport team. The second Romanian, Robert Paulbauer. Josh Bergman from Miami, Florida. David Moscardi. And the second American, the Texan, Colton Snickenberg from Orlando Ravelli. Otchep and Noviello. Colin Costea, Artikamia. She starts out at 14 alongside the Russian, Daniel Verba. Sebastian Berman. First ever junior race here this weekend. Head of Hernan Rodriguez Christiansen. Enea Petsuto, Joelle Carrera, Radu Bashishku Prikop. PK out of 22 for Bosch Racing, Kolovas. Lawrence Leopards, Sergio Butzas, Colucci for Pantano by Dam. Eden Kesterovic, Santino Sapia from Argentina. Nikita Jalilov and João Bertoldi do Brasil out of grid 30. Kupnai from Moldova, Chan Tutsuna from Turkey. Daniel Ferguson, the Londoner, back on 33rd. The final rows of the grid, Ozdemir, Ferguson, Lingan Lee. and Alejandro Gonzalez. We welcome you to FRANCIACORTA, round 1, the WSK Final Cup. Victor on pole position. We race. Perfect start for the Romanian-American for Teloni Motorsports. Puts the 768 Tony Kart in the middle of the circuit and already pulls away an impressive lead as we lose 6 karts at the top of your screen into the grass on the second corner. Fabulous start for Victor Garoon. He's got the race lead. Look at that, an enormous start in the early stages of this race. An 8-kart incident down in turn 2 has taken out Santino Sapia, Bertoldi, Butzas, also Ben Ostermeer, and I hate to say it, but also the Londoner Daniel Ferguson. Into second place in the Drago course kart, that is Abraham Shelvis. The Dutch Spaniard P2 as we go full course yellow. Karts littered around the circuit. Well, it was a fabulous start from Victor Garoon, but it accounts for nothing because that lead, which was almost 1 second, evaporates. There's Abraham in second, Matias Barajol for Antonelli Motorsport. Henry from grid 2 from the front row of the grid back to 4. Robert Paulbert, then it's Colton, Diascali, Josh Bergman, Antonio Chepa, and David Moscardi ahead of Robelli in P10. Full course yellow on the second lap of the race. An incident in turn 2, lap 1, has taken out one of multiple Romanians in the field, Giorgio Butzas. The Argentine Santino Sapia is out. Nikita Jalilov, João Bertoldi, Ferguson is out. Daniel in 727 has retired along with Ben Ostermeer and Alejandro Gonzalez, who started back on grid 36 and had nowhere to go as he found turn 2 blocked. We are down to 29 starters after just 2 corners. Sorry, 29 runners from 36 starters of just 2 corners. Victor from pole position has got the race lead as they come across the line to start lap 3, the Romanian-American in P1.
Yeah, it's been a dominant start from Victor Garoon, and he'll just want to do more of the same. It has to be rinse and repeat for Garoon off this second start. That's exactly what he will be hoping for, but Moron wasn't really far gone. There was a bit of a gap separated between the 1 and the 2, the American and the Spaniard. But I wouldn't have said that the race was done and dusted at that stage, as Moron had done enough to still stay within a contention area of Victor Garoon out in front. Garoon, a driver that is not estranged to winning the opening round here at WSK Final Cup, did exactly that in 2025, hoping to have a repeat of that fortune and of that performance in 2026. Let's see what the 768 can put on display for us for what will be around 12 laps of racing action once we get going again. But he has the Spaniard in behind. The Drago Course Racing team and Abraham Moron. They'll round into the final corner now. Do we go racing this time round? Yes, we do. We'll go green, we'll go racing. Check over the shoulder there from Garoon, as Moron is not far gone at all. It was a great start, but not for Moron at all, as Bragio is able to get himself on the inside line and gets the move into turn 2. Now parks it into 5, trying to back up Moron into Mooring, as Mooring is trying to make his way through. Started on the front row of the grid, has tumbled a little bit further back from a bad start from the outside line, and is now being shuffled even further back as Paulbert finds himself in an attacking position. The Kart Republic car places itself on the inside line through 9 and 10, and Paulbert will make his way past Mooring. Mooring now dropping down into 5th. It's a melee of cars down into turn 13 as it's left and right. Where do you pick to place your car? Well, the inside line's a smart choice to go defensive, but the outside carrying that rolling speed through the racing line. Goran still leads from Bragio in 2nd. Paulbert now jumps up into 3rd from Moron and Mooring. Ochepa, your fastest car on the circuit. Don't pay much attention to that though, with it just being the first lap of that. In the background, move there from Schneichenberg, making his way past Diascali. So Diascali down into 7th for the moment as the American makes his way past. And the 706 doing a good job at getting that move done for 6th position. For Victor Gurun, what was a first start that broke him away from the rest of the pack, this second start has almost brought more attention to himself, but it's attention to Bragio as down the inside goes Paulbert. Following through is the other two carts of Moron and Mooring as they manage to sneak through turn 13 as well. Just following the leader is pretty much the story of this race. It's a domino effect whenever anyone makes a move as Moron gets straight back on the attack and gets himself into second, goes defensive into 5, middle of the circuit, no one's going to sneak on the inside, so Moron is pretty much safe in second for the moment. Mooring also managed to make his way through on Paulbert, as Paulbert is doing everything he can to get himself back into racing contention. Losing momentum like that, you can find yourself on the back foot, but that's the worst thing you can do. Get in your own head about it. You need to forget about any mistakes and focus on forwards in the race. Not focusing on forwards is our driver in third of Mooring, who has to go defensive from Paulbert into turn 13, crossing the line almost at half race distance and almost onto the back of our race leader. Gurun leaves the door open. Moron finds himself there, but can't secure the position. Now, this is the first time that Gurun has had any pressure in the race. Going to feel more pressure as well as the Spaniard. That's down the inside. Mooring gets there, up into second. If you're not going to make the move, I will, says Mooring. And Mooring gets into second. Gurun checks over his shoulder and has a gaggle of carts chasing.
Half race distance, Victor Gurun under pressure. Henry Mooring from 4th, now back down the inside into the lead. Nicely done by the German, who was back to 5th off the start. Now comes across the line, Victor in 2nd place. Henry in P1, the German from the Romanian American for Teloni Motorsports. P3 is Robert Paulbert, the 2nd Romanian. Gold Star Racing looking for their 2nd podium here today. Then it's Shelvis, the Drago course car down into turn 5. Sebastian goes fastest. What a debut for the Englishman. He won't stand on the podium today, but it has been an impressive performance for the Londoner. 49.349. First ever junior race, finishing 3rd in his first heat on Friday. He's sitting in behind Kolovos Leopardi and Henry Mooring, who was in that battle in 4th place. In the race lead, Victor has to defend. Here comes Robert. 1.5 Romanians in 2nd and 3rd. Abraham, the Dutch Spaniard, in the Drago course cart in position 4. And it's Matis Brajol. Colton ranges up behind for Ward Racing. The Texan on the back of the Frenchman for Antonelli Motorsport. Look at the cart still littered on the inside of the circuit. We've also lost David Moscardi. 4 carts, 5 carts in the fight for the lead. The Texan around the outside. Snickenberg tries to take Matis Brajol. And now Victor under attack incredibly. He holds the place. That sentence is made redundant before it's completed. Victor from pole position back into P4 as now Henry builds something of a lead. Shelvis in the Drago course cart in position 3. Brajol down the inside. This is all going wrong for Victor. He's off the road. Victor into the grass. He won't win today. Victor Gurun comes across the line in 12th position. He will not win after starting from pole position and having a brilliant weekend until just a few moments ago. Now the top Romanian is in 2nd place. His name is Robert Paulbert. He's on your screen driving the Gold Star Racing Cup Republic. Shelvis, Brajol, Diascoli, Colton in 5. Here goes Abraham into turn 9. Too far back to attack this time. Henry Mooring, the gap, 0.4 of a second. The German from Frankfurt glances over his right shoulder. Cup Republic, 1, 2. Back to the Drago course cart as Shepard down the inside. Anthony, and also his Lenzo car teammate, the Spaniard, Hernan Rodriguez. Bergman, Pezzuto, Josh from Manea. Good drive from Pezzuto after coming from 19th on the grid. He's now in 10th from Robelli. And Victor Gurun, who was in the lead until just a few laps ago. Robert now has got right up to the back of Henry. A 49 dead last time. Took 0.2 of a second out of the German, the race leader. into turn 9. Too far back to attack. He waits. He cannot wait too long because look at Abraham Shelvest. He's in third place. The Drago course car. There is Matias Brajol for Antonelli Motorsport as now Henry defends. Diascoli P5. Josh down the inside. And last year's Supermaster Series mini champion from Miami, Florida. The Red Bull Junior trying to drag himself into this battle as well. We start lap 12. Mooring, Poulbert, Abraham Shelvest. 1, 2 and 3 fighting for the podium. It is Germany, Romania and Spain. It is Germany, Spain and Romania as Shelvest tries the outside of Robert Poulbert. It becomes the inside though, and it closes right up on the back once again of the driver from Frankfurt, Germany. Henry Mooring. He's in P1. Czech Republic still first and second. The dying stages, round 1, the Wsk Final Cup. Here at FRANCIACORTA in OKNJ, Henry defends. Matias Brajol does likewise in the background to the pole. Antonio Chepa. 3 laps to race. Henry across the line at 118 kilometers an hour. Brajol at 122 with the slipstream. Mooring at 702 down into turn 5. Poulbert defends. Shelvest on the podium, but currently only on the 3rd step.
The way that it is for Shelvest in this race right now is it almost is you have to attack the back of Poulbert. For Poulbert, you have to attack to defend, which is a difficult thing to say, especially when it's your teammate that you have in front of you. Mooring leading the way, almost backing up his teammate into Shelvest in 3rd right now. Shelvest Moron doing all that they can. You can see in the background the battle still goes on for 5th right now as Bragio and Ochepa go side by side out the final corner and across the line. Did anything change between the two of them? No, they didn't. Mooring's going to assert his lead with a new fastest lap of the race. Poulbert in behind, though, will have the slipstream onto his teammate and has it down the 130 meter straight, which is the home straight, 180 meters down into turn 13. That's probably going to be the best opportunity. Shelvest Moron now drops off the back of this battle, so Poulbert doesn't need to worry about the car in behind for the moment, but almost needs to just worry about the car in front of him. Does Mooring go defensive and try to back his teammate into the car behind, or does he just focus on forwards? He has a check over the shoulder. He understands what his position is on the circuit right now, and his position is the race lead. Onto what is going to be the final lap, the most important lap of this race. Can Henry Mooring take it all the way to the line? The 702 will lead the way for these final stages, but will he for
Here we go, half a kilometre to race. Henry in P1, desperate to take a first WSK victory. Robert likewise, Czech Republic 1-2. Abraham has fallen back. They go down the hill for the first final time. Henry Mooring, Robert Poulbert, Germany, Romania 1 and 2. Diascoli, the fastest qualifier. He's catching on the back of Abraham Shelvest. Watch him white line it. He'll go to his right, to your left. Mooring into the final corner, puts the kart in the middle of the circuit. He wins it! The driver van Deutschland, Henry Mooring, wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Poulbert 2nd, and Abraham Shelvest on the podium in 3rd place. Henry from Germany has won for the first time in WSK.
But he only won by 1,000th of a second over his teammate. The two teammates drawing a stern across the line. And I'll tell you what a run that was out of the final corner from Robert Poulbert to find himself alongside his teammate Mooring. That defensive effort into turn 13 nearly cost him the lead of the race. Luckily enough, he just about gets there by 1,000th of a second. Blink and you would miss it between the two teammates. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. An 8-car pile-up brought out a full course yellow in the opening stages, and maybe being a little bit not cautious enough actually for Shelvest, found himself on the back foot in the opening stages. Thought he was in a comfortable position through turn 2, and that just was not the case at all. Either way, fighting his way back through, and Victor Gordon, what could have been for the American? Could it have been a race victory? Well, it was looking dominant out in front until it wasn't. just one mistake, one moment, one take to the grass, and that is what found Victor Garoon tumbling down the order and what allowed the two Kart Republic cards out in front. It was a move on the inside, and off to the grass went Victor Garoon. Such a shame to see that our pole sitter went tumbling down the order, but it's a slap of the side pod, and Henry Mooring is victorious in 2026 at the WSK Final Cup. First round here in Franciacorta. Henry Mooring wins from Robert Paubert in second. Albert Shelvis rounding out your podium. Diascali, best of the rest, in fourth, just knocking on the door of a podium. Ochepa in fifth, and it was Rodriguez, Bergman, Bragio, Garoon manages to recover to ninth, and Carrere rounded out the top 10. Verber in 11th. Those are your results down to 20. Ravelli and Behrman, cousin of Oliver Behrman, Sebastian Behrman, finished there in 13th position. Kaserovic in 21st, Lee in 22nd, and it was Kupny and Kovtuenko. Sapia in 31st. Zalilov in behind. These are all retirements, you can see by the no laps. That will be because of that incident at turn 2, claiming 8 drivers from Buzas downwards. 23 drivers finishing out of the 36 that started. Kovtunenko, Mur, Tazerna, Leopardi, Moscardi, and Novello, unfortunately joining the retirements that we saw on the first lap. All of those retirements that were just called out happening after the first few laps. But no retirements within our top 3. A German, Romanian, and the Spaniard. Exactly what you want to see there. For Robert Paubert, it's been an outstanding race for himself. The 731 did a great job to get himself in that racing order and back up at the front end. In second place, took the opportunities when they arrived to the Romanian. The driver that also competed in the Italian ACI Karting Championship this year, has been racing in domestic Romanian karting masters for some time now. Takes his talent to the European and world stages here at the WSK Final Cup, and instantly is very close to being victorious by 1,000th of a second. You can't get any closer than that. If it is any consolation, Paubert also had the fastest lap of the race to put against his name. 34 degrees track temperature. Well, air temperature actually. Track temperature will be even higher than that. It is absolutely baking here at Franciacorta. Very different conditions to the hailstorm and the thunderstorms that we were seeing on Friday. I'm sure everyone in the paddock and all the drivers are very glad to see the sun beating down on the track for finals day here at Franciacorta. And for Mooring, of course, that race win will assert himself the championship lead. 90 points to his name over Abraham Shelvis in second on 78, 12 points adrift. Luigi Diascali, although he didn't finish third in the race, he finished fourth in the final, but because of his great efforts throughout the heat and throughout the pre-final as well, Luigi Diascali is going to assert himself third in the virtual championship for the moment, tied on points with Victor Garoon, the driver who very easily could have won that race. I say easily, he couldn't very easily have won the race, but very easily could have been a competitor for taking that race victory, had the pace, displayed that over the course of the weekend, going undefeated in the first 2 heats and also the pre-final. But results in the heats and the pre-final doesn't translate into final results. It's a completely different day on Sunday. New afternoon and a new race. Anything can happen. And I think Victor Garoon, his situation is testament of that. Proves that you should expect the unexpected here in the WSK Final Cup. However, I'm sure Victor Garoon will come back swinging for round 2 in November, in just a couple months' time. The back end of summer, we kick off this championship to round out the WSK karting season. The Euro Series and the Supermaster Series are already under the belt and out of the way. But for the Final Cup, it's only just getting started. This is only a taster of the action you're going to get over the next few months from the drivers in this championship. And there's still plenty more to come over the course of those 3 rounds. Never mind just the 3 rounds. Over the course of today, we still have plenty of action to come. 4 more races next up, of them being the Mini Under 10, followed by the Mini GR3. Then to round out the day, OKJ and OK Senior will be the last cars to take to the surface and to take to action. Cheers from the crowd around the podium as our podium drivers will arrive and make their way out of Parc Fermé, embraced by family members, embraced by the teams, and some very proud faces around the paddock. Proud they should be indeed, for Moring, Paubert and Shelvis all drove a very heartfelt race to find themselves on the podium. The German, the Romanian, and the Spaniard will stand on the steps, but we'll only hear one national anthem, that being the German national anthem in honor of Henry Moring. And we'll go down to that podium now with Ian, who's waiting on our top 3.
Thank you, Kai. Not only myself, but the 3 drivers, one with a very big smile on his face. His name's Henry, he's from Germany. But first, let's get to the drivers in 3rd and 2nd as well. A fabulous first round of the WSK Final Cup in OKN Junior. In 3rd place, Abraham Shelvis. In 2nd, from Romania for Gold Star Racing, Robert Paubert. The winner of the first round of the WSK Final Cup here at FRANCIACORTA from Frankfurt in Germany for Team Kart Republic. A huge round of applause for the race winner, Henry Moring. And the winning team, Kart Republic Motorsport, represented by the 2013 World Champion, Tom Joyner. Chiediamo Signor Marco Artunghi, Presidente Proloco Castrezzato, to present the 3rd place trophy to Abraham Shelvis. The 2nd place trophy also presented by Mr. Marco Artunghi to the 2nd place driver from Romania, Robert Paubert. From Germany for Team Kart Republic, the race winner, Henry Moring. And the winning team, Kart Republic Motorsport, represented by the 2013 World Champion, Tom Joyner. The national anthem of Germany. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup in OKNJ. 3rd place, Abraham Shelvis. 2nd place, Robert Paubert. And the race winner from Deutschland, Henry Moring. One-third of the way through the afternoon, the OKN Junior Final. We continue racing in just a moment with the youngest drivers here this weekend at Mini Under 10. Kai, back to you in the studio.
So with the podium concluded, we get ready for racing action again. OKNJ just out of the way. The juniors of the OKN senior class that were first to take to the circuit. We go from the juniors down to the minis, the youngest drivers that will be competing with us this weekend. Mini under 10 is going to be coming up next. Drivers all aged from ages 8 to 10 years old will be circulating around this circuit. Some of the cleanest racing, though, that we saw out of any of the classes. Out of the 52 drivers that raced in the pre-finals, 51 of them crossed the line and finished. Over the 2 pre-finals, we only had 1 retirement total, and that's just testament to the racing that we expect here from Mini under 10. Maybe some of the youngest drivers, but still pack a punch and are wise beyond their years in terms of racecraft. Zane Burgess will take us away from pole for that.
Before he does, Kai, let's check out what some of the youngest drivers here, in fact, the youngest drivers, have been up to in the last few days before we race Mini under 10 over 10 laps here at Franciacorta. The North Americans, 5 of them in the first 6 positions on the grid. To the bottom left of your screen is the WSK Supermaster Series champion, the Jamaican-American Zane Burgess, the Andretti Junior driver. To the right of your screen, also from North America, the Canadian Leo Simone, second-generation racer from Canada. His father racing GT and IMSA in the United States and Canada back in the day. In fact, not so long ago, although just before Leo and his older brother Rocco's racing careers did take over. Leo Simone, pole position on Friday with a 55.124. Mason Brody, he was fastest in the second group of qualifying. The Supernats champion, also from the mighty United States of America. He starts just behind Zane. Mason out of grid 3 alongside Zev, the Kleine Gottschalk. Van Torino, the first non-North American, and then Jaden Francisco, the second Canadian, starting out of grid 6. 53 drivers in Mini under 10. We are down to the final 36. Zane Burgess, the Andretti Junior, on pole position. As the 1 minute board goes up, there is Zane to the right of your screen, glances across to Leo, who looks back. 5.30 is Zev, the Kleine Gottschalk from the Dutch island of Curaçao in the beautiful Caribbean. The nation which shot to the world spotlight sporting-wise with their first ever participation in the recent FIFA World Cup. The green flag, 10 laps for Mini under 10. We take a look at the grid as the field successfully set off. Mason pushing Zane up into turn 1. Thanks, buddy. Zane Burgess on pole position. Leo, the fastest qualifier, out of 2. Mason out of grid 3. Zev out of 4. Giovanni Venturino for Team Baby Race, and Jaden Francisco, his Canadian teammate, alongside Oliver Beitar from Tenerife. He's alongside Romeo Ferrante do Brasil, Sasha Miras, the Frenchman from Barcelona, and Max Varic from Thailand out of 10. The first of the 2 Austrians, Johan Berger out of 11. Timothy Brody Brown, Blake Schuer, the Californian, the Austrian Scott Jack Wolf, and the Dutchman Denver Boss. Jack Katowski, Ronald Venter from Pretoria in South Africa, Miguel Phineas and Miguel Spina for team driver from Malta. Theo Durbinen, Lucas Staciones, and Aidan Moreira from Switzerland. Giudicelli, Diacono, Louis Mikami for the Monster K Factory team. Oleksic Bernardas Anasauskas, first CRG race for the Lithuanian. He's alongside the Russian Oldov. Radislav Chernitsky, Engelstad, who only went 50 metres in the pre-final this morning before being turned backwards into the wall. We'll be hoping for a better start, Ivar. Then it's Pupo, Torquia, Ticianelli, and Georgios Arvanitakis. On pole, the Andretti Jr., Zane Burgess. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup, Mini Under 10. We race. Shooting to the inside of the circuit, the second Canadian, Jaden Francisco. But it's the Jamaican-American, Zane Burgess, who puts the 5.42 parallel in the middle of the circuit. He's got the race lead. We've lost 6 at the top of your screen. In the middle of the circuit, Burgess with the race lead, not for long. He's almost off the road. Zane from pole, a disaster, has gone back to 5th place.
Zane Burgess just about holding on for the moment, though. A couple of positions behind. You can't say the same as Brody and Gottschalk, all going to squabble it out. Gottschalk having a great run at the moment. Remember, older brother wins. Gottschalk won here in the Mini Under 10 class in the WSK Final Cup last year. Took home the title, hoping to do the same as the younger brother of what his older brother was able to in 2025. A point forwards there from 3rd position. That's going to be the nudge forwards from Simone, who says, let's work together, let's work forwards. Gottschalk has none of that. Now they go racing side by side. Brody and Gottschalk, between the two of them, they will race. The two Kart Republics. A little bit of a nudge into the rear end there from Gottschalk, as he needs to be careful. Doesn't want to get a drop down or pick up a penalty. That's going to allow the other cars in behind to close even closer, though. Simone, Venturino and Burgess all on the rear end, all going side by side, as Venturino gets his elbows out and gets stuck into the thick of the action as well. So towards the back straight we go, out of 12, down towards 13. Zev Gottschalk pinned to the inside white line. Doesn't want to give up any room, not even to his teammate of Brody in behind. Brody just about hanging on. Simone also pushing on forwards. Simone will try and break this Kart Republic duo if he's able to. The most dangerous thing is the two Kart Republic karts. Zev Gottschalk in the Kart Republic chassis on the inside. Baby Race gets there. Baby Race will continue to race forwards. That's exactly what you want to see from the Baby Race Academy drivers. As Gottschalk is getting stuck into it once again. It's going to be Miras for the Baby Race team that was getting into the inside. The Spaniard has been on an absolute stormer this weekend. Pinned to the inside white line. Look back, about 10 drivers to the outside. That's a brave move. Can it be pulled off? Yes, it can. Miras gets there. And Gottschalk was caught lacking on the apex of turn 13. Too heavy on the brakes. Tried to park it. Miras says, no, I'll go the long way round. Do it myself. And that's exactly what the 510 does. Baby Race Driver Academy hit the front for the first time in this race. And the KR team is demoted down into second. The KR karters, I must say, double switchback from the parallel. Can he hold on to it? No, not quite. Miras is able to get there. Simone tried the double switchback, carried a bit too much speed, went too wide. And Gottschalk is able to sneak back through, gets away with that one. As Vitens got almost sideways on the exit of 9 and 10, squabbling with the kart around. Now it's Miras' turn to defend. Does he make the same mistake of Gottschalk around the outside? We've already seen it once. Will we see it again? Yes, we will. There goes Vitens, gets the move on Brody. And Brody looking to drop down a few positions now as Zvaric finds himself in 3rd. Zvaric on the back of these two, pushes them through the apex of 2 and 3. Gottschalk gets the nudge. It's overtake or be overtaken. Harsh on the brakes. Miras doesn't want to give up any ground. And neither does Gottschalk, but he might lose out on some. Here comes Zvaric. Zvaric on the outside. To the inside goes Vitens, trying to follow through with Simone as well. as it's absolute pandemonium up at the front end here, nearly 4 wide, as the drivers are all racing for the same bit of tarmac. It's not going to work out in the end. And Miras, the 5'10", is just about able to get away with it. Sasha Miras, she's done a perfect job to hold on to it for now. Into 13 on the brakes. Brody not having the time he would be hoping for.
A ferocious first half of the race. Sasha Miras from Oliver Vatans, who just pulled off the move of the day. A few corners ago, he went from 6th up into 2nd place. There's the team driver from Tenerife. Vatans, Zvadic, that's Max from Thailand. Back to Mason Brody, Zev Gottschalk for the Kiddix driver performance team. Sasha Miras, already a WSK race winner and champion, P1. Team Baby Race, 1st and 3rd place. Oliver Vatans for team driver. In 2nd, there is Mason Brody, Supernats champion in the United States of America, P4. From Gottschalk, Simone. Zane Burgess from pole back into 7th. There's the Andretti Jr., just stays on the circuit without using the ripple strip. Move down the inside, Max. And the tie goes by. Team Baby Race. 1st and 2nd place, Sasha Miras. The Frenchman from Barcelona in the race lead. Across the line at 98 kilometers an hour. Watch Oliver Vatans. The Portuguese Belgian from Tenerife in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. For the team from Padova in the north of Italy. P3 goes Oliver Vatans. Mason Brody from the United States of America. Now just a step off the podium for the Kiddix driver performance team. Gottschalk, Simone, and the pole sitter, the Supermaster Series champion, the Andretti Jr., Zane Burgess, with a mountain of work to do in the remaining 4 laps. As we see Mason fire it down the inside. Nice pass by Brody. He takes Oliver Vatans, who falls back off the podium for the moment. Still the Baby Race duo will run 1 and 2. 3 laps to race the Mini Under 10 final, round 1 of the WSK Final Cup, the final Sunday in August. The 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. It is Spain, Thailand, and the United States of America. 1, 2, and 3 in Mini Under 10. Sasha from Max and Mason Brody. Down into turn 5, Oliver Vatans. Back to Zev Gottschalk, Zane Burgess. Then we go to Leo Simone and Jaden Francisco, who made an initial good getaway, did the second Canadian, but was off into the grass on the second corner of the first lap, has not really recovered. The first Canadian is Leo in 7, Jaden in 8. Then the first of the 2 Austrians, Jack Wolf, Blake Schuer, and the second Austrian, the second generation racer, Johann Berger. We start lap 9 as they come across the line. Sasha Miras, 14 Baby Race. The Frenchman from Barcelona in P1.
Sasha Miras across the line. We saw on the back straight there, down towards turn 13. It was a nod of the head down the straight, not looking over the shoulder. Now checks over the shoulder to see where the competitors lie. Yes, it's team colours behind, but team camaraderie, does that stay in the equation, or does that go out of the window at this stage in the race? As Svadic is all over the back of his teammate. The 513 will be waiting for the opportunity, also waiting for an opportunity as Brody will get there on Svadic. And Brody up into 2nd position now. So it'll be the Car Republic that will chase down the Baby Race car. Into turn 13 now. Just 1 more lap to go. Sasha Miras, can you hold on? Can the 510 turn into the number 1 spot? 1 more lap will decide. It was just shy of 3 temps, the gap separating. If 2 and 3, Brody and Svadic are smart here, they'll work together, try and push forwards, catch onto the leader, and have 1 more opportunity. But no, that's not what they're going to do. Defensive goes Brody, and that allows Miras to just break away in the lead. A check over the shoulder, and it's only daylight that separates the 2 leaders. Brody in 2nd. It's all out defense right now as Svadic is attacking the back end. Watch out here for Vatans as Vatans gets there and will jump up into 3rd. Skirting off in the background. That looks like that was going to be Burgess going off the road, or Simone. One of the 2 goes off into the grass and dancing into a cloud of smoke. It was maybe even Gottschalk that went off the track. Side by side. Oh, and there's contact as trying to slide on through. Svares tries to get there, and it's a big squabble there for third position. But only one winner can be victorious, and it's going to be the Spaniard of Sasha Miras. You are victorious here at the WSK Final Cup. First round in FRANCIACORTA. Our winner of the WSK Euro Series in this exact category is going to continue that momentum into the Final Cup. Runner-up in the WSK Supermaster Series. Couldn't take home all 3 titles, but could it be 2 out of 3 this season for Sasha Miras? As it was a dominant victory out in front. As soon as the defense orders came in for second place, it was no debate on who was going to win that one. Chaos from start to finish. These are the highlights for the race here.
Zane Berger from pole position, but was soon back and falling off the podium. There were 6 cars fighting for the lead. This was the move of the race from Oliver Vatans, who went from 6th up into second place. Team Baby Race running 1-2. Sasha Miras in 5-1-0, leading his teammate. Zane Burgess was out of it at this point. He was back in 7th place. The pole sitter, the Supermaster Series champion. As Sasha Miras pulled away, he would ultimately win by 2.4 seconds off the road when Zev Godshall into the final corner and contact. Zane Burgess around the outside, but it was Sasha who takes the victory. Sasha Miras for Team Baby Race wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Zane, he was 7th as they crossed the line to start the last lap of the race, finishes in P2. And Leo, it's been a great weekend for the Canadian, finishes in P3 after taking pole position on Friday. Vatans, Franciscos, Vadic, Brody, Johan Berger, Blake Schwer and Romeo Ferrante in P10, just ahead of Timotan and Jack Wolf. Sasha Miras takes victory. In the end, it was by 2.4 seconds as they went into the final corner. Zane Burgess, whose father is about to pilot a UPS 737 to Anchorage in Alaska in just a few moments' time, saw his son take 2nd from 5th on the final corner. And Leo Simone, another North American, the fastest qualifier. He takes the final step of the podium for Team Paralim. But it's Team Baby Race who win it, with Sasha Miras, who has now officially changed nationality or racing license. The French Spaniard takes the victory. He wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup and will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment. He'll be joined by Zane and Leo in 3rd place. Spain, the United States of America, and Canada 1, 2, 3 in Mini Under 10 here in the north of Italy.
For Zane Burgess, did somebody call the cleanup through? Because he came in to sweep up the dirty work of the other drivers from 5th to 2nd in one corner. Amazing to see from Zane Burgess to recover to a 2nd place result. Obviously started from that pole spot. It was a difficult start to the race from Zane Burgess, tumbled down the order after getting hung out to dry and all the drivers managing to sweep through. But Sasha Miras is able to walk away with the victory, a well-deserved victory, a dominant victory out in front in the end by 2.4 seconds. It wasn't looking like it was going to be a 2.4 second victory when we made our way onto the final lap. Just if there was some teamwork between the P2 and P3 drivers, then it could have been a different story and it could have been a 3-way fight for the win. But the Paralim driver of Zane Burgess, embraced by his family and his team as well, clearly emotional. The emotion now hitting after a 2nd place result. What a way to make the best of a bad race. Zane Burgess, not the start he would have been hoping for, but still recovers to 2nd place. It's Miras, Burgess and Simone who round out your podium. The French Spaniard on the top spot, the USA flag flying high in 2nd, and also the North American Canadian driver of Simone will finish in 3rd. Leo Simone in the 5-3-9, probably the most difficult position that he could have found himself in, was right in the heart of all of the action. Any overtake that took place, that affected Leo Simone's race. And it was a position where you either push on forwards or find yourself falling back. Leo Simone decided to go with the first of those options. The driver who won the Miami Microclass title in the Sunshine State Karting Challenge. The Canadian is now a podium stander in the WSK Final Cup here at FRANCIACORTA. Amazing to see our drivers developing race upon race. And for Zane Burgess, I'm sure he would have been hoping for the race win, but did everything he could to find himself standing on the podium now is something that should be celebrated for our Italian ACI karting champion in 2026. Can he add another title and another accolade to this season? Could he add the WSK Final Cup? Well, it'll be Sasha Miros who leads the championship at the moment on 100 points by 29-point gap back to Zane Burgess in second. Zane Burgess sitting on 71 points at the moment after that race, with Brody being hung out to dry in the final stages with that contact with Zvaric in the final few corners. Drops down into intermittent third in the virtual championship, 57 points to his name, 14 off the back of Burgess. Simone with that podium will get himself up into fourth, and Zvaric will hold on to fifth for the moment. Those two drivers on 48 and 42 points. Mini under 10, always drama, always action, always entertaining. And exactly that was the Mini under 10s race. The next class that will be out onto the track will be the Mini GR3, the second of our mini classes that are racing here this weekend. And as soon as Mini GR3 make their way onto the track, that is the first of our final three races. After that, OKJ and OK before we wrap up the day there with the senior class. But Mini GR3 will get ready there on the grid. But before that, we'll hear from our podium celebrations, and well-deserved celebrations for our top three: Sasha Miros, Zane Burgess, and Leo Simone. That is your top three from the Mini under 10 class once again. The drivers on the grid. Great to see the sportsmanship between everyone. All the drivers, although it may not look it on track, they are very much friends off track. And that's one thing that you love about the motorsport paddock, is how tight of a family it is. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone is friendly to each other, welcoming and helpful. That is why we love racing, why we go racing every weekend as well. And the results are just a bonus for our top three: Miros, Burgess and Simone. Now, it could be a completely different story come November, but we'll have to wait until November for that. For now, though, we'll go down to Ian, who's ready for the podium celebrations.
Thank you, Kai. Yes, we certainly are. The Mini Under 10 final, a cracking race decided on the final corner. In third place, the Canadian who also set pole position on Friday, Leo Simone. In second place, from the United States of America, the Supermaster Series champion, the Andretti Junior, Zane Burgess. It is another WSK victory for the team from just up the road in Castellnodolo, and also for the Frenchman from Barcelona. The winner of round one, the WSK Final Cup, Sasha Miros. And the winning team, once again, Team Baby Rice, represented by Michele Abrami. We would like to ask Signor Ezio Casaletti, Vice Sindaco del Comune di Castellezzato, the Vice Mayor of the region or the city of Castellezzato, to present the third place trophy to the Canadian Leo Simone. Signor Ezio Castellate will also present the second place trophy to Zane Burgess. The winner of round one, the WSK Final Cup here at FRANCIACORTA, 14 baby race, Sasha Midas. And the winning team, Team Baby Race, represented by Michele Abrami. The national anthem of España. The podium for the mini under 10 final. Third place, Leo Simone. Second, Zane Burgess. And the winner here at FRANCIACORTA, Sasha Midas. Also the Paralympians finishing in 1, 2, 3. Third place, Leo. Second, Zane. And the winner, Sasha, 14 baby race. We continue racing with the mini category in just a moment. Kai, if I'm not mistaken, mini group 3 there on the grid. And it is a Moroccan who will start from pole position. Kai?
You are correct. The Moroccan rocket of Nail El Ghahadi will start from pole position. The 5'11" has been almost untouchable over the course of this weekend in his class and has been absolutely flying out there on the tarmac. Will we see more of the same over the next 10 laps of action here for Mini Group 3? Well, we'll have to wait and see. But it's hard to take your eyes off the Moroccan. Lennox Lockhart alongside will definitely try and put up a good fight around this FRANCIACORTA circuit. 1.3 kilometers for the drivers. 65% of that lap will be spent completely flat out. And with the grip underneath them due to the 34 degrees air temperature, it will be no question on whether that 65% will be flat out. The 5'11", as we mentioned, the Moroccan will go from pole. Achieved victory in the mini under 10 class at the 2025 WSK Final Cup, but wasn't able to take home the overall title. It'll be title hopes this time, but first, we've got the first round race.
Let's find out how the grid was set as we take a look at the highlights from Mini Group 3 this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Halfway through the afternoon here at FRANCIACORTA, the sun is shining. It is 34 degrees Celsius. It is the last Sunday of the month. And we are halfway through the day. 3 finals raced and 3 to race in just a moment as the 3-minute board goes up. And you look at the grid, Mini Group 3, Nail El Ghahadi, the Moroccan, on the left of your screen. He will start from pole position. Lennox Lockhart to the right, starting out of grid 2. the boy from the Bahamas. His parents here at the circuit. His father, Miguel, former NFL and college football player in the United States of America. If he was nervous playing in front of 120,000 people in Alabama and in Michigan, well, how do you think his nerves are now? That is his boy to the right of your screen. Miguel, best of luck, buddy. Lennox from the Bahamas, the kid from the Caribbean, out of grid 2. But it is the mighty Moroccan for Team Baby Race on pole position. He's already won before in WSK twice. Team Baby Race, look at the inside second row of the grid, particularly off the start. It is Alfie Mauer. Multiple WSK race winner already for the Tony Kart Racing team. 52 drivers in the original Mini category. This is Mini Group 3 homologation. Back to the 36th place driver, Farel Barreta, who has scraped into the grid after what has been a tough weekend for the second generation driver. Son of the great Olivier Barreta, former LaRousse Formula 1 driver and Formula 3000 race winner back in the 1990s, back when Formula 3000 was at times as fast, if not faster, than half the Formula 1 grid. Olivier Barreta, his son, Farel Barreta, on grid 36. The green flag for the 10-lap Mini Group 3 final. This is the grid. El Ghaoudy on pole position. Lennox Lockhart from the Bahamas. Out of grid 2, Alfie Mauer from England. And the Syrian-Austrian Gazi Al-Makdad out of 4. Teo Steindl, Pedro Cueto, the Mexican Dutchman. And then the 100% Dutch driver for the French team, Kees Muijs in the Sodicart, Alexander Matjak, Mateo Garcia, and Selim Kosei for Team Baby Race from Turkey out of 10. Kevin Turbo, Mohamed Wibowo from Jakarta, Indonesia. He took pole position in qualifying on Friday. Acton Samuel Chaveri from Costa Rica on debut in WSK. Zane Patch, Gomez, Julian van der Kortele, Alvaro Medeiros, What a Kid Superjock, and Alessio Ottaviani. The Mexican-Serbian from Dubai, Guido Ebrigeni, Ryan DeMuno, Il Foggiato, Adam Pervu, Alfie Garrett, Adi Youssef, Tarek Soufi for the Lenovo Kali Kart team. From Bahrain, Nicholas Yerli, Jimenez, Bufo Pugliese, Caceres, the Siberian, David Sitov, Matthias Dominguez Poulsen. Final row of the grid, Aris Lutu and the aforementioned Farel Barreta out of grid 36. El Ghaoudy on pole position, the Northern African driver. Lockhart, 546. As we mentioned to you, from the Caribbean, his American father, his Bolivian mother, here trackside. Second row of the grid with the Union Jack proudly on the top of his helmet. It's the Englishman for the Tony Kart Racing team, Alfie Mauer. El Ghaoudy, the Moroccan, on pole position. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup. We race. Lockhart immediately back to 3rd, back to 4th, back to P5. He'll be lucky to finish this first lap inside the top 10 as we've got carnage up the hill into turn 2. 1/3 of the field has been taken out as Alfie Mauer goes into second place. On the back of the pole sitter, the Moroccan with the race lead. Most of those drivers have rejoined. Samuel Chaveri was involved, as was Zane Patch. What a Kid Superjock. Ryan DeMuno, Piervo, Adi Youssef as well, and Alexander Matjak. El Ghaoudy with the race lead. There's Alfie in second. Now Lennox Lockhart does recover. He was back to 7th. As the field shot up into turn 1, he's avoided that crash. The kid from the Caribbean in 3rd place on the outside. Has nowhere to go, loses the place though. As they come across the line for the first time, the Moroccan from the Englishman. Lap 1, the Mini Group 3 final here in blazing summer sunshine at FRANCIACORTA. Here's the Norwegian Teo Steindl, the wider motorsport driver from Norway. Muijs. Here's the Dutchman on the outside. Lockhart just behind. Then it's Kevin Turbo, David Acton. Alfie Mauer will make the move for the lead imminently. He needs to because he's about to be attacked by Kees Muijs. And also Teo Steindl for MP Motorsport. Into turn 9. El Gahoudi defends. He white lines it. He can't do that for the remaining 8 laps. Down the back straight. Again, he white lines it. On the outside, watch for David Acton in the Tony Kart. His teammate, what a move from Alfie. Briefly into the lead, but he's in the marbles. Theo Steindal, the Norwegian, takes the lead. Fantastic pass. Theo goes P1 for the Hensa Motorsport Tingamoto team. Now back into second place. Back to third, back to fourth. He's off the podium. Case Boy sends it. Lockhart down the inside. Lockhart launches through on the driver who was leading this race just a few moments ago. El Gahoudi back in P1. And as it was off the start, it's the Moroccan from the Englishman.
El Gahoudi still leads the way. For Alfie Mehr, the best defensive tactic that he can have is to attack the back of the Tony Kart driver in front. Sorry, the babyface driver in front of him. Alfie Mehr being in the Tony Kart colours. In the background, race still rages on. It continues on for Steindl as he tries to gain back some of the time that he lost just moments ago. Wibowo as well getting involved in that battle. So Wibowo and Al Mcdad. Al Mcdad gaining that position on Agden. Agden dropping down into 8th now. Steindl got that move on Lockhart. That was the overtake that we saw through turn 13. But Alfie Mehr in second for the moment. Moises in third. So close to the rear end of the 501. The Dutch is just waiting for the opportunity. And Steindl, if we know anything about Theo Steindl, is that he won't wait around at all. He's been so prevalent on the rear end of other drivers. The MP Motorsport team backing him for this weekend. On the inside, there's the move. That's exactly what we were expecting from Theo Steindl. As he gets the move done and up another position into third. Lockhart following through as well, which means that Majois is dropped down into 4th, maybe even into 5th, yes, as Wibowo makes the move through the 512, makes his way past the 574. So Wibowo, who was our fastest qualifier for the weekend here in the Mini Group 3 class, is now down in 5th position, up 7 places from where he started, down in 12th. It was a difficult pre-final for Wibowo as he found himself shuffled out onto the grass after a battle with a gaggle of karts and found himself out of the racing order. Now finds himself in 5th, back up at the sharp end of the field. Head tucked tight to the steering wheel. El Gahoudi's not risking anything, and neither is Steindl. He's not wasting any time out there on the circuit. It's arrive and pass for the MP Motorsport driver, the team that is so strong in feeder series, most notably the Formula 3 team, MP Motorsport, are here this weekend, and they are here to shine with plenty of drivers that they've left their trust in. One of those being Steindl. Steindl proving why he's part of the fray.
Oh, you mentioned Mo Wibowo, the Indonesian. It's remarkable how history repeats as the Moroccan pulls away. He's got nearly 1 second lead. We go back to the first ever race at Adria, 2014. The race winner also from Indonesia, Presley Martono. He won the WSK Final Cup 14 baby race. Presley here at the circuit. Mohamed Wibowo is being mentored, being coached by Presley Martono. There is Mohamed Wibowo trying to repeat the feat that Presley achieved before Mohamed was even born. He's just a step off the podium now. El Gahoudi with the race lead, the Moroccan from the Norwegian, Lennox in third place.
And the battle rages on. Wibowo finding anything he can to get the move done. Steindl now finds himself in clean air and will push onto the back of El Gahoudi. Steindl has that fastest lap under his belt and will continue on forwards, but the battle continues in the background as Majois is continuing to fight with Wibowo and Mehr just in front as well. Steindl, you can see in second, has a bit of air to himself, doesn't need to worry about anything right now. Your current top 5 being El Gahoudi, Steindl, Lockhart, Wibowo and Majois in 5th. Mayer just dropping down into 6th there as the Brit loses out on a few positions. Just moments ago, just a couple laps ago actually, it was Alfie Mayer who found himself in 2nd, pushing the back of Nail El Ghaadi. That has completely changed and the script has been flipped on its head. With Owo now the fastest driver on the circuit at 54.735 is the lap time set by the driver in the 512. The leading pace around a 54.87 is what Nail El Ghaadi was able to punch home last time round. So a 10.5 separates the lap times, but with Owo being 1.3 seconds off the lead, he's going to have to chip away a bit more than that if he wants any chance of fighting through to the front. Well, fighting even to a podium would be a great feat here for Wibowo as he arrives onto the back of the Paralink cart. Now, virtually pushing the driver in front through the final corner. Surely turn 2 is going to be a beckoning. Surely turn 2 is going to be the move. Yes, it will. Finds the inside. Just about slips through. Not much more than a cart length was left for Wibowo, but he will get the move done on Lockhart. Finds himself in 3rd now. Watch out for Majoy as he'll get involved in the battle. Can he get the switch back on both? Yes, he can, as the Dutchman will find himself up into 3rd. Slow off the exit of turn 5, and that will be Wibowo dropping down the order. The baby race driver is fed to the Lions as everyone is going to take a chance at making their way past the 512 now, and Wibowo tumbles down into 6th. It is a ruthless race here, Rian.
Here we go, the Moroccan is about to get the last lap board. Contact between David Acton and Lennox Lockhart. They still rub wheels coming onto the straight for the final time. El Ghaadi on his way to victory from Theo Steindal. Kees Muis, the Dutchman in the French Story Car P3. As the last lap board is displayed down into turn 5. Theo Steindal, MP Motorsport, driving as hard as he possibly can. 0.6 of a second behind El Ghaadi. Gaziel Magdad has made his way into 4th place. There is the Austrian, the team driver from Bufal, Lockhart, Wibowo, Acton, Jimenez, and Pedro Cueto. The Dutch-Mexican now inside the top 10. As they go down the hill for the final time, a purple sector for the Moroccan. He'll win it. He's already won in WSK. The North African will win once again. Out of the final corner, the checkered flag will wave. It is the mighty Moroccan who wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Fabulous result for the wider motorsport. Henza Team Gamoto driver Theo Steindal from Norway. And Kees Muis on the podium in 3rd. Bullfall has finished in 4th place. Listen to this. From 29th on the grid. We were watching the battle inside the top 10 and the CRG Racing Italian was carving through the field. Outstanding, che bravissimo, che gara, bravo, bravo Andrea Buffo. Ha chiuso la gara in 4ª posizione dalla 15ª fila in griglia. The highlights of Mini Group 3, El Ghaadi from pole position was pushed up into turn 1 by Alfie Mayer, who ultimately finished way down in 27th position. El Ghaadi winning round 1 of the WSK Final Cup by 0.6 of a second, a purple sector in his final lap over Theo Steindal and Kees Muis. Brilliant drive. Some fabulous moves to come home in 3rd place. These are the highlights. We watch Alfie inside 2nd row of the grid. Behind Nail El Ghaadi. Into the grass. Tarek Sufi, the Bahrainian driver, was over after just 2 corners. Around the outside, Alfie Mayer almost took the race lead. Theo Steindal did. The Norwegian did lead in WSK. Moved down the inside from Theo Steindal. Lennox Lockhart following on through. And then this. Fabulous move up into turn 2. Did not break until he was passed. All the while, Andrea Buffo was carving through the field. Kees Muis in the study kart, safe in 3rd place. Defending from Lockhart and David Acton, who would finish P5. Elke Howdy wins from Theo Steindal, who celebrates. He does have a secret weapon here this week in the MP Motorsport team with the best catering in the paddock, courtesy of Oakley's Eats, with Oakley and Elle doing a fabulous job for the MP Motorsport team. Their driver has come home P2 and Case Moyes on the podium in third. What a race. Che bravissimo Andrea Buffo, quarta posizione da 29esima in griglia. Fastest lap of the race, some consolation for the Indonesian Mohamed Wibowo, who finishes in 7th after taking pole on Friday morning. The Moroccan wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Neil Elgahoudy, 14 baby race. Theo Steindal in 2nd, the Norwegian for MP Motorsport. And the Dutchman back on the WSK podium in a Soddy Kart. It's Case Moyes in 3rd place. The podium presentation for Mini Group 3 here in beautiful sunshine at FRANCIACORTA in just a moment.
Podium presentation coming up, and that being for your top 3 drivers. Case Moyes in 3rd position. The Dutchman will stand on the podium, and it was Steindal in 2nd under the MP Academy here this weekend. MP Motorsport, obviously a prevalent figure in the Formula 1 paddock, racing in both the Formula 2 and Formula 3 championships. So clearly a very good place to be, a prevalent breeding ground for drivers all the way around the world, and Steindal proving why he should be one of the names on that academy. Already getting results in the Mini GR3 class. It's going to be a bright future for Theo Steindal. The MP Academy team arriving for the 2026 WSK Final Cup. Obviously a team with a significant presence across the grid. It will be the Moroccan, the Dane, and also the Dutch on the podium. We'll wait for that podium presentation for our top 3. But was there ever any doubt on the magnificent Moroccan of Neil Elgahoudy, who was so dominant over the course of the weekend? He manages to convert that into a finals victory. We'll get ready for the podium as Ian will get the celebration started. So as we wait for the celebrations to get underway, all of the teams and all the family members can congratulate the drivers finally after a ruthless 10 laps out on the Franciacorta circuit, bathed under the sunlight. And pressure makes diamonds for Neil Elgahoudy. That becomes very true indeed. The number 511 will come home in that number 1 spot. The driver who also achieved a victory in the Mini Under 10 class in the WSK Final Cup last year will repeat exactly the same in 2026, taking home a victory here at the first round. Can he convert that into the overall championship result? There'll still be 2 more rounds to decide that. But Neil Elgahoudy will lead the virtual championship with 111 points to his name. Theo Steindal overall in 2nd for the moment with 72 points, 39 points adrift. Sorry, 39 points adrift of Neil Elgahoudy, who currently leads the way. And although he was not on the podium today, actually finishing all the way down in 6th position, he started from 2nd on the grid. Lennox Lockhart will be 3rd in the championship at the moment. Those strong results in the heat, strong results in the pre-final as well. Lennox Lockhart, the number 546, will stand 3rd in the overall championship at the moment. that being in due course to his 2 second-place finishes in the heats and also a second-place finish in the pre-final, which is what put him on the front row for this final. Just wasn't able to make the most of the moment, unfortunately. Lennox Lockhart will go again next time, and I'm sure he'll come back even stronger, learning from his mistakes, constantly developing are these drivers. Some of the youngest drivers that we have here this weekend alongside the Mini Under 10 class. The Mini GR3s here, drivers age 9 to 12 years old, homing on their carts, 125cc water-cooled direct drive engines, providing the drivers the best opportunity to stand on the podium. And for that podium, Ian is down there ready for the celebrations.
The podium for the Mini Group 3 final.
Unfortunately, a few technical difficulties down at the podium will halt the celebrations for the moment. Sorry to get your hopes up for anyone watching along and ready for the podium celebrations. Ian will get us going again in just a few moments' time. Once again, just a reminder of your top three. Neil El Ghaudi took a dominant victory. Well, in the opening stages, it's looking like it was going to be a race for the lead until Neil El Ghaudi was able to get the gap back to the karts in behind. 6/10 it was back to Theo Steindl in second position. Kees Muis rounding out the top three. And a big round of applause once again to the 565, who was able to gain 25 positions. Bufo from 29th on the grid, finishing in 4th. How impressive is that? You don't see that very often. A special display of pace from Andrea Buffo, the driver who was the highest ranked Italian driver in the ACI Italian Karting Championship standings during the season this year, has continued to compete at a high level in WSK and does so just shy of a podium this time, but hopefully Ian is ready to bring us the podium celebrations.
Thank you, Kai. Yes, this time we are the Mini Group 3 final here in blazing summer sunshine at Franciacorta. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup in 60-minute Group 3. In third place, the Pilot 5 of the Netherlands, Kees Muis. Second place, the driver from the very north of Europe, the Norwegian for MP Motorsport, Theo Steindl. The winner of round 1, the WSK Final Cup 14 baby race from Casablanca in Morocco. A huge round of applause for the Northern African. It is the winner, Neil El Ghaudi. And the winning team, Team Baby Race, represented by Alessio Lorandi. Once again, invitiamo Signor Ezio Casaletti, Vice Sindaco del Comune di Castrezetto, to present the third place trophy to the Dutchman, Kees Muis. Second place from Norway, Theo Steindl. And the winner of round one, the WSK Final Cup 14 baby race, the mighty Moroccan Neil El Gahoudi. And the winning team, Team Baby Race, represented by Alessio Lorandi. The national anthem of Morocco. The podium for the 60-minute Group 3 final, round one, the WSK Final Cup. Third place, Gace Moyes. Second, the Norwegian Theo Steindal. And the winner from the 1958 Formula One Grand Prix city of Casablanca in Morocco, Neil El Gahoudi. Two-thirds of the way through the afternoon here at FRANCIACORTA OK Junior. It is Jalal Sayer. Kai, I believe he will be starting on pole position. Back to you in the studio.
Jalal Sayer from pole position. Julian Frasnelli alongside him. OK Junior is going to be the next class out onto the circuit. And we make our way into the final two races of the day. OKJ and OK are the classes to follow. And they may be at the back of the pack, but we've saved the best for last as we will go racing in just a few moments' time. 16 laps around this 1.3 kilometer circuit. 6 more laps than you've been seeing for the mini classes. The 328, Jalal Sayer will take it away from pole position. The Brit will do everything he can to keep his Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart at the front of the field. But if anything, the racing has told us so far, if it's taught us anything from what we've seen, that is you can't count the pole sitter as the race winner.
Let's find out how we came up with the OK Junior grid by checking out the highlights this week here at FRANCIACORTA. Perico. This is his home circuit. He took pole position 48 hours ago with a 48 dead, a 0.80. But as you can see to the centre left of your screen, it is the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver from Great Britain, Jalal Sayer, who starts on pole position 328 after a perfect, almost perfect run through the heats. To the right of your screen, Julian Frasnelli for the Tony Kart Racing team. As ever, brilliant work from his mechanic, Jordan Hankins, formerly with the AMG Mercedes Formula One team, working as a race technician, let's say, mechanic race engineer with Valtteri Bottas in Mercedes in Formula One, now working with Tony Kart, and now working with Julian Frasnelli. Jordan pushes Julian's kart, the Vortex-powered Tony kart, into life. But it's Jarlath Sayer, the Ricky Flynn Motorsports, TM-powered Lando Norris, who starts on pole position. This is the grid for the OK Junior final. Over 16 laps here this afternoon. Sayer starts on pole. Frasnelli starts out of grid 2. Then it's Nick Dangerous out of grid 3 alongside Teo Pelfran for victory lane. Seva, who was fastest in his group of qualifying. DML out of 6. Leon Nachawati, who's been super quick all weekend. Leon Chalitzes alongside the Supermaster Series champion from the Amazon in Brazil, Pitsonia, the South American, alongside the North American Miguel Manzano from Mexico. Out of grid 11 is the Euro Series champion Zdenek Babacek, the second boy from Brazil. Felipe Sanchez, Mark Lumes, Emerson Mack, Feligione, Finley Lyons, Gorski, Henri, Decliner Compen, Superlolo Brass, that's LDP, Lorenzo Di Antonio, and Rocco Simone out of 20. Wham, Williams, Alexander Legenki, Max Velde, Austin Newstead, Tam, Antonio Yanni, Stepan Matt Stepan, Case, Carlos Nees, Point, Good, Bussato, Lazaro, Princess Ava, and the Kenyan, Juana Gasese. No chance this time. We go round for one more lap. The Emirati-born Australian, Ava Lawrence, 332 for DPK Racing. On grid 35, Juana Gasese from Lamu on the east coast of Kenya, the east coast of Africa, on the very edge of the Indian Ocean. Juana Gasese for the CRG Racing Team 349. Just scrapes into the grid, which is great to see. This 53 kart field down to the final 36. 56 nations represented here this weekend. It is the Englishman with the Irish heritage as well, Jarlath, who starts on pole for the proudly British, proudly English team, Ricky Flynn Motorsport, who have put 5 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula One World Championship. Oscar Piastri, Zhou Guanyu, Lando Norris, the reigning world champion, Jack Doohan, and also, of course, the 2015 world champion, the American Logan Sargent. Jarlath Sayer, Ricky Flynn Motorsport on pole position. We welcome you to FRANCIACORTA round 1, the WSK Final Cup. We race. Frasnelli to the outside, has to go round the long way. Almost pulls off the race lead. Fantastic stuff from Frasnelli, drops back to P3. Nick Dangerous. Nicola Pedigol sends it up into second place, but it's Jarlath Sayer, P1 for RFM. Off the road in the background, at least half a dozen karts, as Il Bergamasquino ranges up behind the pole sitter. He gets the run. The 4-time WSK champion, the Mercedes AMG Junior in second place. There's Frasnelli back into P3, looking for the Frenchman Teo Pelfran for victory lane. An incident has taken out Liam Nachawati, Mark Lumetz as well, as Petticoat dives down the inside. Jarlath Sayer points ahead. He knows that Frasnelli is coming. Would have got a glimpse of the Vortex-powered Tony kart out of the side of his visor. The gap between Frasnelli and Sayer is just 0.3 of a second. Petticoat leads. Mart Seppen, Finley Lyons, Albert Tam, Guillaume Bussato also involved in that first lap incident. They have all rejoined incredibly as Frasnelli on the back of Jarlath Sayer. But it's Il Bergamasquino. Nicola Pettigol. This is OKM Junior WSK Supermaster Series champion, who's got the race lead. Sayer, Frasnelli, and Teo Pelfran.
No wasting any time from Nicola Perico as he put his experience to work. Also going to work down the inside is Frasnelli. Will get that move there on Sayer. Trying to follow through as well was Pelferene. As Pelferene did manage to get there. Sayer is going to drop down into 4th position now. Does he go on to the attack into turn 2? No, he doesn't. Through 3 and 4 we go now. This is going to be the battle for 2nd position on track. You can see Nicola Perico there, just a little bit of a gap. Let's get a replay of that move. It was all started by Pelferene feinting a move to the inside, almost forcing Frasnelli to go for the overtake. Frasnelli had no choice but to go to the inside to defend. Can't defend that one, though, as Pelferene will make his way through. And Frasnelli will drop down into third position for the time being. To the inside, hardly any room. He'll get there, though. Saya's going to follow through as well. And trying to snatch through. Pizzania will find himself on the outside. Did Pizzania manage to pick up any of the scraps? Yes, he did. Pelferene down into fifth. Miron and Babacek are now getting involved in the battle. As Miron's onto the back, Babacek in the Tepes Tony Kart colours on the inside. It was only a matter of time before Saya made that move, clipping the rear end as well. Pizzania nearly put himself round. Watch out here for Miron, who's getting involved in the battle. Babacek on the outside had no choice but to step down from that move. Take the knee for a moment, take the back seat. No need to force anything, can force the move there. Babacek gets through. Kumpen's going to follow as well. So this is completely mixed up the order, going defensive. Behind Saya, Miron's not going to risk anything from Pizzania. As Pizzania waits for the gap, also has pressure from Frasnelli in behind. Does anyone do anything into two? No, nothing silly here. Watch out for Denny Babacek, he's arriving onto the back of the battle. Your Euro Series title winner, the Czech. He'll pick up the scraps from that battle off the road there. Very wide go Frasnelli. He will tumble down the order all the way down to 13. A desperate attempt there from the Italian. And Frasnelli will reap what was reckoning towards him. He doesn't reap the rewards of the overtake, more the consequences. As Frasnelli goes all the way down to 13th position now. Even further down, Frasnelli, maybe a little bit of a damage, maybe a knock in confidence, but now down to 24th, another 11 positions from where he originally re-emerged onto the circuit. Nicolo Perico, though, with all of this battling, all of this squabbling in behind, has absolutely checked out from the rest of the field. He is in a different postcode for the moment. 2.3 seconds out in the lead from Saya. Miron not far in behind. And at what point do you sit back as a driver and think, okay, this gap is too big to catch in the remaining 10 laps?
Kai, Julian Frasnelli will not win today. The Italian has crossed the line down in 23rd position ahead of Stefan Marzebena. I'll call it now. Nicolo Perico will win round one of the WSK Final Cup. The Italian has just gone purple. He is 2.3 seconds ahead of Jala Saya. Miron Lorente. Babacek, though, goes purple with a 48.499. Perico will win round one of the WSK Final Cup. We are not even at half race distance. The word in Italian, scaramanzia. They are so superstitious. I know if his father, Alessandro, can hear me, he would be screaming to say, shut up. But Nicolo Perico, he will win this race. He is walking away with the final from Jala Saya, who's on your screen under attack as TML dives down the inside. And the Fusion Motorsport driver takes the RFM driver. There's the race leader. There's Nick Dangerous. Il Bergamaschino is walking away with the final as we approach the half race distance. Round one, the WSK Final Cup. Flashes across the line at 119 kilometres an hour. 122 for Jala Saya with the slipstream. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Il Laziale. He sets the fastest lap now with a 48.498. Frasnelli still circulating, but down in 19th place. Second, third, fourth and fifth. Miron Lorente, Saya, Babacek, and Antonio Pizzania. He started 2026 winning the WSK Supermaster Series for Ward Racing. There's the South American in P5 at the moment behind Zdenek Babacek. Back to Kumpen, Emerson McKendry-Uran, the fourth generation racer. The yellow flag down in the final corner. We have lost Findlay Lines. And Mark Lumetz, Perico across the line. The gap out to 2.4 seconds now. Emerson McKendry-Uran, who took that fabulous victory at Mulsanne in Germany just a few weeks, not so long ago. Fourth generation racer, Emerson McKendry-Uran. His great-grandfather winning the 1959 British Touring Car, or as it was, British Saloon Car Championship. In P7, in the second, Tony Kart ahead of Leganki Gorski. when Yanni Pelfrance dropped down to 12th. The victory lane driver. There's Petticoat down the back straight. Daniel Midon Lorente pulling away from Jalaf Saya. Babacek down the inside. And the Rotax Max Grand Finals champion of the world from the end of 2025. The newly crowned WSK Euro Series champion now goes through. He's on the podium. He defends. Up the inside, the boy from Brazil, Pitsonia, now through to P4. Fabulous pass. Jalaf Saya falls back to P5. Pitsonia to attack the back of Zdeněk Babacek. Petticoat, 2.2 seconds. So if anything, actually Daniel Midon Lorente is taking just a tenth or two out of the race lead, but Petticoat response goes purple in the middle part of this lap. Kart Republic from Kart Republic. Iami, 1, 2 and 3. Tony Karts powered by the Iami. Tep's racing entry of Babacek from Pitsonia. Lap 11 of 16. Pitsonia down the inside. The Supermaster Series champion. Beautiful pass. The response from Babacek immediately. Watch for Saya. And Emerson Mack on the attack. The Brit in the Tony Kart catching up to this battle. Senses he can get up onto the podium today after what has been a tough run this weekend for the 4th generation English racer. Behind is Legenki, the former WSK mini champion, Kumban Gorski and Yubo Wan. A purple sector again from Nicola Petticoat. He white lines it into the hairpin. Babacek, a master of defence as we saw in the WSK Euro Series. Nick Dangerous goes fastest. Petticoat with a 48.3. The gap out to 2.3 seconds. Babacek 3, Pitsonia 4. Saya has to defend. Back to Emerson Mack. That's Legenki and Henri de Kleine-Kumpen in the second Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart. Fabulous move. Emerson Mack on the attack goes Makendra Aran. Pitsonia into the back of Zdeněk Babacek, who is starting to back the field up now. Midon Lorente, Fusion Motorsport, sets off clearly after the race leader, Petticoat. They won't catch Daniel in second as Kumpen down the inside. The question is, can Daniel catch Nick? Kai, I'll say no.
It's hard to say. I say it's hard to say. It's hard to say that he definitely won't catch him. There's going to be the move from Pitsonia, but if we know anything about Babacek, he loves a return of ascend into turn 5. He tries it. Well covered there by Pitsonia in front. But Babacek taking quite an impact on the front bumper, sweeping through past both. Hello, Saya. He'll make his way through, gets past both of Pitsonia and Babacek. The two of them falling short to Saya, who sweeps around the inside of both. But Denny Babacek taking quite a large impact on that front bumper, and that huge dent for the Tony Kart. Big shunt there heading into turn 13 as Pitsonia loads into the back of Denny Babacek. Gets the move done, but at what cost? Surely that has to be a drop-down bumper for Pitsonia as he goes barreling into the back of the Tepes kart. So Pitsonia now onto the rear end of Kumpen, with Saya getting a little bit of air in front of him. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport car is not going to have it easy as we file through the back end of the lap. It's still Nicolo Petticoat, the Mercedes AMG Junior driver, who is rotating out in front, 2.2 seconds. Unless something drastic happens, this is Petticoat's race. Back down the inside. That's going to be a move from Pitsonia. He'll make his way past Kumpen, and Kumpen will be the next driver to follow. Tap of the helmet there from Pitsonia, saying, let's work together. Let's go catch the top 3. And let's battle on the border of a podium. Penultimate lap of the race. Will there be any work between the two drivers? No work in the background. No teamwork, I should say, but definitely work from Emerson Macandrew-Urin, who managed to make his way past Pelferene.
Kai, we're just getting news from race control. Antonio Pitsonia is under investigation, and there's no question why.
No, understandably so. Huge contact between Pitsonia and Babicek. That was down into turn 13, caught clear as day on the camera as well. But what else is clear as day is Nicolo Perico's lead. 2.2 seconds back to Miron Lorente in second place. And for Jarlath Seyer, he's done everything he could to get himself back into a competitive position. The 328 has done an outstanding job to even stand on the third step of the podium. And with Pitsonia and Kumpen continuing to battle, that secures your top three. It's going to be the Mercedes AMG Junior in the Kart Republic colours with just a few more corners to go. Reality will start to hit, emotions will start to wave, and hands will very soon go to the sky as the 350 rounds the final corner for Nicolo Perico. 2 hands to the sky for 1 victory in the WSK Final Cup. The Italian is victorious under the beckoning of the Mercedes AMG Junior program. He's victorious for the first round of the WSK Final Cup. Brilliant to see the camaraderie between the drivers on the circuit. Congratulated by his competitors. It'll be Miron Lorente who comes home in second, Sayer in third, and Pitsonia comes home provisionally in fourth position with that investigation from the stewards. Highlights from a chaotic race, Ian.
Jarlath Seyer from pole position led the field away, but Nicolo Perico on the second lap of the race made the move down the inside and would never be headed. Pulled away. Teo Pelfrani in third place, fighting with Julian Frasnelli. And as they did fight, Il Bergamaschino started to walk away with the final of round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Frasnelli, who would ultimately finish the race under investigation, he crossed the line in position 18. And with this, was off the road, losing time. Perico continued to lead. Daniel Miron Lorente tried as he might. There was Frasnelli off the road for the second time. He started from pole position, finishing down in 18th. Miron Lorente, nice pass from DML to go through to B2. Emerson McAndrew, who ran also flying the flag for the Tony Kart racing team. The first Tony Kart was powered by Miami. That was of Zdenek Babicek, who would finish in 6th place after a frantic race. Pitsonia smack into the back of Zdenek Babicek, and that put the Brazilian under investigation. This was a cleaner move, but out front, Il Bergamaschino, untouchable. Nick Dangerous. Nicolo Perico wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Miron Lorente second for Fusion Motorsport. And a great result for Jarlath Seyer for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. The Brit on the podium in third place. Pitsonia under investigation. P4, Kumpen, Babicek. Emerson McAndrew ran Di Pietrantonio Pelfran and Alexander Laganki. Good result for the Ukrainian to finish in P10, just ahead of the Georgian Leon Schlitzer, Feligione, Lazarus, Wen Guth, Miguel Manzano. It's been a tough but positive weekend for the Mexican. Head of Yanni Frasnelli down in 18th, also obviously under investigation as a matter of procedure. Sanchez finishing ahead of Stepan Matsepin, the Russian finishing in 20th place. Tam Lazaru, Austin Newstead, Lawrence. Good effort from Princess Ava, who came from the back of the grid to finish in 24th. Rocco Simone, Alexandre Poin from Luxembourg, Felder, Liam Nachawati, who showed brilliant flashes of speed this weekend, does finish down in 28th, and a commendable effort also for the Kenyan. The African Bwana Gasese takes the checkered flag in the final position. Il Bergamaschino vince qui a casa. The driver on what is his home circuit, Nicolo Perico, this year's WSK Supermasters Series. Okay, and junior champion, the Mercedes AMG Junior wins. It's a Kart Republic 1-2 here this afternoon. The Italian from the Dutch Spaniard, and Jarlath Seyer, the Brit, on the podium in third place. An all-European podium, despite there being 56 nations represented here from 299 drivers. at round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. The temperature 34 degrees Celsius here at Franciacorta. The second round at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. That is on the 22nd of November, where I promise you the temperature will be much lower than it is here this afternoon. And the series final, Leopard Circuit Viterbo, on November 29 to finish out the season, the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. Nick Dangerous, Nicolo Pericol wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup and will stand right there on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
And for the first time this weekend, it's a full European top 3, an Italian, a Spaniard and a Brit, with Pericol, Miron Lorente and Saye rounding out the top 3. Nicolo Pericol already a champion this year in the WSK Series. That was the Supermaster Series at the beginning of the year. Hoping to do the double, wasn't able to do so in the Euro Series. That was wrapped up by Denny Babicek. Babicek in the end finishing down in 6th position, was bordering on a podium for quite a few moments, was fighting up at the sharp end of the field, just couldn't get the job done, unfortunately, through no fault of his own, contact with what was Pelferene. And the 316 and the 349 under investigation. Sorry, not Pelferene. It was contact with Pizzonia. So Pizzonia and Babicek having that contact, taking Babicek out of contention, losing a couple of positions in doing so. However, up at the front end, it was smooth sailing for our top 3. Managed to avoid the chaos that ensued behind and filling the top 3 steps. Sometimes all you need to do is stay consistent and stay on the top of the pace. The crowd continues to gather around the podium, ready for the celebrations to start once again. And for Nicolo Pericol, he is no stranger to the top step of a podium and will be hoping to do so another 2 times to round out his season here in WSK, here at the Final Cup. Miron Lorente in the 301. Daniel, your driver that came home in 2nd, has been competing competitively for quite a while now. In 2025, just 1 season ago, Daniel Lorente was able to secure a podium finish in the Spanish Karting Championship in Zuera. Now he arrives in Italy and can score a podium at the WSK Final Cup here in Franciacorta. Has previously raced in WSK quite a few years ago, though. That was in the mini category where he raced in 2023 and 2024. In that 24 season, also won a regional Spanish karting event in the mini class. So has been a talent since a young age, continuously developing. As Miron will make his way over to the podium now, our 3 drivers will congregate and get ready for the well-deserved celebrations. The nation of Italy can be up in arms and celebrate again for Nicolo Pericol, who wins his home race and will lead the virtual championship on 93 points heading into the 2nd round in November. And it'll be Daniel Miron in 2nd in the virtual championship, 2nd in that race as well. 83 points to his name. Pizzonia, for the moment, will sit 3rd in the virtual championship on 54 points. Whether or not anything happens with that Stewart investigation flag that he was shown for the incident on the circuit, we'll have to wait and see for the 329. Sayer, 4th overall in the virtual championship, 3rd on the circuit. In behind him, Frasnelli. What could have been for Frasnelli, just hung out to dry through turn 5, caught the gravel, caught the grass, and went tumbling down the order. Frasnelli in the end recovering to 18th position, 16 places back from where he started on the front row. And with all that happening, that will round out the OKJ action for this weekend. The penultimate race of the weekend has just concluded, and we'll get ready for the final race in just a few moments' time. But before that, Ian will get us started with the podium celebrations.
Thank you, Kai. Yes, the three drivers are down here. The sun is shining, and the three drivers, they're quite hot and sweating as Jalal takes another drink before stepping up onto the podium. Round one, the WSK Final Cup here at FRANCIACORTA in OKJ. In third place from Great Britain for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Jalal Sayar. Second place for Fusion Motorsport from Spain, Daniel Miron Lorente. The winner of round one, the WSK Final Cup, the Mercedes AMG Junior for Team Kart Republic, gioca, vince qui a FRANCIACORTA, il bergamaschino Nicolo Perico. And the winning team, Kart Republic Motorsport, represented once again by the 2013 World Champion, Tom Joyner. Invitiamo signor Valerio Fogliata, assessore urbanistica, comune di Castrazetto. Premia, third place, Jalal Sayar. Signor Valerio Fogliata anche premia, seconda posizione, Daniel Miron Lorente. Signor Valerio Fogliata, assessore urbanistica, comune Casterizzato, to present the winning trophy to the race winner, Nicolo Perico. And Tom Joyner representing the winning team, Kart Republic Motorsport. The national anthem of Italia. The podium round one, the WSK Final Cup in OK Junior. Third place, Jalal Sayar. Second, Daniel Miron Lorente. And the winner, Nick Dangerous, Nicolo Perico. Five finals raced, and there is one remaining as the sun shines here on the last Sunday of August here at FRANCIACORTA. Lev Kurtagulov, he won the WSK Supermaster Series at this circuit, and he will start on pole position for the OK Final in just a moment. Kai, back to you in the studio.
5 races down, 1 more to go, and it may be one of the most crucial races of the weekend. Lev Kurtagulov, who absolutely dominated and walked away in the pre-final. Can he do the same once it's an 18-lap race distance, or can he be overturned by Lamberto Ferrari, who starts on the front row alongside him? It's going to be Ili Krisan in behind and Benjamin Manak. So a multitude of feisty drivers in behind. Ili Krisan in the 212 will start in behind our pole sitter of Lev Kurtagulov, the driver who was crowned, the driver being Ili Krisan, crowned the 2024 FIA Karting European Champion in the OK Junior class. Now 1 class later, 2 years later, can he be champion at the WSK Final Cup? Well, he needs a good start to have that. He needs a good start in Franciacorta.
18 laps to race here this afternoon. Let's check out some of the action before we do race the final of the highlights this week here at Franciacorta. A remarkable situation on Friday morning in time qualifying. Manuel Scognamiglio set a time of 47.044. That was in the first group. In the second group, the Canadian Eiley Christian set a time of 47.044. Identical qualifying times for the Italian and the Canadian, but after 3 rounds of heats and the pre-final this morning, well, the Canadian lines up on the inside second row of the grid. And after being pushed off into the grass backwards in the pre-final this morning, the reigning OKN World Cup champion, Manuel Scognamiglio, he starts way back on grid 24. Lev Krutoglov to the left of your screen, the Ukrainian in the Energy Corsa Eclipse chassis. It is so fast around this circuit. He won the Supermaster Series at this track, just gliding over the very few bumps and the ripple strips in the pre-final this morning. Like a missile was the Energy Kart. The question is, can anybody catch him? A brilliant victory in the pre-final this morning for the reigning Supermaster Series champion. There is Lamberto Ferrari, the Monster K factory kart to the right of your screen, former race winner in WSK but in OKN. Will we see a Ferrari victory next weekend at Monza in the Italian Formula One Grand Prix, or will we see one in just a few moments' time? Ferrari starts out at grid 2. Lev Krutoglov on pole position. The second row of the grid is the Canadian Eiley Christian and Benjamin Maniak for Ward Racing. Valerio Villapiana starts out at grid 5 alongside the Russian for the Greek GSR team, Ilya Bereshkin, Arata Endo, Diego Ramos, Evan Purcell, the Northern Irishman, Benjamin Westwood from Malta for Team Victory Lane out of grid 10. The sixth row of the grid sees the GP management driver El Paulista, Frank Rock, Francisco Rocha. Then it's Rost from Norway, Davide Boltaro, Reese from Van the Netherlands, Jude from the United States. Then it's Nosulenko, Luke Tal, Aaron Kivillo, Daniel Picconi and Victor Stalmack for Fusion Motorsports out of grid 20. The 11th row of the grid, Martino Rumlanova, who led in WSK in Heat 1 on Friday night for the very first time. The Czech is alongside the Pole, Savary Dudkowski, David Trefilov back on 23, Scognamiglio, P24, Nij, Simeonov, Amelia Vijormiska, Bertold, Jonas Bundisch, and Maya from Switzerland. Leopold starts out at grid 30. Gonzalez, Rafa Bussato, Adam Brilla, Zimo Young, and Ulises Crespo, the Spaniard on grid 35. Frank Rock, Francisco Rocha on the podium in the final round of the WSK Euro Series at Cremona. The driver from Sao Paulo, managed by the 1995 world champion Gastel Fraguas. 31 years ago, mate. But he beat Jensen to the world championship in Formula A at Valence in the south of France. It was his first WSK podium. His driver, Francisco Rocha, starts out at grid 11. from Sao Paulo, Brazil, alongside Christian Alexander Rost. Benjamin Westwood from Malta, first race with the Victory Lane team. There is no question, Lev Krutogolov is the driver to beat here this weekend. Well, there was a full moon eclipse in the Northern Hemisphere just a week or two ago, where the moon completely blocked the sun in the north of Europe. Was that an ominous sign? We are in a very superstitious country, I should say. Lev Krutogolov is driving the Eclipse model chassis. It is an Energy Course Eclipse. Superstition aside, it's just damn fast. Lev Krutogolov, the Ukrainian, starts on pole position. Ferrari starts out of grid 2. Welcome to FRANCIACORTA, round 1, the WSK Final Cup on the final Sunday in August. Up to the line, we race. Perfectly timed from Lev Krutogolov, and the same can be said for Ali Christian from the inside second row of the grid. Ferrari around the outside just ahead of Benjamin Maniak. Ali Christian, also Valerio Villapiana, the two Tony Kart Racing Team drivers. Lev Krutogolov, watch the Energy Corsa Eclipse chassis, the Monster K factory car of Yuri Serafini. In second place with Lamberto Ferrari, and then the Tony Kart attack. Down the hill for the first time, already a nice lead for Lev Krutogolov, the driver who grew up racing at the Chaika circuit on the outskirts of Kiev in Ukraine, as we see Benjamin down the inside. And the Brit from Barcelona for Ward Racing comes across the line at the end of lap 1 in position 4. Krutogolov, Ferrari, Ali Christian, Benjamin. Back to Valerio Villapiana, Aratendo, Purcell, Ramos. And the Russian Ilya Bereshkin for the Galatza Satiros Racing Team. The gap 0.37 of a second. Lev Krutogolov back to Ferrari.
You don't want to give any space to the Ukrainian out in front, though. As soon as Lev Krutogolov gets the opportunity to stretch his legs and disappear in front, that is exactly what he will do. The undisputed favourite for this championship coming into the series as the #1 ranked OK driver in the world. Can he uphold his results to that ranking? Well, it's going to be aided if Ali Christian is going to go for those moves into second position and will allow a gap to be built for the lead of the race. Krutogolov reaches down to his radiator, opens it just a little bit more, improve the airflow for the engine, and let it breathe down the home straight. Ali Christian now finds himself in second, with Lamberto Ferrari dropping down into third. But for how much longer does he stay in third? Does he see this as a long-haul race? Does he see it as let's work together and try and catch on to the leader? Or does he know in the back of his mind that Lev Krutogolov is too fast for his liking? And do they squabble for that second place position? It will be answered pretty soon, and it will be pretty evident pretty soon as well. In the background, there was an attempt of a move from one of the drivers in the Ward Racing colours, trying to fight their way through. There was going to be a move there from Berezkin past Endo. So Endo losing out on a place to Berezkin, and the 227 will get himself into 7th position. Krutogolov, unlike we saw in the pre-final, hasn't quite disappeared from the rest of the pack just yet, with Ali Christian managing to keep within about an arm's length to our race leader, the driver who was crowned the 2024 FIA Karting European Champion in the OKJ category. It's just accolade after accolade, driver after driver. Every driver has a story here in the paddock, and that's exactly what makes them individual.
Manuel Scognomilio, after starting on grid 24, has carved his way through to 14th place and just gone purple with a 47.704. There is the Italian driving for the legendary great Giorgio Pantano. Pantano by Dam is now behind Davide Bottaro, and Rost is just got by Savary Dudkowski and Benjamin Westwood. Speaking of Benjamins, Magnac still in P5, now lowers the gap, or the fastest mark I should say, into the mid-47s. Lev Krutgolov, the gap is half a second. This is Ferrari. In third place, Ali Christian, Le Québécois from Montreal for the Tony Kart Racing team. His teammate Valerio Villapiana, the Italian, a step off the podium. That's Scognomilio going through. Head of Dudkowski, Westwood, Busato, Daniel Picconi, Stolmack. A super start to the race for the Italian, who won last year's OKN World Cup and also the WSK Euro Series as well. Pantano by Dam. He's in 14th place, trying to get by Davide Bottaro. And the Japanese driver, Arata Endo. 0.6 of a second as Lev puts in a 47.2. The Ukrainian like a missile around the Franciacorta circuit, where he wrapped up and won the WSK Supermaster Series earlier in the year. This is Benjamin Magnac behind Valerio Villapiana, the Brit from Barcelona for the Swedish Ward Racing team, behind the Tony Kart of the Italian. Dives down the inside. Nicely done by Benjamin. Magnac now just a step off the podium as we start lap 8 of 18. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup here at Franciacorta for 2026 in glorious summer sunshine on the last Sunday of August here in the north of Italy. Krutgolov, the Ukrainian from the Canadian. Ferrari in third.
In behind, still have those drivers on Magnac, who was able to get the move on Villapiana that time round. Villapiana currently 5th on the circuit. Let's see what the 213 has in store for us. The Italian pushing on forwards in 2026, competing with the Tony Kart Racing team, has secured a podium finish in the third round of the FIA Karting European Championship. But what can Villapiana do here in the WSK Final Cup? Has 3 rounds to prove himself, would want to prove himself here at the first round. And well, 5th. He's very close to stepping on that podium spot, but the gap between Magnac and Ferrari being about half a second at the moment, then half a second back to Villapiana once again. So a little bit of a cushion in between each driver. Talking about cushions, Krutgolov now has just shy of a 1 second gap over Eli Christian in 2nd position right now. And Ferrari in 3rd, even further back. The top 3 in a league of their own. Move down the inside in the mid-pack. That was a brave one into turn 13. As we're going to see Rocha and Ramos switch positions. The 2 Brazilians will trade place on the circuit. It was a late move into turn 13, right before hitting the braking zone. Just spitting out to the inside line. As long as you get there by the apex, there's no worries at all. But the 2 Brazilians will trade places. It's now Rocha in front of Ramos, 9th and 10th on the circuit. Down the back end of what would be a Grand Prix point scoring order. But the way that it stands, Lev Krutgolov in the Virtual Championship, 111 points to his name if he's able to finish the way that it stands. In the background though, there's going to be a move from Magnac, who gets the move on Ferrari. Ferrari's going to try and fight it the long way round, finds himself on the rumble strip on the exit of 14. And Magnac will get there. Magnac is also flying out there on the circuit, but only 2 drivers are able to break the 47-second barrier. Actually, 3 drivers able to break the 47-second barrier. That being Krutgolov, Eli Christian, and Magnac in 3rd as well. So the top 3, the only 3 that are able to go any quicker than a 47-second lap time. But exactly like we saw from the pre-finals, Lev Krutgolov faster lap upon lap.
Respect and credit between Benjamin Magnac and Lamberto Ferrari. We have to give them both credit. That was a beautiful pass. They raced wheel to wheel. They did not touch out of the final corner. Lamberto Ferrari went around the outside, did not touch Benjamin Magnac, but had to cede the place. That was really good racing between those two, and Benjamin now up onto the podium and already pulling away from Lamberto Ferrari. Lev Krutogolov, meanwhile, he's pulling away from everyone. Well, once again, we saw it in OK Junior. We'll say it again. Lev Krutogolov will win the final. Vincerà questa gara Lev Krutogolov. Again, Italy is a very superstitious nation. The word is scaramanzia, però vincerà questa gara Lev Krutogolov. We are into the final third of the race. He goes purple once again. The gap is 1.4 seconds between Krutogolov, the Ukrainian from the Canadian. He is rocketing around the circuit. Ali Christian in second. This is 4 and 5. Ferrari from Via Piana. The two Italians, 4th and 5th. Back to the Northern Irishman, Purcell Pereshkin. Ilya for the Galazza Satiras racing team. Luke Tal. And then Os Meninos do Brasil. Francisco Rocha, Diego Ramos round out the top 10 from Ross Botaro and Manuel Scognamiglio after a great first half of the race from grid 24. He's now stuck in 13th place. Benjamin Magnac is pulling away from the two Italians. Lev Krutogolov is pulling away from everybody. The gap is 1.6 seconds. Krutogolov has left the building. He will win round one of the WSK Final Cup at the circuit where he won the Supermaster Series earlier in 2026. The energy course, Eclipse Kart, is so fast. It is a magnificent piece of machinery, particularly at this, the home circuit for Team Energy Corsa. He goes purple again. It just rides the bumps magnificently. This is not a paid advertisement. You can see for yourself, he pulls away. It just dances over the ripple strips. As we see the Tony Kart down the inside of Via Piana on Ferrari. Krutogolov purple again to emphasize the point of 46.688. We have got 4 laps remaining, including this one. When we do get back to the race leader, he's not even on your screen. We'll try and pick him up for you. You can see how well that the Energy Corsa Eclipse chassis is working here this weekend at FRANCIACORTA. 3 laps remaining at the end of this one. That was the race leader disappearing, Ali Christian. In second, Benjamin Magnac. What a great result this would be. It would be his second WSK podium. That was Scognamiglio going through behind Bottaro. Benjamin on the podium in the WSK Euro Series last year at Leopard Circuit Viterbo. Again purple, 46.647. Lev Krutogolov, untouchable here. The temperature is 34 degrees Celsius. The sun is shining. Lev Krutogolov, untouchable. The fastest driver in any category here this weekend. Energy Corsa, they will win round one of the WSK Final Cup with their driver who won the season opening Supermasters Series with a rocket-quick IAMI-powered Energy Course Eclipse chassis. He disappears at the bottom of your screen. To start the penultimate lap of the race, the two Italians. This is Lev. Let's watch the Energy Corsa. Up into turn 1. The inside reed just dancing off the bitumen ever so nicely. Puts the power down on the rubber line, down into turn 5. Brakes in a straight line, barely moves the steering wheel. You have to look really hard to see any steering input from Lev Krutogolov. Look at it float over the ripple strip, inside rear, just dancing off the deck. This is a magnificent performance. Lev Krutogolov will win round one of the WSK Final Cup with a spectacular drive here this afternoon. He'll round the hairpin to take the last lap board, the last lap of the weekend here at FRANCIACORTA.
Smooth as butter around the circuit. That's what you need to be victorious. That's what you need to get purple sector after purple sector, fastest lap after fastest lap, which is exactly what Lev Krutogolov has been able to achieve here. Heat 1, it was P3. Heat 2, it was P2. Heat 3, it was P2. And in the pre-final, it was a dominant display has not been outside of a podium position so far this weekend, has the 2:01. And when it matters most, he did not let his concentration slip. His pace still shines through. And at Franciacorta, if you asked anyone to define greatness, one name could come to mind. That is, Lev Krutigalov is victorious here at the opening round of the WSK Final Cup in the OK class and walks away, dances away, tangos away from Ili Krisan in second position. There really was no competition for the Ukrainian out in front. And the 2:01 will stand on the #1 spot, rightfully so. Ili Krisan did a great job to extend that second place result over Manak in third position. And Benjamin Manak will come home in third. Via Piana, great charge in the late stages of the race to finish on fourth position, just knocking on the door of a podium. Lamberto Ferrari, who started on the front row of the grid in second place, was already on the back foot from the get-go. He will finish in fifth. Evan Purcell in behind Tal. Bereskin, Rocha and Ramos, the two Brazilians fighting throughout the field. They all finish in behind each other, 9th and 10th. 11th goes the way of Rost. That is your result down to 20th. Bataro Scognamiglio, who was putting in a great pace of display, but not a pace display like Krutigalov. 21st down to 30th there. Stalmack, Maya and Gonzalez, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. Punzis in 24th. And the final of your drivers, Kivilo, Trefilov, Rumlanova, Rees and Simonov, your bottom 4 being retirements.
We have just completed the first of 3 rounds, the WSK Final Cup here in beautiful sunshine, as we already look forward to the end of the season, where it will be much colder than the beautiful weather we've had this weekend at Franciacorta. Round 2 of the WSK Final Cup, that is at South Garda Karting Lonato and at Leopard Circuit Viterbo, north of the eternal city of Rome, for the final round of this year's WSK Final Cup. It's been a great weekend. We have raced 6 finals. We've still got 1 podium to present, so don't go too far away. It will be a Ukrainian flag on the top step of the podium. Lev Krutigalov wins here at Franciacorta, home circuit for the Energy Corsa team. Ili Krisan in second place, and a great result for Benjamin. And Ward Racing Maniac on the podium in third. The first round of the WSK Final Cup in OK. Don't go too far away. The podium presentation live right here at Franciacorta in just a moment.
And in just a moment, those celebrations can start for our top 3. Just a reminder, Lev Krutigalov winning from Ili Krisan and Benjamin Manak. Those will be your top 3. Ukraine will stand on the top spot with a Canadian and a Spaniard alongside. And what has been a long day of racing, but an enjoyable day of racing. It's been outstanding action from all of the classes that have raced here this weekend. Some of the cleanest racing that karting has seen in some time. And that just shows the level of respect that all of the competitors have here at the WSK Final Cup between each other to race with passion and race with camaraderie as well. Sportsmanship is at the heart of this field. Hard but fair racing throughout, which allows Lev Krutigalov to get that victory. All of the WSK family line the wall there, waiting for the podium presentation, to get started there for the OK final. It'll be Lev Krutigalov who leads the way in the virtual championship as well, with 111 points to his name. Aili Krisan and Benjamin Manak in behind, 77 points and 59 points apiece. Via Piana, with that last-minute charge through the field, secures 4th on the road and also secures 4th in the virtual championship. Lombardo Ferrari, it could have been a higher result in the overall standings, but starting on the front row of the grid, on that outside lane, your odds are always stacked against you, as Ferrari will walk away from the weekend 5th in the championship with 35 points, tied with Via Piana. Pereskin in 6th, Purcell in 7th, and Ramos rounding out in 8th. That is your top 8 in the virtual championship. Ramos, the bottom, in 14 points to the name. That is the OK final out of the way. Just to remind you of your winners. Lev Krutikolov wins in the OK class. In OK Junior, we saw Nicolo Perico take home the victory. Mini GR3, who else than Nail El Gahoudi? It was another dominant victory in Mini Group 3. Mini Under 10 was won by Miras Munoz. The Spaniard stood on the top step. For OK National Junior, it was Henry Mooring. And the first race that we saw of the day, OKN, Jensen Burns, the driver from Down Under, rockets to the top and was able to stand on the top step of that podium. Joined by Jerkan and Aman. That was your podium for the OKN class, but this is the OK final that has just concluded. And as we listen in to the drivers' conversations as they get ready for the podium. A very deserved podium indeed. Krutikolov, of course, taking home the fastest lap of the race as well. 46.6 was the lap that he was able to punch in on the board, setting the board alight purple, a tenth quicker than his competitors around him. Eli Krisan and Benjamin Manak very close on the lap times, but not close on the track. Who won? It could only be one man. And down at the podium, Ian is ready for the final podium presentation of the day.
Thank you, Kai. Yes, the final podium presentation after a fabulous race here this afternoon. The OK Final, round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. A great result for the Brit from Barcelona, who finishes in 3rd place, Benjamin Manak. For the Tony Kart Racing Team, in 2nd place from Canada, Aili Krisan. Utter dominance from the race winner. He was untouchable. Driving the Energy Corsa Eclipse chassis, he simply drove out of sight to win at the circuit where he wrapped up the WSK Supermaster Series. He wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup from Ukraine for Team Energy Corsa, Lev Krutikolov. And the winning team, Energy Corsa Racing Karts, represented by Creton Harold. Attimo, arriviamo, just a moment, we'll get there in a moment. Invitiamo Signor Valerio Fogliata, assessore urbanistica del Comune di Castellizzato, to present the 3rd place trophy to Benjamin Manak. Second place to the Canadian for the Tony Kart Racing Team, Aili Krisan. The winner of round 1, the WSK Final Cup, from Ukraine for Team Energy Corsa, Lev Krutikolov. Creton Harold representing the winning Energy Corsa Racing Team. The national anthem of Ukraine. podium in OK for round one, the WSK Final Cup here at FRANCIACORTA. Third place from Spain, Benjamin Magnac. Second from Canada, it is Ali Christian. And the winner from Ukraine, Lev Kritikalov. What a fantastic round of the WSK Final Cup here at FRANCIACORTA. The sun shines on the final day, the final Sunday of August here in the north of Italy. I promise you this won't be the case when we race the second round of the WSK Final Cup around about 50 kilometres that way on the 22nd of November at South Garda Karting. And we wrap up the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport at Leopard Circuit Viterbo on the 29th of November. It's been a fabulous weekend. Round one of the WSK Final Cup, 299 drivers from 56 nations around the world. Thanks for watching. We'll see you for the WSK Final Cup at South Garda Karting in November. Arrivederci da FRANCIACORTA.